The Adventure of the Red Circle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Part 1. Well, Mrs. Warren, I cannot see that you have any particular cause for uneasiness. Nor do I understand why I, whose time is of some value, should interfere in the matter. I really have other things to engage me. So spoke Sherlock Holmes, and turned back to the great scrapbook in which he was arranging and indexing some of his recent material. But the landlady had the pertinacity and also the cunning of her sex. She held her ground firmly. "You arranged an affair for a lodger of mine last year," she said, "Mr. Fairdale Hobbs." "Ah, yes, a simple matter." "But he would never cease talking of it. Your kindness, sir, and the way in which you brought light into the darkness. I remembered his words when I was in doubt and darkness myself. I know you could if you only would." Holmes was accessible upon the side of flattery, and also, to do him justice, upon the side of kindliness. The two forces made him lay down his gum-brush with a sigh of resignation and push back his chair. "Well, well, Mrs. Warren, let us hear about it then. You don't object to tobacco, I take it?" "Thank you, Watson, the matches." "You are uneasy, as I understand, because your new lodger remains in his rooms and you cannot see him. Why, bless you, Mrs. Warren, if I were your lodger, you often would not see me for weeks on end." "No doubt, sir, but this is different. It frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep for fright. To hear his quick step moving here and moving there, from early morning to late at night, and yet never to catch so much as a glimpse of him. It's more than I can stand. My husband is as nervous over it as I am, but he is out at work all day, while I get no rest from it. What is he hiding for? What has he done? Except for the girl, I am all alone in the house with him, and it's more than my nerves can stand." Holmes leaned forward and laid his long, thin fingers upon the woman's shoulder. He had an almost hypnotic power of soothing when he wished. The scared look faded from her eyes, and her agitated features smoothed into their usual commonplace. She sat down in the chair which he had indicated. "If I take it up, I must understand every detail," said he. "Take time to consider. The smallest point may be the most essential. You say that the man came 10 days ago and paid you for a fortnight's board and lodging." "He asked my terms, sir. I said 50 shillings a week. There is a small sitting-room and bedroom, and all complete, at the top of the house." "Well?" "He said, 'I'll pay you £5 a week if I can have it on my own terms.' I'm a poor woman, sir, and Mr. Warren earns little, and the money meant much to me. He took out a £10 note, and he held it out to me then and there. 'You can have the same every fortnight for a long time to come if you keep the terms,' he said. 'If not, I'll have no more to do with you.'" "What were the terms?" "Well, sir, they were that he was to have a key of the house. That was all right. Lodgers often have them. Also, that he was to be left entirely to himself, and never, upon any excuse, to be disturbed." "Nothing wonderful in that, surely?" "Not in reason, sir. But this is out of all reason. He has been there for 10 days, and neither Mr. Warren nor I nor the girl has once set eyes upon him. We can hear that quick step of his pacing up and down, night, morning, and noon, but except for that first night, he had never once gone out of the house." "Oh, he went out the first night, did he?" "Yes, sir, and returned very late, after we were all in bed. He told me after he had taken the rooms that he would do so and asked me not to bar the door. I heard him come up the stairs after midnight. But his meals. It was his particular direction that we should always, when he rang, leave his meal upon a chair outside his door. Then he rings again when he has finished, and we take it down from the same chair. If he wants anything else, he prints it on a slip of paper and leaves it. Prints it? Yes, sir, prints it in pencil. Just the word, nothing more. Here's the one I brought to show you. Soap. Here's another. Match. This is one he left the first morning. Daily Gazette. I leave that paper with his breakfast every morning. Dear me, Watson, said Holmes, staring with great curiosity at the slips of foolscap which the landlady had handed to him. This is certainly a little unusual. Seclusion I can understand, but why print? Printing is a clumsy process. Why not write? What would it suggest, Watson? That he desired to conceal his handwriting. But why? What can it matter to him that his landlady should have a word of his writing? Still, it may be as you say. Then again, why such laconic messages? I cannot imagine. It opens a pleasing field for intelligent speculation. The words are written with a broad-pointed, violet-tinted pencil of a not unusual pattern. You'll observe that the paper is torn away at the side here after the printing was done, so that the S of soap is partly gone. Suggestive, Watson, is it not? Of caution? Exactly. There was evidently some mark, some thumbprint, something which might give a clue to the person's identity. Now, Mrs. Warren, you say that the man was of middle size, dark and bearded. What age would he be? Youngish, sir, not over 30. Well, can you give me no further indications? He spoke good English, sir, and yet I thought he was a foreigner by his accent. And he was well dressed? Very smartly dressed, sir. Quite the gentleman. Dark clothes, nothing you would note. He gave no name. No, sir. And he had no letters or callers? None. But surely you or the girl enter his room of a morning? No, sir, he looks after himself entirely. Dear me, that is certainly remarkable. What about his luggage? He had one big brown bag with him, nothing else. Well, we don't seem to have much material to help us. Do you say nothing has come out of that room? Absolutely nothing? The landlady drew an envelope from her bag. From it she shook out 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end upon the table. They were on his tray this morning. I brought them because I had heard that you can read great things out of small ones. Holmes shrugged his shoulders. There is nothing here, said he. The matches have, of course, been used to light cigarettes. That is obvious from the shortness of the burnt end. Half the matches consumed in lighting a pipe or cigar. But, dear me, this cigarette stub is certainly remarkable. The gentleman was bearded and moustached, you say? Yes, sir. I don't understand that. I should say that only a clean-shaven man could have smoked this. Why, Watson, even your modest moustache would have been singed. A holder? I suggested. No, the end is matted. I suppose there could not be 2 people in your rooms, Mrs. Warren? No, sir, he eats so little that I often wonder if it can keep life in one. Well, I think we must wait for a little more material. After all, you have nothing to complain of. You have received your rent, and he is not a troublesome lodger, though he is certainly an unusual one. He pays you well, and if he chooses to lie concealed, it is no direct business of yours. We have no excuse for an intrusion upon his privacy until we have some reason to think that there is a guilty reason for it. I've taken up the matter, and I won't lose sight of it. Report to me if anything fresh occurs, and rely upon my assistance if it should be needed. There are certainly some points of interest in this case, Watson, he remarked when the landlady had left us. It may, of course, be trivial, individual eccentricity, or it may be very much deeper than appears on the surface. The first thing that strikes one is the obvious possibility that the person now in the rooms may be entirely different from the one who engaged them. Why should you think so? Well, apart from his cigarette end, was it not suggestive that the only time the lodger went out was immediately after his taking the rooms? He came back, or someone came back, when all witnesses were out of the way. We have no proof that the person who came back was the person who went out. Then again, the man who took the room spoke English well. This other, however, prints match when it should have been matches. I can imagine that the word was taken out of a dictionary, which would give the noun, but not the plural. The laconic style may be to conceal the absence of knowledge of English. Yes, Watson, there are good reasons to suspect that there has been a substitution of lodgers. But for what possible end? Ah, there lies our problem. There is one rather obvious line of investigation. He took down the great book in which, day by day, he filed the agony columns of the various London journals. "Dear me," said he, turning over the pages, "what a chorus of groans, cries, and bleatings! What a rag-bag of singular happenings! But surely the most valuable hunting ground that ever was given to a student of the unusual. This person is alone and cannot be approached by letter without a breach of that absolute secrecy which is desired. How is any news or any message to reach him from without? Obviously by advertisement through a newspaper. There seems no other way, and fortunately we need concern ourselves with the one paper only. Here are the Daily Gazette extracts of the last fortnight. Lady with a black boa at Prince's Skating Club. That we may pass. Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. That appears to be irrelevant. If the lady who fainted on Brixton bus, she does not interest me. Every day my heart longs. Bleat, Watson, unmitigated bleat. Ah, this is a little more possible. Listen to this. Be patient. We'll find some sure means of communications. Meanwhile, this column, G. That is 2 days after Mrs. Warren's lodger arrived. It sounds plausible, does it not? The mysterious one could understand English, even if he could not print it. Let us see if we can pick up the trace again. Yes, here we are, 3 days later. And making successful arrangements, patience and prudence. The clouds will pass. G. Nothing for a week after that. Then comes something much more definite. The path is clearing. If I find chance, signal message, remember, code agreed. 1A, 2B, and so on. You will hear soon. G. That was in yesterday's paper, and there is nothing in today's. It's all very appropriate to Mrs. Warren's lodger. If we wait a little, Watson, I don't doubt that the affair will grow more intelligible. So it proved, for in the morning I found my friend standing on the hearthrug with his back to the fire and a smile of complete satisfaction upon his face. "How's this, Watson?" he cried, picking up the paper from the table. "High red house with white stone facings. 3rd floor, 2nd window left. After dusk, G." That is definite enough. I think after breakfast we must make a little reconnaissance of Mrs. Warren's neighbourhood. "Ah, Mrs. Warren! What news do you bring us this morning?" Our client had suddenly burst into the room with an explosive energy which told of some new and momentous development. "It's a police matter, Mr. Holmes," she cried. "I'll have no more of it. He shall pack out of there with his baggage. I would have gone straight up and told him so, only I thought it was but fair to you to take your opinion first. But I'm at the end of my patience, and when it comes to knocking my old man about—" Knocking Mr. Warren about? Using him roughly, anyway. But who used him roughly? Ah, that's what we want to know. It was this morning, sir. Mr. Warren is a timekeeper at Morton and Waylights in Tottenham Court Road. He has to be out of the house before 7. Well, this morning he had not gone 10 paces down the road when 2 men came up behind him, threw a coat over his head and bundled him into a cab that was beside the curb. They drove him an hour and then opened the door and shot him out. He lay in the roadway so shaken in his wits that he never saw what became of the cab. When he picked himself up he found he was on Hampstead Heath, so he took a bus home, and there he lies now on his sofa, while I came straight round to tell you what had happened." "Most interesting," said Holmes. "Did he observe the appearance of these men? Did he hear them talk?" "No, he is clean dazed. He just knows that he was lifted up as if by magic and dropped as if by magic. 2 at least were in it, and maybe 3. "And you connect this attack with your lodger?" "Well, we've lived there 15 years, and no such happenings ever came before. I've had enough of him. Money's not everything. I'll have him out of my house before the day is done." "Wait a bit, Mrs. Warren. Do nothing rash. I begin to think that this affair may be very much more important than appeared at first sight. It is clear now that some danger is threatening your lodger. It is equally clear that his enemies, lying in wait for him near your door, mistook your husband for him in the foggy morning light. On discovering their mistake, they released him. What they would have done had it not been a mistake, we can only conjecture." "Well, what am I to do, Mr. Holmes?" "I have a great fancy to see this lodger of yours, Mrs. Warren. I don't see how that is to be managed unless you break in the door. I always hear him unlock it as I go down the stair after I leave the tray." "He has to take the tray in. Surely we could conceal ourselves and see him do it." The landlady thought for a moment. "Well, sir, there's the box room opposite. I could arrange a looking-glass, maybe, and if you were behind the door—" "Excellent," said Holmes. "When does he lunch?" "About 1, sir." "Then Dr. Watson and I will come round in time. For the present, Mrs. Warren, good-bye." At 12:30 we found ourselves upon the steps of Mrs. Warren's house, a high, thin, yellow-brick edifice in Great Orme Street, a narrow thoroughfare at the north-east side of the British Museum. Standing as it does near the corner of the street, it commands a view down Howe Street with its more pretentious houses. Holmes pointed with a chuckle to one of these, a row of residential flats, which projected so that they could not fail to catch the eye. "See, Watson," said he, "high red house with stone facings. There is the signal station, all right. We know the place, and we know the code, so surely our task should be simple. There's a to let card in that window. It is evidently an empty flat, to which the confederate has access. Well, Mrs. Warren, what now?" "I have it all ready for you. If you will both come up and leave your boots below on the landing, I'll put you there now." It was an excellent hiding-place which she had arranged. The mirror was so placed that, seated in the dark, we could very plainly see the door opposite. We had hardly settled down in it, and Mrs. Warren left us, when a distant tinkle announced that our mysterious neighbour had rung. Presently the landlady appeared with the tray, laid it down upon a chair beside the closed door, and then, treading heavily, departed. Crouching together in the angle of the door, we kept our eyes fixed upon the mirror. Suddenly, as the landlady's footsteps died away, there was the creak of a turning key, the handle revolved, and 2 thin hands darted out and lifted the tray from the chair. An instant later it was hurriedly replaced, and I caught a glimpse of a dark, beautiful, horrified face glaring at the narrow opening of the box-room. Then the door crashed to, the key turned once more, and all was silence. Holmes twitched my sleeve, and together we stole down the stair. "I will call again in the evening," said he to the expectant landlady. "I think, Watson, we can discuss this business better in our own quarters." "My surmise, as you saw, proved to be correct," said he, speaking from the depths of his easy-chair. "There has been a substitution of lodgers. What I did not foresee is that we should find a woman, and no ordinary woman, Watson." "She saw us." "Well, she saw something to alarm her, that is certain. The general sequence of events is pretty clear, is it not? A couple seek refuge in London from a very terrible and instant danger. The measure of that danger is the rigour of their precautions. The man, who has some work which he must do, desires to leave the woman in absolute safety while he does it. It is not an easy problem, but he solved it in an original fashion, and so effectively that her presence was not even known to the landlady who supplies her with food. The printed messages, as is now evident, were to prevent her sex being discovered by her writing. The man cannot come near the woman, or he will guide their enemies to her. Since he cannot communicate with her direct, he has recourse to the agony column of a paper. So far all is clear. But what is at the root of it? Ah, yes, Watson, severely practical, as usual. What is at the root of it all? Mrs. Warren's whimsical problem enlarges somewhat and assumes a more sinister aspect as we proceed. This much we can say, that it is no ordinary love escapade. You saw the woman's face at the sign of danger. We have heard, too, of the attack upon the landlord, which was undoubtedly meant for the lodger. These alarms and the desperate need for secrecy argue that the matter is one of life or death. The attack upon Mr. Warren further shows that the enemy, whoever they are themselves not aware of the substitution of the female lodger for the male. It is very curious and complex, Watson. Why should you go further in it? What have you to gain from it? What indeed? It is art for art's sake, Watson. I suppose when you doctored, you found yourself studying cases without thought of a fee. For my education, Holmes. Education never ends, Watson. It is a series of lessons with the greatest for the last. This is an instructive case. There is neither money nor credit in it, and yet one would wish to tidy it up. When dusk comes, we should find ourselves one stage advanced in our investigation. When we returned to Mrs. Warren's rooms, the gloom of a London winter evening had thickened into one grey curtain, a dead monotone of colour, broken only by the sharp yellow squares of the windows and the blurred halos of the gas lamps. As we peered from the darkened sitting-room of the lodging-house, one more dim light glimmered high up through the obscurity. "Someone is moving in that room," said Holmes in a whisper, his gaunt and eager face thrust forward to the window-pane. "Yes, I can see his shadow. There he is again. He has a candle in his hand. Now he is peering across. He wants to be sure that she is on the lookout. Now he begins to flash. Take the message also, Watson, that we may check each other. A single flash, that is A, surely. Now, then, how many did you make it? 20. So did I. That should mean T. A-T. That's intelligible enough. Another T. Surely this is the beginning of a second word. Now, then, T-E-N-T-A. Dead stop. That can't be all, Watson. A-T-T-E-N-T-A gives no sense, nor is it any better as 3 words. A-T-T-E-N-T-A. Unless T-A are a person's initials. There it goes again. What's that? A-T-T-E. Why, it is the same message over again. Curious, Watson, very curious. Now he is off once more. A-T. Why, he is repeating it for the 3rd time. A-T-T-E-N-T-A. 3 times. How often will he repeat it? No, that seems to be the finish. He has withdrawn from the window. What do you make of it, Watson? A cipher message, Holmes. My companion gave a sudden chuckle of comprehension. "And not a very obscure cipher, Watson," said he. "Why, of course, it is Italian. The A means that it is addressed to a woman. Beware, beware, beware. How's that, Watson? I believe you have hit it." "Not a doubt of it. It is a very urgent message, thrice repeated to make it more so. But beware of what? Wait a bit, he is coming to the window once more. Again we saw the dim silhouette of a crouching man and the whisk of the small flame across the window as the signals were renewed. They came more rapidly than before, so rapid that it was hard to follow them. Pericolo. Pericolo. What's that, Watson? Danger, isn't it? Yes, by Jove, it's a danger signal. There he goes again. P-E-R-I. Hallo, what on earth? The light had suddenly gone out, the glimmering square of the window had disappeared, and the third floor formed a dark band round the lofty building with its tiers of shining casements. That last warning cry had been suddenly cut short. How, and by whom? The same thought occurred on the instant to us both. Holmes sprang up from where he was crouched by the window. "This is serious, Watson," he cried. "There is some devilry going forward. Why should such a message stop in such a way? I should put Scotland Yard in touch with this business, and yet it is too pressing for us to leave. Shall I go for the police? We must define the situation a little more clearly. It may bear some more innocent interpretation. Come, Watson, let us go across ourselves and see what we can make of it." Part 2. As we walked rapidly down Howe Street, I glanced back at the building which we had left. There, dimly outlined at the top window, I could see the shadow of a head, a woman's head, gazing tensely, rigidly, out into the night, waiting with breathless suspense for the renewal of that interrupted message. At the doorway of the Howe Street flats, a man, muffled in a cravat and greatcoat, was leaning against the railing. He started as the hall light fell upon our faces. "Holmes!" he cried. "Why, Gregson," said my companion as he shook hands with the Scotland Yard detective. "Journeys end with lovers' meetings. What brings you here?" "The same reasons that bring you, I expect," said Gregson. "How you got on to it I can't imagine. Different threads, but leading up to the same tangle. I've been taking the signals." "Signals?" "Yes, from that window. They broke off in the middle. We came over to see the reason. But since it is safe in your hands, I see no object in continuing this business." "Wait a bit," cried Gregson eagerly. "I'll do you this justice, Mr. Holmes, that I was never in a case yet that I didn't feel stronger for having you on my side. There's only the one exit to these flats, so we have him safe." "Who is he?" "Well, well, we score over you for once, Mr. Holmes. You must give us best this time." He struck his stick sharply upon the ground, on which a cabman, his whip in his hand, sauntered over from a four-wheeler which stood on the far side of the street. "May I introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" he said to the cabman. "This is Mr. Leverton of Pinkerton's American Agency." "The hero of the Long Island cave mystery?" said Holmes. "Sir, I am pleased to meet you." The American, a quiet, businesslike young man, with a clean-shaven, hatchet face, flushed up at the words of commendation. "I am on the trail of my life now, Mr. Holmes," said he. "If I can get Georgiano—" "What? Georgiano of the Red Circle? Oh, he has a European fame, has he? Well, we've learned all about him in America. We know he is at the bottom of 50 murders, and yet we have nothing positive we can take him on. I tracked him over from New York, and I've been close to him for a week in London, waiting some excuse to get my hand on his collar. Mr. Gregson and I ran him to ground in that big tenement house, and there's only one door, so he can't slip us. There's 3 folk come out since he went in, but I'll swear he wasn't one of them." "Mr. Holmes talks of signals," said Gregson. "I expect, as usual, he knows a good deal that we don't." In a few clear words, Holmes explained the situation as it had appeared to us. The American struck his hands together with vexation. "He's on to us," he cried. "Why do you think so?" "Well, It figures out that way, does it not? Here he is, sending out messages to an accomplice. There are several of his gang in London. Then suddenly, just as by your own account he was telling them that there was danger, he broke short off. What could it mean except that, from the window, he had suddenly either caught sight of us in the street, or in some way come to understand how close the danger was, and that he must act right away if he was to avoid it? What do you suggest, Mr. Holmes? That we go off at once and see for ourselves. But we have no warrant for his arrest. He is in unoccupied premises under suspicious circumstances, said Gregson. That is good enough for the moment. When we have him by the heels, we can see if New York can't help us to keep him. I'll take the responsibility of arresting him now. Our official detectives may blunder in the matter of intelligence, but never in that of courage. Gregson climbed the stair to arrest this desperate murderer with the same absolute quiet and businesslike bearing with which he would have ascended the official staircase of Scotland Yard. The Pinkerton man had tried to push past him, but Gregson had firmly elbowed him back. London dangers were the privilege of the London force. The door of the left-hand flat upon the third landing was standing ajar. Gregson pushed it open. Within, all was absolute silence and darkness. I struck a match and lit the detective's lantern. As I did so, and as the flicker steadied into a flame, we all gave a gasp of surprise. On the deal boards of the carpetless floor there was outlined a fresh track of blood. The red steps pointed towards us and led away from an inner room, the door of which was closed. Gregson flung it open and held his light full blaze in front of him, while we all peered eagerly over his shoulders. In the middle of the floor of the empty room was huddled the figure of an enormous man, his clean-shaven, swarthy face grotesquely horrible in its contortion, and his head encircled by a ghastly crimson halo of blood, lying in a broad wet circle upon the white woodwork. His knees were drawn up, his hands thrown out in agony, and from the centre of his broad, brown upturned throat there projected the white haft of a knife driven blade deep into his body. Giant as he was, the man must have gone down like a pole-axed ox before that terrific blow. Beside his right hand, a most formidable horn-handled, two-edged dagger lay upon the floor, and near it a black kid glove. "By George, it's Black Georgiano himself!" cried the American detective. "Someone has got ahead of us this time." "Here is the candle in the window, Mr. Holmes," said Gregson. "Why, whatever are you doing?" Holmes had stepped across, had lit the candle, and was passing it backward and forward across the window-panes. Then he peered into the darkness, blew the candle out, and threw it on the floor. "I rather think that will be helpful," said he. He came over and stood in deep thought while the two professionals were examining the body. "You say that 3 people came out from the flat while you were waiting downstairs," said he at last. "Did you observe them closely?" "Yes." "Was there a fellow about 30, black-bearded, dark, of middle size?" "Yes. He was the last to pass me." "That is your man, I fancy. I can give you his description, and we have a very excellent outline of his footmark. That should be enough for you." "Not much, Mr. Holmes, among the millions of London." "Perhaps not. That is why I thought it best to summon this lady to your aid." We all turned round at the words. There, framed in the doorway, was a tall and beautiful woman, the mysterious lodger of Bloomsbury. Slowly she advanced, her face pale and drawn with a frightful apprehension, her eyes fixed and staring, her terrified gaze riveted upon the dark figure on the floor. "You have killed him," she muttered. "Oh, dear mio, you have killed him!" Then I heard a sudden sharp intake of her breath, and she sprang into the air with a cry of joy. Round and round the room she danced, her hands clapping, her dark eyes gleaming with delighted wonder, and 1,000 pretty Italian exclamations pouring from her lips. It was terrible and amazing to see such a woman so convulsed with joy at such a sight. Suddenly she stopped and gazed at us all with a questioning stare. "But you are police, are you not? You have killed Giuseppe Giorgiano." "We are police, madam." She looked round into the shadows of the room. "But where, then, is Gennaro?" she asked. "He is my husband, Gennaro Luca. I am Emilia Luca, and we are both from New York. Where is Gennaro?" "He called me this moment from this window, and I ran with all my speed." "It was I who called," said Holmes. "You? How could you call?" "Your cipher was not difficult, madam. Your presence here was desirable. I knew that I had only to flash Vieni, and you would surely come." The beautiful Italian looked with awe at my companion. "I do not understand how you know these things," she said. "Giuseppe Giorgiano, how did he—" She paused, and then suddenly her face lit up with pride and delight. "Now I see it. My Gennaro! My splendid, beautiful Gennaro, who has guarded me safe from all harm. He did it. With his own strong hand he killed the monster. Oh, Gennaro, how wonderful you are! What woman could ever be worthy of such a man?" "Well, Mrs. Luca," said the prosaic Gregson, laying his hand upon the lady's sleeve with as little sentiment as if she were a Notting Hill hooligan, "I'm not very clear yet who you are or what you are, but you said enough to make it very clear that we shall want you at the Yard." "One moment, Gregson," said Holmes. "I rather fancy that this lady may be as anxious to give us information as we can be to get it. You understand, madam, that your husband will be arrested and tried for the death of the man who lies before us. What you say may be used in evidence, but if you think that he has acted from motives which are not criminal and which he would wish to have known, then you cannot serve him better than by telling us the whole story." "Now that Giorgiano is dead, we fear nothing," said the lady. "He was a devil and a monster, and there can be no judge in the world who would punish my husband for having killed him." "In that case," said Holmes, "my suggestion is that we lock this door, leave things as we found them, go with this lady to her room, and form our opinion after we have heard what it is that she has to say to us." Half an hour later we were seated, all four, in the small sitting-room of Signora Luca, listening to her remarkable narrative of those sinister events, the ending of which we had chanced to witness. She spoke in rapid and fluent, but very unconventional English, which, for the sake of clearness, I will make grammatical. "I was born in Posillipo, near Naples," said she, "and was the daughter of Augusto Varelli, who was the chief lawyer and once the deputy of that part. Gennaro was in my father's employment, and I came to love him as any woman must. He had neither money nor position, nothing but his beauty and strength and energy, so my father forbade the match. We fled together, were married in Bari, and sold my jewels to gain the money which would take us to America. This was 4 years ago, and we have been in New York ever since. Fortune was very good to us at first. Gennaro was able to do a service to an Italian gentleman. He saved him from some ruffians in the place called the Bowery, and so made a powerful friend. His name was Tito Castellotti, and he was the senior partner of the great firm of Castellotti and Zamba, who are the chief fruit importers of New York. Signor Zamba is an invalid, and our new friend Castellotti has all power within the firm, which employs more than 300 men. He took my husband into his employment, made him head of a department, and showed his good will towards him in every way. Signor Castellotti was a bachelor, and I believe that he felt as if Gennaro was his son, and both my husband and I loved him as if he were our father. We had taken and furnished a little house in Brooklyn, and our whole future seemed assured when that black cloud appeared which was soon to overspread our sky. One night, when Gennaro returned from his work, he brought a fellow countryman back with him. His name was Giorgiano, and he had come also from Posilipo. He was a huge man, as you can testify, for you have looked upon his corpse. Not only was his body that of a giant, but everything about him was grotesque, gigantic, and terrifying. His voice was like thunder in our little house. There was scarce room for the whirl of his great arms as he talked. His thoughts, his emotions, his passions, all were exaggerated and monstrous. He talked, or rather roared, with such energy that others could but sit and listen, cowed with the mighty stream of words. His eyes blazed at you and held you at his mercy. He was a terrible and wonderful man. I thank God that he is dead. He came again and again, yet I was aware that Gennaro was no more happy than I was in his presence. My poor husband would sit pale and listless, listening to the endless raving upon politics and upon social questions which made up our visitors' conversation. Gennaro said nothing, but I, who knew him so well, could read in his face some emotion which I had never seen there before. At first I thought that it was dislike, and then gradually I understood that it was more than dislike. It was fear, a deep, secret, shrinking fear. That night, the night that I read his terror, I put my arms round him, and I implored him by his love for me and by all that he held dear to hold nothing from me and tell me why this huge man overshadowed him so. He told me, and my own heart grew cold as ice as I listened. My poor Gennaro, in his wild and fiery days, when all the world seemed against him and his mind was driven half mad by the injustices of life, had joined a Neapolitan society, the Red Circle, which was allied to the old Carbonari. The oaths and secrets of this brotherhood were frightful, but once within its rule no escape was possible. When we had fled to America, Gennaro thought that he had cast it all off for ever. What was his horror one evening to meet in the streets the very man who had initiated him in Naples, the giant Giorgiano, a man who had earned the name of Death in the south of Italy, for he was red to the elbow in murder. He had come to New York to avoid the Italian police, and he had already planted a branch of this dreadful society in his new home. All this Gennaro told me, and showed me a summons which he had received that very day, a red circle drawn upon the head of it, telling him that a lodge would be held upon a certain date, and that his presence at it was required and ordered. That was bad enough, but worse was to come. I had noticed for some time that when Giorgiano came to us, as he constantly did, in the evening, he spoke much to me, and even when his words were to my husband, those terrible, glaring, wild-beast eyes of his were always turned upon me. One night his secret came out. I had awakened what he called love within him, the love of a brute, a savage. Gennaro had not yet returned when he came. He pushed his way in, seized me in his mighty arms, hugged me in his bear's embrace, covered me with kisses, and implored me to come away with him. I was struggling and screaming when Gennaro entered and attacked him. He struck Gennaro senseless and fled from the house, which he was never more to enter. It was a deadly enemy that we made that night. A few days later came the meeting. Gennaro returned from it with a face which told me that something dreadful had occurred. It was worse than we could have imagined possible. The funds of the society were raised by blackmailing rich Italians and threatening them with violence should they refuse the money. It seemed that Castellotti, our dear friend and benefactor, had been approached. He had refused to yield to threats, and he had handed the notices to the police. It was resolved now that such an example should be made of them as would prevent any other victim from rebelling. At the meeting it was arranged that he and his house should be blown up with dynamite. There was a drawing of lots as to who should carry out the deed. Gennaro saw our enemy's cruel face smiling at him as he dipped his hand in the bag. No doubt it had been prearranged in some fashion, for it was the fatal disc with the red circle upon it, the mandate for murder, which lay upon his palm. He was to kill his best friend, or he was to expose himself and me to the vengeance of his comrades. It was part of their fiendish system to punish those whom they feared or hated by injuring not only their own persons but those whom they loved, and it was the knowledge of this which hung as a terror over my poor Gennaro's head and drove him nearly crazy with apprehension. All that night we sat together, our arms round each other, each strengthening each for the troubles that lay before us. The very next evening had been fixed for the attempt. By midday my husband and I were on our way to London, but not before he had given our benefactor full warning of this danger, and had also left such information for the police as would safeguard his life for the future. The rest, gentlemen, you know for yourselves. We were sure that our enemies would be behind us like our own shadows. Giorgiano had his private reasons for vengeance, but in any case we knew how ruthless, cunning and untiring he could be. Both Italy and America are full of stories of his dreadful powers. If ever they were exerted, it would be now. My darling made use of the few clear days which our start had given us in arranging for a refuge for me in such a fashion that no possible danger could reach me. For his own part, he wished to be free that he might communicate both with the American and with the Italian police. I do not myself know where he lived or how. All that I learned was through the columns of a newspaper. But once, as I looked through my window, I saw two Italians watching the house, and I understood that in some way Giorgiano had found our retreat. Finally, Gennaro told me, through the paper, that he would signal to me from a certain window, but when the signals came they were nothing but warnings, which were suddenly interrupted. It is very clear to me now that he knew Giorgiano to be close upon him, and that, thank God, he was ready for him when he came. And now, gentlemen, I would ask you whether we have anything to fear from the law, or whether any judge upon earth would condemn my Gennaro for what he has done. "Well, Mr. Gregson," said the American, looking across at the official, "I don't know what your British point of view may be, but I guess that in New York this lady's husband will receive a pretty general vote of thanks." "She will have to come with me and see the chief," Gregson answered. "If what she says is corroborated, I do not think she or her husband has much to fear. But what I can't make head or tail of, Mr. Holmes, is how on earth you got yourself mixed up in the matter." "Education, Gregson, education. Still seeking knowledge at the old university. Well, Watson, you have one more specimen of the tragic and grotesque to add to your collection. By the way, it is not 8 o'clock, and a Wagner night at Covent Garden. If we hurry, we might be in time for the second act." End of The Adventure of the Red Circle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
The City of Gone Away, from the Collected Works of Ambrose Bierce, Volume 8. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The City of Gone Away by Ambrose Bierce. I was born of poor because honest parents, and until I was 23 years old, never knew the possibilities of happiness latent in another person's coin. At that time, Providence threw me into a deep sleep and revealed to me in a dream the folly of labor. "Behold," said a vision of a holy hermit, "the poverty and squalor of your lot, and listen to the teachings of nature. You rise in the morning from your pallet of straw, and go forth in your daily labor in the fields. The flowers nod their heads in friendly salutation as you pass. The lark greets you with a burst of song. The early sun sheds his temperate beams upon you, and from the dewy grass you inhale an atmosphere cool and grateful to your lungs. All nature seems to salute you with the joy of a generous servant welcoming a faithful master. You are in harmony with her greatest mood, and your soul sings within you. You begin your daily task at the plow, hopeful that the noonday will fulfill the promise of the morn, maturing the charms of the landscape and confirming its benediction upon your spirit. You follow the plow until fatigue invokes repose, and seating yourself upon the earth at the end of your furrow, you expect to enjoy in fullness the delights of which you did but taste. Alas, the sun has climbed into a brazen sky, and his beams are become a torrent. The flowers have closed their petals, confining their perfume and denying their colors to the eye. Coolness no longer exhales from the grass. The dew has vanished, and the dry surface of the field repeats the fierce heat of the sky. No longer the birds of heaven salute you with melody, but the jay harshly upbraids you from the edge of the copse. Unhappy man, all the gentle and healing ministrations of nature are denied you in punishment of your sin. You have broken the first commandment of the natural decalogue. You have labored. Awakening from my dream, I collected my few belongings, bade adieu to my erring parents, and departed out of that land, pausing at the grave of my grandfather, who had been a priest, to take an oath that never again, heaven help me, would I earn an honest penny. How long I traveled I know not, but I came at last to a great city by the sea, where I set up as a physician. The name of the place I do not now remember, for such were my activity and renown in my new profession that the alderman, moved by pressure of public opinion, altered it, and henceforth the place was known as the City of Gone Away. It is needless to say that I have no knowledge of medicine, but by securing the service of an eminent forger, I obtained a diploma purporting to have been granted by the royal quackery of charlatanic empiricism at Hoodoo's, which, framed by Immortellus and suspended by a bit of crape to a willow in front of my office, attracted the ailing in great numbers. In connection with my dispensary, I conducted one of the largest undertaking establishments ever known, and as soon as my means permitted, purchased a wide tract of land and made it into a cemetery. I owned also some very profitable marble works on one side of the gateway to the cemetery, and on the other an extensive flower garden. My mourner's emporium was patronized by the beauty, fashion, and sorrow of the city. In short, I was in a very prosperous way of business, and within a year was able to send for my parents, and establish my old father very comfortably as the receiver of stolen goods, an act which I confess was saved from the reproach of filial gratitude only by my extraction of all the profits. But the vicissitudes of fortune are avoidable only by practice of the sternest indigence. Human foresight cannot provide against the envy of the gods and the tireless machinations of fate. The widening circle of prosperity grows weaker as it spreads, until the antagonistic forces which it has pushed back are made powerful by compression to resist and finally overwhelm. So great grew the renown of my skill in medicine that patients were brought to me from all corners of the globe, burdensome invalids whose tardiness in dying was a perpetual grief to their friends, wealthy testators whose legatees were desirous to come by their own, superfluous children of penitent parents, and dependent parents of frugal children, wives of husbands ambitious to remarry, and husbands of wives without standing in the courts of divorce. These and all conceivable classes of the surplus population were conducted to my dispensary in the City of Gone Away. They came in incalculable multitudes. Government agents brought me caravans of orphans, paupers, lunatics, and all who had become a public charge. My skill in curing orphanism and pauperism was particularly acknowledged by a grateful parliament. Naturally, all this promoted the public prosperity, for although I got the greater part of the money that strangers expended in the city, the rest went into the channels of trade, and I was myself a liberal investor, purchaser, and employer, and the patron of the arts and sciences. The city of Gone-Away grew so rapidly that in a few years it had enclosed my cemetery, despite its own constant growth. In that fact lay the lion that rent me. The alderman declared my cemetery a public evil, and decided to take it from me, remove the bodies to another place, and make a park of it. I was to be paid for it, and could easily bribe the appraiser to fix a high price. But for a reason which will appear, the decision gave me little joy. It was in vain that I protested against the sacrilege of disturbing the holy dead, although this was a powerful appeal, for in that land the dead were held in religious veneration. Temples were built in their honor, and a separate priesthood maintained at the public expense, whose only duty is the performance of memorial services of the most solemn and touching kind. On 4 days in the year there is a festival of the good, as it is called, when all people lay by their work or business, and, headed by the priest, march in procession through the cemeteries, adorning the graves, and praying in the temples. However bad a man's life may be, it is believed that when dead he enters into a state of eternal and inexpressible happiness. To signify a doubt of this is an offense punishable by death. To deny burial to the dead, or to exhume a buried body except under sanction of law by special dispensation and with solemn ceremony, is a crime having no stated penalty, because no one has ever had the hardihood to commit it. All these considerations were in my favor, yet so well assured were the people and their civic officials that my cemetery was injurious to the public health that it was condemned and appraised, and with terror in my heart I received 3 times its value, and began to settle my affairs with all speed. A week later was the day appointed for the formal inauguration of the ceremony of removing the bodies. The day was fine, and the entire population of the city and surrounding country was present at the imposing religious rites. These were directed by the mortuary priesthood in full canonicals. There was propitiatory sacrifice in the temples of the once, followed by a processional pageant of great splendor, ending at the cemetery. The great mayor in his robe of state led the procession. He was armed with a golden spade, and followed by 100 male and female singers, clad all in white, and chanting the hymn to the gone away. Behind them came the minor priesthood of the temples, all the civic authorities, habited in their official apparel, each carrying a live pig as an offering to the gods of the dead. Of the many divisions of the line, the last was formed by the populace, with uncovered heads, sifting dust into their hair in a token of humility. In the front of the mortuary chapel in the midst of the necropolis, the supreme priest stood in gorgeous vestments, supported on each hand by a line of bishops and other dignitaries of his prelacy, all frowning with the utmost austerity. As the great mayor paused in the presence, the minor clergy, the civic authorities, the choir and populace closed in and encompassed the spot. The great mayor, laying his golden spade at the feet of the supreme priest, knelt in silence. "Why comest thou here, presumptuous mortal?" said the supreme priest in clear, deliberate tones. "Is it thy unhallowed purpose with this implement to uncover the mysteries of death and break the repose of the good?" The great mayor, still kneeling, drew from his robe a document with portentous seals. "Behold, O ineffable, thy servant, having warrant of his people, entreateth at thy holy hands the custody of the good, to the end and purpose that they lie in fitter earth, by consecration duly prepared against their coming." With that he placed in the sacerdotal hands the order of the Council of Aldermen, decreeing the removal. Merely touching the parchment, the supreme priest passed it to the head necropolitan at his side, and raising his hands, relaxed the severity of his countenance, and exclaimed, "The gods comply." Down the line of prelates on either side, his gesture, look, and words were successively repeated. The great mayor rose to his feet. The choir began a solemn chant, and, opportunely, a funeral car drawn by 10 white horses with black plumes rolled in at the gate, and made its way through the parting crowd to the grave selected for the occasion, that of the high official whom I had treated for chronic incumbency. The great mayor touched the grave with his golden spade, which he then presented to the supreme priest, and 2 stalwart diggers with iron ones set vigorously to work. At that moment I was observed to leave the cemetery and the country. For the report of the rest of the proceedings I am indebted to my sainted father, who related it in a letter to me, written in jail the night before he had the irreparable misfortune to take the kink out of a rope. As the workmen proceeded with their excavation, 4 bishops stationed themselves at the corners of the grave, and in the profound silence of the multitude, broken otherwise only by the harsh grinding sound of the spades, repeated continuously, one after another, the solemn invocations and responses from the ritual of the disturbed, imploring the Blessed Brother to forgive. But the Blessed Brother was not there. Full fathom 2 they mined for him in vain, then gave it up. The priests were visibly disconcerted. The populace was aghast, for that grave was indubitably vacant. After a brief consultation with the supreme priest, the great mayor ordered the workmen to open another grave. The ritual was omitted this time until the coffin should be uncovered. There was no coffin, no body. The cemetery was now a scene of the wildest confusion and dismay. People shouted and ran hither and thither, gesticulating, clamoring, all talking at once, none listening. Some ran for spades, fire shovels, hoes, sticks, anything. Some brought carpenter's adze, even chisels from the marble works, and with these inadequate aids set to work upon the first graves they came to. Others fell upon the mounds with their bare hands, scraping away the earth as eagerly as dogs digging for marmots. Before nightfall, the surface of the greater part of the cemetery had been upturned. Every grave had been explored to the bottom, and thousands of men were tearing away at the inner spaces with as furious a frenzy as exhaustion would permit. As night came on, torches were lighted, and in the sinister glare these frantic mortals, looking like a legion of fiends performing some unholy rite, pursued their disappointing work until they had devastated the entire area. But not a body did they find, not even a coffin. The explanation was exceedingly simple. An important part of my income had been derived from the sale of cadavers to medical colleges, which had never before been so well supplied, and which, in added recognition of my services to science, had all bestowed upon me diplomas, degrees, and fellowships without number. But their demand for cadavers was unequal to my supply. By even the most prodigal extravagances, they did not consume the 1/2 of the products of my skill as a physician. As to the rest, I had owned and operated the most extensive and thoroughly appointed soapworks in all the country. The excellence of my toilette homoline was attested by certificates from scores of saintly theologians, and I had one in autograph from Bedelina Fatti, the most famous living soprano. The end of The City of the Gone Away by Ambrose Bierce.
The Gamekeeper by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. It was after dinner, and we were talking about adventures and accidents which happened while out shooting. An old friend known to all of us, Monsieur Boniface, a great sportsman and a connoisseur of wine, a man of wonderful physique, witty and gay, and endowed with an ironical and resigned philosophy which manifested itself in caustic humour, and never in melancholy, suddenly exclaimed, "I know a story, or rather a tragedy, which is somewhat peculiar. It is not at all like those which one hears of usually. I have never told it, thinking that it would interest no one. It is not at all sympathetic. I mean by that it does not arouse the kind of interest which pleases or which moves one agreeably. Here is the story. I was then about 35 years of age, and a most enthusiastic sportsman. In those days I owned a lonely bit of property in the neighbourhood of Jourmege, surrounded by forests and abounding in hares and rabbits. I was accustomed to spending 4 or 5 days alone there each year, there not being room enough to allow of my bringing a friend with me. I had placed there as gamekeeper an old retired gendarme, a good man, hot-tempered, a severe disciplinarian, a terror to poachers and fearing nothing. He lived all alone, far from the village, in a little house, or rather hut, consisting of 2 rooms downstairs, with kitchen and storeroom, and 2 upstairs. One of them, a kind of box, just large enough to accommodate a bed, a cupboard and a chair, was reserved for my use. Old man Cavalier lived in the other one. When I said that he was alone in this place, I was wrong. He had taken his nephew with him, a young scamp about 14 years old, who used to go to the village and run errands for the old man. This young scapegrace was long and lanky, with yellow hair, so light that it resembled the fluff of a plucked chicken, so thin that he seemed bald. Besides this, he had enormous feet and the hands of a giant. He was cross-eyed and never looked at anyone. He struck me as being in the same relation to the human race as ill-smelling beasts are to the animal race. He reminded me of a polecat. He slept in a kind of hole at the top of the stairs which led to the 2 rooms. But during my short sojourns at the pavilion, so I called the hut, Marius would give up his nook to an old woman from Ecocherville called Celeste, who used to come and cook for me, as old man Cavalier's stews were not sufficient for my healthy appetite. You know now the characters and the locality. Here is the story. It was on the 15th of October 1854. I shall remember that date as long as I live. I left Rouen on horseback, followed by my dog Bock, a big Dalmatian hound from Poitou, full-chested and with a heavy jaw, which could retrieve among the bushes like a Pont Andermere spaniel. I was carrying my satchel slung across my back and my gun diagonally across my chest. It was a cold, windy, gloomy day, with clouds scurrying across the sky. As I went up the hill at Canteleu, I looked over the broad valley of the Seine, the river winding in and out along its course as far as the eye could see. To the right the towers of Rouen stood out against the sky, and to the left the landscape was bounded by the distant slopes covered with trees. Then I crossed the forest of Rumère, and towards 5 o'clock reached the pavilion, where Cavalier and Celeste were expecting me. For 10 years I had appeared there at the same time, in the same manner, and for 10 years the same faces had greeted me with the same words. "Welcome, master. We hope your health is good." Cavalier had hardly changed. He withstood time like an old tree, but Celeste, especially in the past 4 years, had become unrecognizable. She was bent almost double, and, although still active, when she walked her body was almost at right angles to her legs. The old woman, who was very devoted to me, always seemed affected at seeing me again, and each time as I left she would say, "This may be the last time, master." The sad, timid farewell of this old servant This hopeless resignation to the inevitable fate, which was not far off for her, moved me strangely each year. I dismounted, and while Cavalier, whom I had greeted, was leading my horse to the little shed which served as a stable, I entered the kitchen, which also served as dining-room, followed by Celeste. Here the gamekeeper joined us. I saw at first glance that something was the matter. He seemed preoccupied, ill at ease, worried. I said to him, "Well, Cavalier, is everything all right?" He muttered, "Yes and no. There are things I don't like." I asked, "What? Tell me about it." But he shook his head. "Oh, not yet, monsieur. I do not wish to bother you with my little troubles so soon after your arrival." I insisted, but he absolutely refused to give me any information before dinner. From his expression I could tell that it was something very serious. Not knowing what to say to him, I asked, "How about game? Much of it this year?" "Oh, yes. You'll find all you want, thank heaven. I looked out for that." He said this with so much seriousness, with such sad solemnity, that it was really almost funny. His big grey moustache seemed almost ready to drop from his lips. Suddenly I remembered that I had not yet seen his nephew. "Where is Marius? Why does he not show himself?" The gamekeeper started, looking me suddenly in the face. "Well, monsieur, I had rather tell you the whole business right away. It's on account of him that I am worrying." "Ah, well, where is he?" "Over in the stable, monsieur. I was waiting for the right time to bring him out." "What has he done?" "Well, monsieur—" The gamekeeper, however, hesitated, his voice altered and shaky, his face suddenly furrowed by the deep lines of an old man. He continued slowly, "Well, I found out last winter that someone was poaching in the woods of Rosaires, but I could not seem to catch the man. I spent night after night on the lookout for him. In vain. During that time they began poaching over by Écocheville. I was growing thin from vexation. But as for catching the trespasser, impossible. One might have thought that the rascal was forewarned of my plans. But one day while I was brushing Marius's Sunday trousers, I found 40 cents in his pocket. Where did he get it? I thought the matter over for about a week, and I noticed that he used to go out. He would leave the house just as I was coming home to go to bed. Yes, monsieur. Then I started to watch him, without the slightest suspicion of the real facts. One morning, just after I had gone to bed before him, I got right up again and followed him. For shadowing a man, there is nobody like me, monsieur. And I caught him, Marius, poaching on your land, monsieur. He my nephew, I your keeper. The blood rushed to my head, and I almost killed him on the spot. I hit him so hard. Oh, yes, I thrashed him all right, and I promised him that he would get another beating from my hand in your presence as an example. There, I've grown thin from sorrow. You know how it is when one is worried like that. But tell me, what would you have done? The boy has no father or mother, and I am the last one of his blood. I kept him. I couldn't drive him out, could I? I told him that if it happened again, I'd have no more pity for him. All would be over. There, did I do right, monsieur? I answered, holding out my hand. You did well, Cavalier. You are an honest man. He rose. Thank you, monsieur. Now I am going to fetch him. I must give him his thrashing as an example. I knew that it was hopeless to try and turn the old man from his idea. I therefore let him have his own way. He got the rascal and brought him back by the ear. I was seated on a cane chair with the solemn expression of a judge. Marius seemed to have grown. He was homelier even than the year before, with his evil, sneaking expression. His big hands seemed gigantic. His uncle pushed him up to me and, in his soldierly voice, said, "Beg the gentleman's pardon." The boy didn't say a word. Then, putting one arm round him, the former gendarme lifted him right off the ground and began to whack him with such force that I rose to stop the blows. The boy was now howling, "Mercy, mercy, mercy, I promise." Cavalier put him back on the ground and forced him to his knees. "Beg for pardon," he said. With eyes lowered, the scamp murmured, "I ask for pardon." Then his uncle lifted him to his feet and dismissed him with a cuff which almost knocked him down again. He made his escape, and I did not see him again that evening. Cavalier appeared overwhelmed. "He is a bad egg," he said. And throughout the whole dinner he kept repeating, "Oh, that worries me, monsieur, that worries me." I tried to comfort him, but in vain. I went to bed early, so that I might start out at daybreak. My dog was already asleep on the floor at the foot of my bed when I put out the light. I was awakened toward midnight by the furious barking of my dog, Bock. I immediately noticed that my room was full of smoke. I jumped out of bed, struck a light, ran to the door and opened it. A cloud of flames burst in. The house was on fire. I quickly closed a heavy oak door and, drawing on my trousers, I first lowered the dog through the window by means of a rope made of my sheets. Then, having thrown out the rest of my clothes, my game bag and my gun, I in turn escaped the same way. I began to shout with all my might, "Cavalier! Cavalier! Cavalier!" But the gamekeeper did not wake up. He slept soundly like an old gendarme. However, I could see through the lower windows that the whole ground floor was nothing but a roaring furnace. I also noticed that it had been filled with straw to make it burn readily. Somebody must have purposely set fire to the place. I continued shrieking wildly, "Cavalier!" Then the thought struck me that the smoke might be suffocating him. An idea came to me. I slipped 2 cartridges into my gun and shot straight at his window. The 6 panes of glass shattered into the room in a cloud of glass. This time the old man had heard me, and he appeared, dazed, in his nightshirt, bewildered by the glare which illuminated the whole front of his house. I cried to him, "Your house is on fire! Escape through the window! Quick, quick!" The flames were coming out through all the cracks downstairs, were licking along the wall, were creeping towards him and going to surround him. He jumped and landed on his feet like a cat. It was none too soon. The thatch roof cracked in the middle, right over the staircase, which formed a kind of flue for the fire downstairs, and an immense red jet jumped up into the air, spreading like a stream of water and sprinkling a shower of sparks around the hut. In a few seconds it was nothing but a pool of flames. Cavalier, thunderstruck, asked, "How did the fire start?" I answered, "Somebody lit it in the kitchen." He muttered, "Who could have started the fire?" And I, suddenly guessing, answered, "Marius." The old man understood. He stammered, "Good God, that's why he didn't return." A terrible thought flashed through my mind. I cried, "And Celeste, Celeste!" He did not answer. The house caved in before us, forming only an enormous, bright, blinding brazier, an awe-inspiring funeral pile, where the poor woman could no longer be anything but a glowing ember of human flesh. We had not heard a single cry. As the fire crept toward the shed, I suddenly bethought me of my horse, and Cavalier ran to free it. Hardly had he opened the door of the stable when a supple, nimble body darted between his legs and threw him on his face. It was Marius, running for all he was worth. The man was up in a second. He tried to run after the wretch, but, seeing that he could not catch him, and maddened by an irresistible anger, yielded to one of those thoughtless impulses which we cannot foresee or prevent. He picked up my gun, which was lying on the ground near him, put it to his shoulder, and before I could make a motion, he pulled the trigger without even noticing whether or not the weapon was loaded. One of the cartridges which I had put in to announce the fire was still intact, and the charge caught the fugitive right in the back, throwing him forward on the ground, bleeding profusely. He immediately began to claw the earth with his hands and with his knees, as though trying to run on all fours like a rabbit who has been mortally wounded, and sees the hunter approaching. I rushed forward to the boy, but I could already hear the death rattle. He passed away before the fire was extinguished without having said a word. Cavalier, still in his shirt, his legs bare, was standing near us, motionless, dazed. When the people from the village arrived, my gamekeeper was taken away like an insane man. I appeared at the trial as witness and related the facts in detail without changing a thing. Cavalier was acquitted. He disappeared that very day, leaving the country. I have never seen him since. There, gentlemen, that is my story. End of The Gamekeeper by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Her Birthday by Algernon Blackwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbe. Her Birthday by Algernon Blackwood. It was her birthday on the morrow, and I set forth to find a suitable and worthy present. My means, judged by the standards of the big merchants, seemed trivial, yet could I but discover the right gift, no matter how insignificant, I felt sure that it would please her, and so make me doubly happy. And the kind of gift I already knew, for I had a specimen of it in my humble lodgings, only of so poor a type that I was ashamed to offer it. I must find somewhere a much, much better one if possible, perfect and without a single flaw. I went, therefore, into the great shops and saw 1,000 wonderful and lovely things. So particular was I, however, and so difficult to suit, that I wearied the salesfolk, and began to feel despondent. All that they showed me was so wrong, so cheap. In the matter of actual expense there was no disagreement, for I mentioned plainly beforehand the price that I would pay, or rather that I was prepared to pay. But in the nature and the quality of the goods there was no satisfying me at all. Everything that they spread before my eyes seemed ordinary, trifling, even spurious. Marvellously fashioned, and of the most costly description, they yet seemed somewhat counterfeit. The goods were sham. Already she possessed far better. There was nowhere, and I went to the very best emporiums where the rich and favourite of the world bought their offerings, there was nowhere the little genuine thing I sought. The finest thing that was set before me seemed unworthy. I compared one and all with the specimen, broken yet authentic, that I had at home. And even the cleverest of the salesfolk was unable to deceive me, because I knew. And this, for instance, I asked at length, far from content, yet thinking it might just do perhaps in place of anything better I could find. How much is this magnificent jewelled thing, with its ingenious little surprise for each day in the entire year? You mentioned, 10 million pounds, sir, said the man obsequiously. 10 million pounds, sir, said the man obsequiously, while he eyed me with a close and questioning glance. 10 million only, and I laughed in his face. That was the price you named, sir, he murmured. I drew myself up, looking disdainfully, pityingly at him, and though he met my eye, he hesitated. Over his tired features there stole a soft and marvellous expression. Something more tender than starlight shone in his little eyes, and as he answered in a gentle voice that was almost a whisper, I saw him smile as a man may smile when he understands a divine, unutterable thing. Glory touched him for an instant with high radiance, and a hint of delicious awe hid shyly in his voice. I barely caught the words, so low he murmured them. I fear, sir, that what you want is not to be had at all, in our establishment. You will hardly find it. It is not in the market. He seemed to bow his head in reverence a moment. It is not for sale. And so I went back to my dingy lodgings, having made no single purchase. I looked fondly at my own little specimen, trying to imagine it had somehow gained in value, in beauty, almost in splendor. At least, I said to myself, it is not spurious. It is real. And, sitting down to my table, I dipped my broken pen into a penny bottle of inferior ink, and began my birthday letter. This is your birthday, dear, and I send you all my love. Being young, I underlined the words describing my little present, thinking to increase its value thus. But I did not complete the sentence, for there was another thing that I must find to send her, or she would be disappointed. And a birthday comes but once a year. But again, though I already possessed the tiny specimen of this other thing I sought, it did not seem to me nearly good enough to offer. Though genuine, it was worn by frequent use. Its luster had dimmed a little, for I touched it daily. It seemed too ordinary and common for a special present. I was ashamed to send it. So I set out again and searched, in every likely and unlikely place, even groping in the dark about the altars of the churches where I found by chance the doors ajar, and penetrating to those secret shrines where those who seek truth, it is said, go in to pray. For I knew that there was this other little present from me that she would look for, because she had need of it. And my search was wonderful and full of high adventure, yet so long that the moon had drawn the hood over the door of her silver tent, and the stars were fading in the east behind the towers of the night, before I returned home, footsore, aching, empty-handed, and very humble in my heart. For nowhere had I been able to find this other little thing she would be pleased to have from me. To my amazement, yet to my secret joy, I found nothing better than what I had at home, nothing, that is, indubitably genuine. In quantity it was not anywhere for sale. It was more rare than I had guessed, and I felt delicious triumph in me. I sat down, humble, reverent, but incommunicably proud and happy, to my unfinished letter. Unless I posted it immediately, she would not get it when she woke up on her birthday morning. I finished it. I posted it just as it was. Brief, the writing a little shaky, the paper cheap, blot, smudge and all, and my worship. And then, like a scrap of paper that enclosed the other gifts, yet need not be noticed unless she wished it, I added, above the little foolish name she knew me by, another tiny present, all that I had brought into the world or could take out with me again when I left it. I wrote, Yours ever faithfully. End of Her Birthday by Algernon Blackwood.
Hike at Calcutta, from The Golden Bark and the Weaver's Grave by Seumas O'Kelly. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Hike and Calcutta. The boss of the boat was standing over the little black stove, pouring the drink into enamel cups. His face glowed in the light of the fire. The man with the pock-marked face was squatted oriental fashion on the floor. With his face to the lighted candle, the man with the tremendously dark countenance was leaning against the water keg in the corner. His skin was like leather, and he never washed. They called him Calcutta, because it had been said that a man with a face like his could only have come out of the black hole of Calcutta. As he leaned against the keg, his smouldering eyes were levelled on Hike, the driver. Hike was at the end of the cabin, fumbling at the bunk. He was muttering to himself. The candle did not throw much light on his stunted figure as he stooped over the bunk. "Hike," the boss said, "you only drank one fill. Have another." Hike did not answer, or even turn round. Hike was deaf. "Hike!" the boss cried. Hike only muttered to himself. Calcutta stooped over the grate, picked up a piece of coal and took aim. It caught Hike on the head. He turned round, his eyes shining in the semi-gloom like the eyes of a cat. The boss laughed a little. "Drink," he said. He held out the cup. Hike made no move. Calcutta reached out for the cup and took it to Hike. Hike shook his head. A hand shot back and forth suddenly, and Hike got the fluid in the face. It flowed down his cheeks, drops running from his chin and nose with a quick little patter to the floor. Calcutta turned away from him, laughing. Then the boss and the man with the pock-marked face seconded the laugh. Hike spluttered and took a step forward, raising a threatening, feeble arm. A scowl most terrible crept into the expression of Calcutta's face as he saw the threat. Hike caught the look, and the feeble arm fell. He went over to the bunk and wiped his face in the blanket, then folded it under his arm and went up the little step-ladder through the opening on the deck. The sky was alive with stars. The canal was still and cool, the country about silent and frozen. He went over to the plank that served as gangway to the bank. It looked like a streak of silver ribbon with a crust of small jewels sparkling upon it. Hike stepped on it nervously and walked down for the bank. "Begod, he's tumbled in!" the boss swore when he heard the stifled cry and the splash in the water. He ran up the steps, the pock-marked man after him. Calcutta followed leisurely, whistling softly to himself. Hike was pulling his shrunken body up on the bank when the boss reached out a helping hand to him. When he stood up, Hike was trembling all over, the shining water running down from his clothes. He still held the blanket. "He's very wet," the pock-marked man said, "and it's freezing." "Come back to the boat," the boss urged. Huyck, holding his arms out stiffly, stood shivering and miserable in 2 little pools of water gathering about his feet. He looked up at the boat. The figure of Calcutta loomed on the deck, looking down silently on them. Huyck hesitated. "Huyck!" Calcutta shouted suddenly. He shouted the nickname in a derisive voice. Huyck turned away and walked down the road, the clothes and boots soaking and slopping about him at every step. He left a little streak of water in his wake. "He's gone to the stable," said the boss. "Aye," Calcutta agreed. "He'll lie down in the stable." The boat started on its journey in the morning as the day was breaking. Huyck came up in the dim light, leading the horse from the stable, the whip under his arm. The rope was hooked to the boat, and the men heard Huyck urging the horse to the start. "Gee up! Gee up!" they heard him cry. The hoofs of the horse struck into the hard ground, and the boat began to move slowly. They had a long journey before them. Huyck held aloof from the boatmen at meal-times. They heard him coughing and barking all day as he stepped on the bank with the horse. A few times the cough became so violent that he missed the pace, and the horse turned his head to him. Huyck had to put out his hand and seek support from the rein, catching it near the bit. The horse inclined his head, giving sanction to the support. When they changed horses, Huyck felt no loss in sympathy. All the horses along the route were accustomed to the touch of his hand. "He has the rotten old cough back again," the boss said as he stood on the boat. Calcutta leaned by the funnel, looking at Huyck, whistling softly whenever he saw the little man doubled up with the cough. When Huyck had to stop dead once, the horse stopped too, neighing. Then Calcutta's voice sang out from the boat, half in derision, half in command. "Gee up!" he shouted. At the word, the horse stepped forward with straining steps until he felt the pull of the rope. With the same instinct, Huyck staggered after him. He kept a hold of the rein the rest of the journey, his hand so close to the mouth of the brute that it was covered with froth. When the day's journey was ended, Huyck walked away with the horse to the stable. "He's going to doss in the stable again," the boss said, and Calcutta's face relaxed, showing a gleam of his teeth. When the day broke, there was no sign of Huyck. The boss went down and called out his name near the stable. There was no response. He went over to the stable and pushed open the door. A breath of hot, foul air met him. He could not see very well. He could only discern the outline of the wooden partition that divided the stable and trace the rails of the manger against the wall. The horse stirred his iron-shod hoofs on the cobbles. He saw the animal standing to one side. "Huyck!" the boss cried. The horse stirred again, turning his head, and neighed a little. The boss saw the 2 little puffs of his breath coming out like steam to the light from the shadows where he stood. He stepped over and laid a hand on the animal's back. The brute was trembling. The boss saw the short, stunted figure huddled on the bed of half-rotted straw at his feet. He stooped down and caught a glimpse of Huyck's face. It looked white and prominent, a ghastly visage in the semi-gloom. He had put out a hand to feel it when a thought struck him. What if Huyck were dead? He drew back suddenly. The strange silence in the stable was ominous. The place had an atmosphere of sordid tragedy. What made the brute tremble? Suspicion became a certainty. He walked back to the boat. "Huyck is lying in the stable," he said. "There is no stir in him. I think he is dead." The pock-marked man raised his cap and made the sign of the cross. Calcutta gave a snort of contempt. "I think he had no friends," the boss said at last. He spoke of Huyck in the past tense. "No, he had no friends. How could he?" Calcutta said. Something in his tone made the other look up. The dull eyes were straight ahead on the canal. The boss, in a vague way, thought he caught some revelation in the dark face. He saw in it an implacable hatred, the sort of hatred that haunts a broken life. "What do you know of Huyck?" he demanded. "Nothing," the other replied shortly. Go for a priest and doctor. Make a report at the police barrack, the boss said to the pock-marked man. I will. The man went down to the cabin to put on his coat. The boss walked down the deck, leaning against the tiller at the stern, looking into the yellow water. He gave himself up to one of those meditations that come to people when they are suddenly faced with death, the mysterious death that comes with stealthy steps. The boss shuddered a little as he remembered the ghastly face of Huyck in the dark stable. Then he began to ponder on the strangeness of life and the penalty of death it carried. He got no nearer to the heart of the mystery than the philosophers of the ages. After a little while he was conscious that Calcutta was standing beside him. The conversation that followed was conducted in lowered voices. Do you know what, boss? What? I was married once. Indeed? I was. The woman came to me in a roundabout kind of way. She was promised to another. She left him for me. I don't know much about the man. She did not speak often of him. That would be natural. She wanted to forget. The thing that came easiest to her was to forget. She forgot that man, and the day came when she forgot me. That was strange. It was. She forgot me because she left me. She went from me to another. The boss had an idea that all this was irrelevant, but that it at least threw some light on the ugly, brooding manner of Calcutta. I'm sorry for you, said the boss awkwardly. The other laughed, a short, hard laugh. Oh, I did not mind, he said. It was of no great concern to me when she left. No? What I felt was, she left me for a man that I had a hatred for. She left me for a man that made me feel so little. The man she went to was Huyck. So that is why you've been down on Huyck. I hounded him all right. I came on this boat to hound him. He knew it. I only stayed on the boat because I wanted to see him dying on the bank, coughing up his inside. I was never so happy as I was yesterday when the spasms were smashing him up. He knew all that very well, and I think it helped to kill him. It was that woman who made me hate him above all living things. And what became of the woman? Where is she now? Where is she? He repeated, his eyes following up the narrow neck of the water. How do I know? But I hope she's in hell. He walked back to his accustomed place by the funnel. The pock-marked man raised a cry from the bank. His hand was pointing down the road. The boss followed its direction. He gave a muttered cry. Walking up from the stable, leading his horse, was Huyck. He raised his head as he came to the boat. His colour was sickly, his eyes pathetic. But the boss thought he saw a dumb doggedness, a smouldering defiance in the expression as the eyes wandered to the figure of the dark man standing by the funnel. I overslept myself, said Huyck. I had a little headache. The boat moved on after a time. Huyck did not cough so much that day. The sun was shining pleasantly from the sky. There was warmth in the air. The scowl in the face of the man by the blackened funnel was deeper. The boss had a few words with Huyck when opportunity offered. He had a difficulty in thinking of the half-hunched, miserable person that stood before him as figuring in such an affair as Calcutta had mentioned. But then he reflected, who has ever been able to account for the ways of men? Huyck, he said in his blunt manner, were you ever married? Huyck raised the pathetic large eyes that often go with half-deformed people. A sentimental look came into them, heightening their strangeness. I was, and I was not, Huyck said, then coughed. His gaze wandered to the golden bark and the sinister figure that stood beside the funnel. There was one that was everything to me that a wife should be, Huyck confided, the note of sentimentality more pronounced. Now that was very nice, the boss said, for he knew he could venture some mild humour where there was so much emotion. Huyck's eyes grew humid. She was an angel, he said, a catch in his voice. The boss, who was healthy-minded, controlled his florid features. Where is she now? He asked half casually. Huyck hesitated. He had to bring his mind back from the riot of sentiment. He had to dispose of something in his throat. She went, he admitted at last, half enigmatically. Then he added, I hope she is in heaven. The boss walked back to the boat. The thing that was while ago a very tragic business had begun to show the underlap of comedy. When he found himself near Calcutta, he said still casually, "I know where that wife of yours is now." "I don't want to be told," the other answered. "My hope is that she's in hell." "Well, she's not. She's in heaven." Calcutta laughed hoarsely. "I might have guessed it," he said. "Guessed what?" "That the devil himself could not hold her when he got her." The boss walked down the deck. He gazed upon the sun that was growing low in the sky. Some great trees were standing out stark on the landscape. When he turned back again, he saw Hike stepping beside the horse on the bank, something in his half-humps that was stubborn, distorted, grotesque. Calcutta was by the funnel, his eyes smouldering, unblinking, implacable, as they followed the steps of the driver beside the horse. He was the sleuth-hound of the strange, silent hunt. The boss pondered on the ways of men, and again there was no explanation, no solution of the problem. The underlap of comedy was gone. In the rose light of the falling day, the sense of human tragedy dragged out on the stretch of yellow water was uppermost to his mind. He shrugged his shoulders as he put his hand for the shaft of the tiller. Hike in Calcutta by Seumas O'Kelly, read by Mary Cunningham.
His Last Bow, an epilogue of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. It was 9 o'clock at night upon the 2nd of August, the most terrible August in the history of the world. One might have thought already that God's curse hung heavy over a degenerate world, for there was an awesome hush and a feeling of vague expectancy in the sultry and stagnant air. The sun had long set, but one blood-red gash like an open wound lay low in the distant west. Above, the stars were shining brightly, and below the lights of the shipping glimmered in the bay. The two famous Germans stood beside the stone parapet of the garden walk, with the long, low, heavily gabled house behind them, and they looked down upon the broad sweep of the beach at the foot of the great chalk cliff, in which von Bork, like some wandering eagle, had perched himself 4 years before. They stood with their heads close together, talking in low, confidential tones. From below, the two glowing ends of their cigars might have been the smouldering eyes of some malignant fiend looking down in the darkness. A remarkable man, this von Bork, a man who could hardly be matched among all the devoted agents of the Kaiser. It was his talents which had first recommended him for the English mission, the most important mission of all, but since he had taken it over, those talents had become more and more manifest to the half-dozen people in the world who were really in touch with the truth. One of these was his present companion, Baron von Herling, the chief secretary of the legation, whose huge 100-horsepower Benz car was blocking the country lane as it waited to waft its owner back to London. So far as I can judge the trend of events, you will probably be back in Berlin within the week, the secretary was saying. When you get there, my dear von Bork, I think you will be surprised at the welcome you will receive. I happen to know what is thought in the highest quarters of your work in this country. He was a huge man, the secretary, deep, broad and tall, with a slow, heavy fashion of speech which had been his main asset in his political career. Von Bork laughed. "They are not very hard to deceive," he remarked. "A more docile, simple folk could not be imagined." "I don't know about that," said the other thoughtfully. "They have strange limits, and one must learn to observe them. It is that surface simplicity of theirs which makes a trap for the stranger. One's first impression is that they are entirely soft. Then one comes suddenly upon something very hard, and you know that you have reached the limit and must adapt yourself to the fact. They have, for example, their insular conventions which simply must be observed. Meaning, good form, and that sort of thing. Von Bork sighed as one who had suffered much. Meaning British prejudice in all its queer manifestations. As an example, I may quote one of my own worst blunders. I can afford to talk of my blunders, for you know my work well enough to be aware of my successes. It was on my first arrival. I was invited to a weekend gathering at the country house of a cabinet minister. The conversation was amazingly indiscreet. Von Bork nodded. "I've been there," he said dryly. "Exactly. Well, I naturally sent a resume of the information to Berlin. Unfortunately, our good Chancellor is a little heavy-handed in these matters, and he transmitted a remark which showed that he was aware of what had been said. This, of course, took the trail straight up to me. You've no idea the harm that it did me. There was nothing soft about our British hosts on that occasion, I can assure you. I was 2 years living it down. Now you, with this sporting pose of yours—" "Ah, no, don't call it a pose. A pose is an artificial thing. This is quite natural. I am a born sportsman. I enjoy it." "Well, that makes it the more effective. You yacht against them, you hunt with them, you play polo, you match them in every game. Your four-in-hand takes the prize at Olympia. I've even heard that you go the length of boxing with the young officers. What is the result? Nobody takes you seriously. You are a good old sport, quite a decent fellow for a German, a hard-drinking, nightclub, knockabout town, devil-may-care young fellow. And all the time this quiet country house of yours is the centre of half the mischief in England, and the sporting squire the most astute Secret Service man in Europe. Genius, my dear von Bork, genius." "You flatter me, Baron, but certainly I may claim my 4 years in this country have not been unproductive. I've never shown you my little store. Would you mind stepping in for a moment?" The door of the study opened straight on to the terrace. Von Bork pushed it back, and leading the way he clicked the switch of the electric light. He then closed the door behind the bulky form which followed him and carefully adjusted the heavy curtain over the latticed window. Only when all these precautions had been taken and tested did he turn his sunburned, aquiline face to his guest. "Some of my papers have gone," said he. "When my wife and the household left yesterday for Flushing, they took the less important with them. I must, of course, claim the protection of the embassy for the others. Your name has already been filed as one of the personal suite. There will be no difficulties for you or your baggage. Of course, it is just possible that we may not have to go. England may leave France to her fate. We are sure that there is no binding treaty between them." "And Belgium?" "Yes, and Belgium too." Von Bork shook his head. "I don't see how that could be. There is a definite treaty there. She could never recover from such a humiliation. She would at least have peace for the moment." "But her honour?" "Tut, my dear sir, we live in a utilitarian age. Honour is a medieval conception. Besides, England is not ready. It is an inconceivable thing, but even our special war tax of 50 million, which one would think made our purpose as clear as if we had advertised it on the front page of the Times, has not roused these people from their slumbers. Here and there one hears a question. It is my business to find an answer. Here and there also there is an irritation. It is my business to soothe it. But I can assure you that so far as the essentials go, the storage of munitions, the preparations for a submarine attack, the arrangements for making high explosive, nothing is prepared. How, then, can England come in, especially when we have stirred her up such a devil's brew of Irish civil war, window-breaking furies, and God knows what to keep her thoughts at home? She must think of her future." "Ah, that is another matter. I fancy that in the future we have our own very definite plans about England, and that your information will be very vital to us. It is today or tomorrow with Mr. John Bull. If he prefers today, we are perfectly ready. If it is tomorrow, we shall be more ready still. I should think they will be wiser to fight with allies than without them, but that is their own affair. This week is their week of destiny. But you were speaking of your papers. He sat in the armchair with the light shining upon his broad bald head, while he puffed sedately at his cigar. The large oak-panelled, book-lined room had a curtain hung in the farther corner. When this was drawn, it disclosed a large brass-bound safe. Von Bork detached a small key from his watch-chain, and after some considerable manipulation of the lock, he swung open the heavy door. "Look," said he, standing clear, with a wave of his hand. The light shone vividly into the open safe, and the Secretary of the Embassy gazed with an absorbed interest at the rows of stuffed pigeonholes with which it was furnished. Each pigeonhole had its label, and his eyes, as he glanced along them, read a long series of such titles as Fords, Harbour Defences, Aeroplanes, Ireland, Egypt, Portsmouth Forts, the Channel, Rosyth, and a score of others. Each compartment was bristling with papers and plans. "Colossal," said the Secretary. Putting down his cigar, he softly clapped his fat hands. "And all in 4 years, Baron. Not such a vast show for the hard-drinking, hard-riding country squire. But the gem of my collection is coming, and there is a setting all ready for it." He pointed to a space over which Naval Signals was printed. "But you have a good dossier there already." "Out of date and waste paper. The Admiralty in some way got the alarm, and every code has been changed. It was a blow, Baron, the worst setback in my whole campaign, but thanks to my cheque-book and the good Altamont, all will be well tonight." The Baron looked at his watch and gave a guttural exclamation of disappointment. "Well, I really can wait no longer. You can imagine that things are moving at present in Carlton Terrace, and that we all have to be at our posts. I had hoped to be able to bring news of your great coup. Did Altamont name no hour?" Von Bork pushed over a telegram. "Will come without fail tonight and bring new sparking plugs. Altamont." "Sparking plugs, eh?" "You see, he poses as a motor expert, and I keep a full garage. In our code, everything likely to come up is named after some spare part. If he talks of a radiator, it is a battleship, of an oil pump, a cruiser, and so on. Sparking plugs are naval signals." "From Portsmouth at midday," said the Secretary, examining the superscription. "By the way, what do you give him?" £500 for this particular job. Of course, he has a salary as well." "The greedy rogue. They are useful, these traitors, but I grudge them their blood money." "I grudge Altamont nothing. He is a wonderful worker. If I pay him well, at least he delivers the goods, to use his own phrase. Besides, he is not a traitor. I assure you that our most pan-Germanic junker is a suckling dove in his feelings towards England, as compared with a real bitter Irish-American." "Oh, an Irish-American?" "If you heard him talk, you would not doubt it. Sometimes I assure you I can hardly understand him. He seems to have declared war on the King's English as well as on the English King. Must you really go? He may be here any moment." "No, I'm sorry, but I have already overstayed my time. We shall expect you early tomorrow, and when you get that signal book through the little door of the Duke of York's steps, you can put a triumphant finis on your record in England." "What? Tokay?" He indicated a heavily sealed dust-covered bottle which stood with 2 high glasses upon a salver. "May I offer you a glass before your journey?" "No, thanks, but it looks like revelry." "Altamont has a nice taste in wines, and he took a fancy to my Tokay. He is a touchy fellow and needs humouring in small things. I have to study him, I assure you." They had strolled out on to the terrace again, and along it to the further end, where at a touch from the Baron's chauffeur the great car shivered and chuckled. "Those are the lights of Harwich, I suppose," said the secretary, pulling on his dust coat. "How still and peaceful it all seems. There may be other lights within a week, and the English coast a less tranquil place. The heavens, too, may not be quite so peaceful if all that the good Zeppelin promises us comes true. By the way, who is that?" Only one window showed a light behind them. In it there stood a lamp, and beside it, seated at a table, was a dear old ruddy-faced woman in a country cap. She was bending over her knitting and stopping occasionally to stroke a large black cat upon a stool beside her. "That is Martha, the only servant I have left." The secretary chuckled. "She might almost personify Britannia," said he, "with her complete self-absorption and general air of comfortable somnolence. Well, au revoir, von Bork." With a final wave of his hand, he sprang into the car, and a moment later the two golden cones from the headlights shot through the darkness. The secretary lay back in the cushions of the luxurious limousine, with his thoughts so full of the impending European tragedy that he hardly observed that as his car swung round the village street it nearly passed over a little Ford coming in the opposite direction. Von Bork walked slowly back to the study when the last gleams of the motor lamps had faded into the distance. As he passed he observed that his old housekeeper had put out her lamp and retired. It was a new experience to him, the silence and darkness of his widespread house, for his family and household had been a large one. It was a relief to him, however, to think that they were all in safety, and that, but for that one old woman who had lingered in the kitchen, he had the whole place to himself. There was a good deal of tidying up to do inside his study, and he set himself to do it until his keen, handsome face was flushed with the heat of the burning papers. A leather valise stood beside his table, and into this he began to pack very neatly and systematically the precious contents of his safe. He had hardly got started with the work, however, when his quick ears caught the sounds of a distant car. Instantly he gave an exclamation of satisfaction, strapped up the valise, shut the safe, locked it, and hurried out onto the terrace. He was just in time to see the lights of a small car come to a halt at the gate. A passenger sprang out of it and advanced swiftly towards him, while the chauffeur, a heavily built, elderly man with a grey moustache, settled down like one who resigned himself to a long vigil. "Well?" asked von Bork eagerly, running forward to meet his visitor. For answer the man waved the small brown paper parcel triumphantly above his head. "You can give me the glad hand tonight, mister," he cried. "I'm bringing home the bacon at last." "The signals?" "Same as I said in my cable. Every last one of them. Semaphore, lamp, code, Marconi. A copy, mind you, not the original. That was too dangerous. But it's the real goods, and you can lay to that." He slapped the German upon the shoulder with a rough familiarity from which the other winced. "Come in," he said. "I'm all alone in the house. I was only waiting for this. Of course, a copy is better than the original. If an original were missing, they would change the whole thing. You think it's all safe about the copy?" The Irish-American had entered the study and stretched his long limbs from the armchair. He was a tall, gaunt man of 60, with clear-cut features and a small goatee beard, which gave him a general resemblance to the caricatures of Uncle Sam. A half-smoked, sodden cigar swung from the corner of his mouth, and as he sat down he struck a match and relit it. "Making ready for a move?" he remarked as he looked round him. "Say, mister," he added, as his eyes fell upon the safe from which the curtain was now removed, "you don't tell me you keep your papers in that?" "Why not?" "Gosh, in a wide-open contraption like that, and they reckon you to be some spy. Why, a Yankee crook would be into that with a can-opener. If I'd known that any letter of mine was going to lie loose in a thing like that, I'd have been a mug to write to you at all. It would puzzle any crook to force that safe, von Bork answered. He won't cut that metal with any tool. But the lock? No, it's a double combination lock. You know what that is. Search me, said the American. Well, you need a word as well as a set of figures before you can get the lock to work. He rose and showed a double radiating disc round the keyhole. This outer one is for the letters, the inner one for the figures. Well, well, that's fine. So it's not quite as simple as you thought. It was 4 years ago that I had it made, and what do you think I chose for the word and figures? It's beyond me. Well, I chose August for the word, and 1914 for the figures, and here we are. The American's face showed his surprise and admiration. My, but that was smart. You had it down to a fine thing. Yes, a few of us even then could have guessed the date. Here it is, and I'm shutting down tomorrow morning. Well, I guess you'll have to fix me up also. I'm not staying in this gold-darned country all on my lonesome. In a week or less, from what I see, John Bull would be on his hind legs and fair ramping. I'd rather watch him from over the water. But you are an American citizen. Well, so was Jack James an American citizen, but he's doing time in Portland all the same. It cuts no ice with the British copper to tell him you're an American citizen. It's British law and order over here, says he. By the way, mister, talking of Jack James, it seems to me you don't do much to cover your men. What do you mean? Von Berg asked sharply. Well, you are the employer, ain't you? It's up to you to see that they don't fall down. But they do fall down, and when did you ever pick them up? There's James. It was James's own fault. You know that yourself. He was too self-willed for the job. James was a bonehead. I give you that. Then there was Hollis. The man was mad. Well, he went a bit woozy towards the end. It's enough to make a man bughouse when he has to play a part from morning to night with 100 guys all ready to set the coppers wise to him. But now there is Steiner. Von Bork started violently, and his ruddy face turned a shade paler. What about Steiner? Well, they've got him, that's all. They raided his store last night, and he and his papers are all in Portsmouth jail. You'll go off, and he, poor devil, will have to stand the racket, and lucky if he gets off with his life. That's why I want to get over the water as soon as you do. Von Bork was a strong, self-contained man, but it was easy to see that the news had shaken him. How could they have got on to Steiner, he muttered. That's the worst blow yet. Well, you nearly had a worse one, for I believe they are not far off me. You don't mean that? Sure thing. My landlady down Fratton Way had some inquiries, and when I heard of it I guessed it was time for me to hustle. But what I want to know, mister, is how the coppers know these things. Steiner is the 5th man you've lost since I signed on with you, and I know the name of the 6th if I don't get a move on. How do you explain it, and ain't you ashamed to see your men go down like this? Von Bork flushed crimson. How dare you speak in such a way? If I didn't dare things, mister, I wouldn't be in your service. But I'll tell you straight what is in my mind. I've heard that with you German politicians, when an agent has done his work, you are not sorry to see him put away. Von Bork sprang to his feet. Do you dare to suggest that I've given away my own agents? I don't stand for that, mister, but there's a stool pigeon or a cross somewhere, and it's up to you to find out where it is. Anyhow, I'm taking no more chances. It's me for Little Holland, and the sooner the better. Von Bork had mastered his anger. "We have been allies too long to quarrel now, at the very hour of victory," he said. "You've done splendid work and taken risks, and I can't forget it. By all means go to Holland, and you can get a boat from Rotterdam to New York. No other line will be safe a week from now. I'll take that book and pack it with the rest." The American held out the small parcel in his hand, but made no motion to give it up. "What about the dough?" he asked. "The what?" "The boodle, the reward, the £500. The gunner turned damn nasty at the last, and I had to square him with an extra $100, or it would have been Nitsky for you and me. 'Nothing doing,' says he, and he meant it too, but the last 100 did it. It's cost me £200 from the first to last, so it isn't likely I'd give it up without getting my wad." Von Bork smiled with some bitterness. "You don't seem to have a very high opinion of my honour," said he. "You want the money before you give up the book." "Well, mister, it is a business proposition." "All right, have your way." He sat down at the table and scribbled a cheque, which he tore from the book, but he refrained from handing it to his companion. "After all, since we are not to be on such terms, Mr. Altamont," said he, "I don't see why I should trust you any more than you trust me. Do you understand?" he added, looking back over his shoulder at the American. "There's the cheque upon the table. I claim the right to examine that parcel before you pick the money up." The American passed it over without a word. Von Bork undid a winding of string and 2 wrappers of paper. Then he sat gazing for a moment in silent amazement at a small blue book which lay before him. Across the cover was printed in golden letters, "Practical Handbook of Bee Culture." Only for one instant did the master spy glare at this strangely irrelevant inscription. The next he was gripped at the back of his neck by a grasp of iron, and a chloroform sponge was held in front of his writhing face. "Another glass, Watson," said Mr. Sherlock Holmes, as he extended the bottle of Imperial Tokay. The thick-set chauffeur, who had seated himself by the table, pushed forward his glass with some eagerness. "It is a good wine, Holmes." "A remarkable wine, Watson. Our friend upon the sofa has assured me that it is from Franz Joseph's special cellar at the Schönbrunn Palace. Might I trouble you to open the window, for chloroform vapour does not help the palate." The safe was ajar, and Holmes, standing in front of it, was removing dossier after dossier, swiftly examining each, and then packing it neatly in Von Bork's valise. The German lay upon the sofa sleeping stertorously, with a strap round his upper arms and another round his legs. "We need not hurry ourselves, Watson. We are safe from interruption. Would you mind touching the bell? There is no one in the house except old Martha, who has played her part to admiration. I got her the situation here when I first took the matter up. Ah, Martha, you'll be glad to hear that all is well." The pleasant old lady had appeared in the doorway. She curtsied with a smile to Mr. Holmes, but glanced with some apprehension at the figure upon the sofa. "It's all right, Martha. He's not been hurt at all." "I'm glad of that, Mr. Holmes. According to his lights, he's been a kind master. He wanted me to go with his wife to Germany yesterday, but that would hardly have suited your plans, would it, sir?" "No, indeed, Martha. So long as you were here I was easy in my mind. We waited some time for your signal tonight." "It was the secretary, sir." "I know. His car passed ours. I thought he would never go. I knew that it would not suit your plans, sir, to find him here." "No, indeed. Well, it only meant that we waited half an hour or so until I saw your lamp go out and knew that the coast was clear. You can report to me tomorrow in London, Martha, at Claridge's Hotel." "Very good, sir." "I suppose you have everything ready to leave?" "Yes, sir. He posted 7 letters today. I have the addresses as usual." "Very good, Martha. I will look into them tomorrow. Good night. These papers," he continued as the old lady vanished, "are not of very great importance, for, of course, the information which they represent has been sent off long ago to the German government. These are the originals which could not safely be got out of the country. Then they are of no use. I should not go so far as to say that, Watson. They will at least show our people what is known and what is not. I may say that a good many of these papers have come through me, and I need not add, are thoroughly untrustworthy. It would brighten my declining years to see a German cruiser navigating the Solent according to the minefield plans which I have furnished. But you, Watson, he stopped his work and took his old friend by the shoulders, I've hardly seen you in the light yet. How have the years used you? You look the same blithe boy as ever. I feel 20 years younger, Holmes. I seldom felt so happy as when I got your wire asking me to meet you at Harwich with the car. But you, Holmes, you have changed very little, save for that horrible goatee. These are the sacrifices one makes for one's country, Watson, said Holmes, pulling at his little tuft. Tomorrow it will be but a dreadful memory. With my hair cut and a few other superficial changes, I shall no doubt reappear at Claridge's tomorrow, as I was before this American stunt. I beg your pardon, Watson, my well of English seems to be permanently defiled. Before this American job came my way. But you have retired, Holmes. We heard of you as living the life of a hermit among your bees and your books in a small farm upon the South Downs. Exactly, Watson. Here is the fruit of my leisured ease, the magnum opus of my latter years. He picked up the volume from the table and read out the whole title, Practical Handbook of Bee Culture, with some observations upon the segregation of the queen. Alone I did it. Behold the fruit of pensive nights and laborious days, when I watched the little working gangs as once I watched the criminal world of London. But how did you get to work again? Ah, I've often marvelled at it myself. The Foreign Minister alone I could have withstood, but when the Premier also deigned to visit my humble roof— The fact is, Watson, that this gentleman upon the sofa was a bit too good for our people. He was in a class by himself. Things were going wrong, and no one could understand why they were going wrong. Agents were suspected or even caught, but there was evidence of some strong and secret central force. It was absolutely necessary to expose it. Strong pressure was brought upon me to look into the matter. It has cost me 2 years, Watson, but they have not been devoid of excitement. When I say that I started my pilgrimage at Chicago, graduated in an Irish secret society at Buffalo, gave serious trouble to the constabulary of Skibbereen, and so eventually caught the eye of a subordinate agent of von Bork, who recommended me as a likely man, you will realize that the matter was complex. Since then I have been honoured by his confidence, which has not prevented most of his plans going subtly wrong, and 5 of his best agents being in prison. I watched them, Watson, and I picked them as they ripened. Well, sir, I hope that you are none the worse. His last remark was addressed to von Bork himself, who, after much gasping and blinking, had lain quietly listening to Holmes' statement. He broke out now into a furious stream of German invective, his face convulsed with passion. Holmes continued his swift investigation of documents while his prisoner cursed and swore. Though unmusical, German is the most expressive of all languages, he observed, when von Bork had stopped from pure exhaustion. "Hallo, hallo," he added as he looked hard at the corner of a tracing before putting it in the box. "This should put another bird in the cage. I had no idea that the paymaster was such a rascal, though I have long had an eye upon him. Mr. von Bork, you have a great deal to answer for." The prisoner had raised himself with some difficulty upon the sofa, and was staring with a strange mixture of amazement and hatred at his captor. "I shall get level with you, Altamont," he said, speaking with slow deliberation. "If it takes me all my life, I shall get level with you." "The old sweet song," said Holmes. "How often have I heard it in days gone by. It was a favourite ditty of the late lamented Professor Moriarty. Colonel Sebastian Moran has also been known to warble it. And yet I live and keep bees upon the South Downs." "Curse you, you double traitor!" cried the German, straining against his bonds and glaring murder from his furious eyes. No, it's not so bad as that," said Holmes, smiling. "As my speech surely shows you, Mr. Altamont of Chicago has no existence in fact. I used him, and he is gone." "Then who are you?" "It is really immaterial who I am, but since the matter seems to interest you, Mr. von Bork, I may say that this is not my first acquaintance with the members of your family. I have done a good deal of business in Germany in the past, and my name is probably familiar to you." "I would wish to know it," said the Prussian grimly. "It was I who brought about the separation between Irene Adler and the late King of Bohemia, when your cousin Heinrich was the imperial envoy. It was I also who saved from murder by the nihilist Kloppmann Count von und zu Grafenstein, who was your mother's elder brother. It was I—" Von Bork sat up in amazement. "There is only one man," he cried. "Exactly," said Holmes. Von Bork groaned and sank back on the sofa. "And most of that information came through you," he cried. "What is it worth? What have I done? It is my ruin for ever." "It is certainly a little untrustworthy," said Holmes. "It will require some checking, and you have little time to check it. Your admiral may find the new guns rather larger than he expects, and the cruisers perhaps a trifle faster." Von Bork clutched at his own throat in despair. "There are a good many other points of detail which will, no doubt, come to light in good time. But you have one quality which is very rare in a German, Mr. von Bork. You are a sportsman, and you will bear me no ill will when you realize that you, who have outwitted so many other people, have at last been outwitted yourself. After all, you have done your best for your country, and I have done my best for mine. And what could be more natural? Besides," he added, not unkindly, as he laid his hand upon the shoulder of the prostrate man, "it is better than to fall before some ignoble foe. These papers are now ready, Watson. If you will help me with our prisoner, I think that we may get started for London at once." It was no easy task to move Von Bork, for he was a strong and a desperate man. Finally, holding either arm, the two friends walked him very slowly down the garden walk, which he had trod with such proud confidence when he received the congratulations of the famous diplomatist only a few hours before. After a short final struggle he was hoisted, still bound hand and foot, into the spare seat of the little car. His precious valise was wedged in beside him. "I trust that you are as comfortable as circumstances permit," said Holmes, when the final arrangements were made. "Should I be guilty of a liberty if I lit a cigar and placed it between your lips?" But all amenities were wasted upon the angry German. "I suppose you realize, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," said he, "that if your government bears you out in this treatment, it becomes an act of war." "What about your government and all this treatment?" said Holmes, tapping the valise. "You are a private individual. You have no warrant for my arrest. The whole proceeding is absolutely illegal and outrageous." "Absolutely," said Holmes. "Kidnapping a German subject and stealing his private papers. Well, you realize your position, you and your accomplice here. If I were to shout for help as we pass through the village—" "My dear sir, if you did anything so foolish, you would probably enlarge the two limited titles of our village inns by giving us the Dangling Prussian as a signpost. The Englishman is a patient creature, but at present his temper is a little inflamed, and it would be as well not to try him too far. No, Mr. von Bork, you will go with us in a quiet, sensible fashion to Scotland Yard, whence you can send for your friend Baron von Hurling, and see if even now you may not fill that place which he has reserved for you in the ambassadorial suite. As to you, Watson, you are joining us with your old service, as I understand, so London won't be out of your way. Stand with me here upon the terrace, for it may be the last quiet talk that we shall ever have." The two friends chatted in intimate converse for a few minutes, recalling once again the days of the past, while their prisoner vainly wriggled to undo the bonds that held him. As they turned to the car, Holmes pointed back to the moonlit sea and shook a thoughtful head. "There's an east wind coming, Watson." "I think not, Holmes. It is very warm." "Good old Watson! You are the one fixed point in a changing age. There's an east wind coming all the same. Such a wind as never blew on England yet. It will be cold and bitter, Watson, and a good many of us may wither before its blast. But it's God's own wind none the less, and a cleaner, better, stronger land will lie in the sunshine when the storm has cleared. Start her up, Watson, for it's time that we were on our way. I have a cheque for £500 which should be cashed early, for the drawer is quite capable of stopping it if he can. End of His Last Bow by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Hunting the Deceitful Turkey by Mark Twain. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michael Monette. Hunting the Deceitful Turkey. When I was a boy, my uncle and his big boys hunted with the rifle. The youngest boy, Fred, and I with a shotgun. A small single-barreled shotgun, which was properly suited to our size and strength. It was not much heavier than a broom. We carried it turnabout half an hour at a time. I was not able to hit anything with it, but I liked to try. Fred and I hunted feathered small game. The others hunted deer, squirrels, wild turkeys, and such things. My uncle and the big boys were good shots. They killed hawks and wild geese and such like on the wing, and they didn't wound or kill squirrels. They stunned them. When the dogs treat a squirrel, the squirrel would scamper aloft and run out on a limb and flatten himself along it, hoping to make himself invisible in that way, and not quite succeeding. You could see his wee little ears sticking up. You couldn't see his nose, but you knew where it was. Then the hunter, despising a rest for his rifle, stood up and took offhand aim at the limb, and sent a bullet into it immediately under the squirrel's nose, and down tumbled the animal, unwounded but unconscious. The dogs gave him a shake, and he was dead. Sometimes when the distance was great and the wind not accurately allowed for, the bullet would hit the squirrel's head. The dogs could do as they pleased with that one. The hunter's pride was hurt, and he wouldn't allow it to go into the game bag. In the first faint gray of the dawn, the stately wild turkeys would be stalking around in great flocks and ready to be sociable and answer invitations to come and converse with other excursionists of their kind. The hunter concealed himself and imitated the turkey call by sucking the air through the leg bone of a turkey, which had previously answered a call like that and lived only just long enough to regret it. There is nothing that furnishes a perfect turkey call except that bone. Another of nature's treacheries, you see. She is full of them. Half the time she doesn't know which she likes best, to betray her child or protect it. In the case of the turkey, she is badly mixed. She gives it a bone to be used in getting it into trouble, and she also furnishes it with a trick for getting itself out of the trouble again. When a mama turkey answers an invitation and finds she has made a mistake in accepting it, she does as the mama partridge does, remembers a previous engagement, and goes limping and scrambling away, pretending to be very lame. and at the same time she is saying to her not visible children, "Lie low, keep still, don't expose yourselves. I shall be back as soon as I have beguiled this shabby swindler out of the country." When a person is ignorant and confiding, this immoral device can have tiresome results. I followed an ostensibly lame turkey over a considerable part of the United States one morning because I believed in her and could not think she would deceive a mere boy, and one who was trusting her and considering her honest. I had the single-barreled shotgun, but my idea was to catch her alive. I often got within rushing distance of her and then made my rush, but always just as I made my final plunge and put my hand down where her back had been, it wasn't there. It was only 2 or 3 inches from there, and I brushed the tail feathers as I landed on my stomach. A very close call, but still not quite close enough, that is, not close enough for success, but just close enough to convince me that I could do it next time. She always waited for me a little piece away and let on to be resting and greatly fatigued, which was a lie, but I believed it, for I still thought her honest long after I ought to have begun to doubt her, suspecting that this was no way for a high-minded bird to be acting. I followed and followed and followed, making my periodical rushes and getting up and brushing the dust off and resuming the voyage with patient confidence. Indeed, with a confidence which grew, for I could see by the change of climate and vegetation that we were getting up into the high latitudes, and as she always looked a little tireder and a little more discouraged after each rush, I judged that I was safe to win, in the end, the competition, being purely a matter of staying power, and the advantage lying with me from the start, because she was lame. Along in the afternoon, I began to feel fatigued myself. Neither of us had had any rest since we first started on the excursion, which was upwards of 10 hours before, though latterly we had paused a while after rushes, I letting on to be thinking about something else, but neither of us sincere, and both of us waiting for the other to call game, but in no real hurry about it, for indeed those little evanescent snatches of rest were very grateful to the feelings of us both. It would naturally be so, skirmishing along like that ever since dawn, and not a bite in the meantime, well, at least for me, though sometimes as she lay on her side, fanning herself with a wing and praying for strength to get out of this difficulty, a grasshopper happened along whose time had come, and that was well for her and fortunate, but I had nothing the whole day. More than once, after I was very tired, I gave up taking her alive and was going to shoot her, but I never did it, although it was my right, for I did not believe I could hit her, and besides she always stopped and posed when I raised the gun, and this made me suspicious that she knew about me and my marksmanship, so I did not care to expose myself to remarks. I did not get her at all. When she got tired of the game at last, she rose from almost under my hand and flew aloft, with the rush and whir of a shell, and lit on the highest limb of a great tree, and sat down and crossed her legs and smiled down at me, and seemed gratified to see me so astonished. I was ashamed, and also lost, and it was while wandering the woods hunting for myself that I found a deserted log cabin, and had one of the best meals there that in my life days I had eaten. The weed-grown garden was full of ripe tomatoes, and I ate them ravenously, though I had never liked them before. Not more than 2 or 3 times since have I tasted anything that was so delicious as those tomatoes. I surfeited myself with them, and did not taste another one until I was in middle life. I can eat them now, but I do not like the look of them. I suppose we have all experienced a surfeit at one time or another. Once, in stress of circumstances, I ate part of a barrel of sardines, there being nothing else at hand, but since then I have always been able to get along without sardines. End of Hunting the Deceitful Turkey by Mark Twain.
An Imperfect Conflagration from The Parenticide Club by Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. An Imperfect Conflagration by Ambrose Bierce. Early one June morning in 1872, I murdered my father, an act which made a deep impression on me at the time. This was before my marriage, while I was living with my parents in Wisconsin. My father and I were in the library of our home, dividing the proceeds of a burglary which we had committed that night. These consisted of household goods mostly, and the task of equitable distribution was difficult. We got on very well with the napkins, towels, and such things, and the silverware was parted pretty much nearly equally. But you can see for yourself that when you try to divide a single music box by two without a remainder, you will have trouble. It was that music box which brought disaster and disgrace upon our family. If we had left it, my poor father might now be alive. It was an exquisite and beautiful piece of workmanship, inlaid with costly woods and carven very curiously. It would not only play a great variety of tunes, it would whistle like a quail, bark like a dog, crow every morning at daylight whether it was wound up or not, and break the 10 Commandments. It was this last mentioned accomplishment that won my father's heart and caused him to commit the only dishonorable act of his life, though possibly he would have committed more if he had been spared. He tried to conceal that music box from me, and declared upon his honor that he had not taken it, though I know very well that, so far as he was concerned, the burglary had been undertaken chiefly for the purpose of obtaining it. My father had the music box hidden under his cloak. We had worn cloaks by way of disguise. He had solemnly assured me that he did not take it. I knew that he did, and knew something of which he was evidently ignorant, namely that the box would crow at daylight and betray him if I could prolong the division of profits till that time. All occurred as I wished. As the gaslight began to pale in the library, and the shape of the windows was seen dimly behind the curtains, a long cock-a-doodle-doo came from beneath the old man's cloak, followed by a few bars of an aria from Tannhauser, ending with a loud click. A small hand-axe, which we had used to break into the unlucky house, lay between us on the table. I picked it up. The old man, seeing that further concealment was useless, took the box from under his cloak and set it on the table. "Cut it in two if you prefer that plan," he said. "I tried to save it from destruction." He was a passionate lover of music and could himself play a concertina with expression and feeling. I said, "I do not question the purity of your motives. That would be presumptuous of me to sit in judgment on my father. But business is business, and with this axe I am going to effect a dissolution of our partnership, unless you will consent in all future burglaries to wear a bell punch." "No," he said, after some reflection. "No, I could not do that. It would look like a confession of dishonesty. People would say that you distrusted me." I could not help but admire his spirit and sensitiveness. For a moment I was proud of him, and disposed to overlook his fault. But a glance at the richly jeweled music box decided me, and, as I said, I removed the old man from this vale of tears. Having done so, I was a trifle uneasy. Not only was he my father, the author of my being, but the body would be certainly discovered. It was now broad daylight, and my mother was likely to enter the library at any moment. Under the circumstances, I thought it expedient to remove her also, which I did. Then I paid off all the servants and discharged them. That afternoon I went to the chief of police and told him what I had done, and asked his advice. It would be very painful for me if the facts became publicly known. My conduct would be generally condemned. The newspapers would bring it up against me if I should ever run for office. The chief saw the force of these considerations. He was himself an assassin of wide experience. After consulting with the presiding judge of the court of variable jurisdiction, he advised me to conceal the bodies in one of the bookcases, get a heavy insurance on the house, and burn it down. This I proceeded to do. In the library was a bookcase which my father had recently purchased from some cranky inventor and had not filled. It was in shape and size something like the old-fashioned wardrobes, which one sees in bedrooms without closets, but it opened all the way down, like a woman's nightdress. It had glass doors. I had recently laid out my parents, and they were now rigid enough to stand erect, so I stood them in this bookcase, from which I had removed the shelves. I locked them in, and tacked some curtains over the glass doors. The inspector from the insurance office passed a half-dozen times before the case without suspicion. That night, after getting my policy, I set fire to the house and started through the woods to town, 2 miles away, where I managed to be found about the time the excitement was at its height. With cries of apprehension for the fate of my parents, I joined the rush and arrived at the fire some 2 hours after I had kindled it. The whole town was there as I dashed up. The house was entirely consumed, but in one end of the level bed of growing embers, bolt upright and uninjured, was the bookcase. The curtains had been burned away, exposing the glass doors through which a fierce red light illuminated the interior. There stood my dear father, in his habit as he lived, and at his side the partner of his joys and sorrows. Not a hair on them was singed, their clothing was intact. On their heads and throats the injuries which in the accomplishment of my designs I had been compelled to inflict were conspicuous. As in the presence of a miracle, the people were silent. Awe and terror had stilled every tongue. I was myself greatly affected. Some 3 years later, when the events herein related had nearly faded from my memory, I went to New York to assist in passing some counterfeit U.S. bonds. Carelessly looking into a furniture store one day, I saw the exact counterpart of the bookcase. "I bought it for a trifle from a reformed inventor," the dealer explained. "He said it was fireproof, the pores of the wood being filled with alum under hydraulic pressure and the glass made of asbestos. I don't suppose it's really fireproof. You can have it for the price of an ordinary bookcase." "No," I said, "if you cannot warrant it fireproof, I won't take it," and I bade him good morning. I would not have had it at any price. It revived memories that were exceedingly disagreeable. The End of the Imperfect Conflagration by Ambrose Bierce.
In the Spring by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. With the first day of spring, when the awakening earth puts on its garment of green, and the warm, fragrant air fans our faces, and fills our lungs, and appears even to penetrate to our hearts, we experience a vague, undefined longing for freedom, for happiness, a desire to run, to wander aimlessly, to breathe in the spring. The previous winter having been unusually severe, this spring feeling was like a form of intoxication in May, as if there were an overabundant supply of sap. One morning on waking, I saw from my window the blue sky glowing in the sun above the neighbouring houses. The canaries hanging in the windows were singing loudly, and so were the servants on every floor. A cheerful noise rose up from the streets, and I went out, my spirits as bright as the day, to go, I did not exactly know where. Everybody I met seemed to be smiling. An air of happiness appeared to pervade everything in the warm light of returning spring. One might almost have said that a breeze of love was blowing through the city, and the sight of the young women whom I saw in the streets in their morning toilets in the depths of whose eyes there lurked a hidden tenderness, and who walked with languid grace, filled my heart with agitation. Without knowing how or why, I found myself on the banks of the Seine. Steamboats were starting for Suresnes, and suddenly I was seized by an unconquerable desire to take a walk through the woods. The deck of the Mouche was covered with passengers, for the sun in early spring draws one out of the house in spite of themselves, and everybody moves about, goes and comes and talks to his neighbour. I had a girl neighbour, a little working girl, no doubt, who possessed the true Parisian charm. A little head with light curly hair, which looked like a shimmer of light as it danced in the wind, came down to her ears and descended to the nape of her neck, where it became such fine, light-coloured down that one could scarcely see it, but felt an irresistible desire to shower kisses on it. Under my persistent gaze, she turned her head toward me, and then immediately looked down, while a slight crease at the side of her mouth, that was ready to break into a smile, also showed a fine, silky, pale down which the sun was gilding a little. The calm river grew wider, the atmosphere was warm and perfectly still, but a murmur of life seemed to fill all space. My neighbour raised her eyes again, and this time, as I was still looking at her, she smiled decidedly. She was charming, and in her passing glance I saw 1,000 things which I had hitherto been ignorant of, for I perceived unknown depths, all the charm of tenderness, all the poetry which we dream of, all the happiness which we are continually in search of. I felt an insane longing to open my arms and to carry her off somewhere, so as to whisper the sweet music of words of love into her ears. I was just about to address her when somebody touched me on the shoulder, and as I turned round in some surprise, I saw an ordinary-looking man, who was neither young nor old, and who gazed at me sadly. "I should like to speak to you," he said. I made a grimace, which he no doubt saw, for he added, "It is a matter of importance." I got up, therefore, and followed him to the other end of the boat, and then he said, "Monsieur, when winter comes with its cold, wet and snowy weather, your doctor says to you constantly, keep your feet warm, guard against chills, colds, bronchitis, rheumatism, and pleurisy. Then you are very careful. You wear flannel, a heavy greatcoat and thick shoes, but all of this does not prevent you from passing 2 months in bed. But when spring returns with its leaves and flowers, its warm, soft breezes, and its smell of the fields, all of which causes you vague disquiet and causeless emotion, nobody says to you, 'Monsieur, beware of love. It is lying in ambush everywhere. It is watching for you at every corner. All its snares are laid, all its weapons are sharpened, all its guiles are prepared. Beware of love. Beware of love. It is more dangerous than brandy, bronchitis, or pleurisy. It never forgives and makes everybody commit irreparable follies.' Yes, monsieur, I say that the French government ought to put large public notices on the walls with these words, 'Return of spring. French citizens, beware of love,' just as they put 'Beware of paint.' However, as the government will not do this, I must supply its place. And I say to you, beware of love, for it is just going to seize you, and it is my duty to inform you of it, just as in Russia they inform anyone that his nose is frozen." I was much astonished at this individual, and, assuming a dignified manner, I said, "Really, monsieur, you appear to me to be interfering in a matter which is no concern of yours." He made an abrupt movement and replied, "Ah, monsieur, monsieur, if I see that a man is in danger of being drowned at a dangerous spot, ought I to let him perish? So just listen to my story, and you will see why I venture to speak to you like this. It was about this time last year that it occurred. But, first of all, I must tell you that I am a clerk in the Admiralty, where our chiefs, the commissioners, take their gold lace as quill-driving officials seriously and treat us like the forecastle men on board a ship. Well, from my office I could see a small bit of blue sky and the swallows, and I felt inclined to dance among my portfolios. My yearning for freedom grew so intense that, in spite of my repugnance, I went to see my chief, a short, bad-tempered man, who was always in a rage. When I told him that I was not well, he looked at me and said, "I do not believe it, monsieur, but be off with you. Do you think that any office can go on with clerks like you?" I started at once and went down the Seine. It was a day like this, and I took the mouche to go as far as St. Cloud. Ah, what a good thing it would have been if my chief had refused me permission to leave the office that day. I seemed to myself to expand in the sun. I loved everything, the steamer, the river, the trees, the houses, and my fellow passengers. I felt inclined to kiss something, no matter what. It was love laying its snare. Presently, at the Trocadero, a girl with a small parcel in her hand came on board and sat down opposite me. She was decidedly pretty, but it is surprising, monsieur, how much prettier women seem to us when the day is fine at the beginning of spring. Then they have an intoxicating charm, something quite peculiar about them. It is just like drinking wine after cheese. I looked at her, and she also looked at me, but only occasionally, as that girl did at you just now. But at last, by dint of looking at each other constantly, it seemed to me that we knew each other well enough to enter into conversation, and I spoke to her and she replied. She was decidedly pretty and nice, and she intoxicated me, monsieur. She got out at St. Cloud, and I followed her. She went and delivered her parcel, and when she returned the boat had just started. I walked by her side, and the warmth of the air made us both sigh. "It would be very nice in the woods," I said. "Indeed it would," she replied. "Shall we go there for a walk, mademoiselle?" She gave me a quick upward look, as if to see exactly what I was like, and then, after a little hesitation, she accepted my proposal, and soon we were there, walking side by side. Under the foliage, which was still rather scanty, the tall, thick, bright green grass was inundated by the sun, and the air was full of insects that were also making love to one another, and the birds were singing in all directions. My companion began to jump and run, intoxicated by the air and the smell of the country, and I ran and jumped, following her example. How silly we are at times, monsieur. Then she sang unrestrainedly 1,000 things, opera airs, and the Song of Musette. The Song of Musette, how poetical it seemed to me then. I almost cried over it. Ah, those silly songs make us lose our heads, and believe me, never marry a woman who sings in the country, especially if she sings a Song of Musette. She soon grew tired and sat down on the grassy slope, and I sat at her feet and took her hands, her little hands, that were so marked with the needle, and that filled me with emotion. I said to myself, "These are the sacred marks of toil." Oh, monsieur, do you know what those sacred marks of toil mean? They mean all the gossip of the workroom, the whispered scandal, the mind soiled by all the filth that is talked. They mean lost chastity, foolish chatter, all the wretchedness of their everyday life, all the narrowness of ideas which belongs to women of the lower orders, combined to their fullest extent in the girl whose fingers bear the sacred marks of toil. Then we looked into each other's eyes for a long while. Oh, what power a woman's eye has! How it agitates us, how it invades our very being, takes possession of us and dominates us. How profound it seems, how full of infinite promises. People call that looking into each other's souls. Oh, monsieur, what humbug! If we could see into each other's souls, we should be more careful of what we did. However, I was captivated and was crazy about her and tried to take her into my arms, but she said, "Paws off!" Then I knelt down and opened my heart to her and poured out all the affection that was suffocating me. She seemed surprised at my change of manner and gave me a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Ah, so that is the way women make a fool of you, old fellow. Very well, we will see. In love, monsieur, we are always novices, and women artful dealers." No doubt I could have had her, and I saw my own stupidity later. But what I wanted was not a woman's person. It was love. It was the ideal. I was sentimental when I ought to have been using my time to a better purpose. As soon as she had had enough of my declarations of affection, she got up and we returned to St. Cloud, and I did not leave her until we got to Paris. But she had looked so sad as we were returning that at last I asked her what was the matter. "I am thinking," she replied, "that this has been one of those days of which we have but few in life." My heart beat so that it felt as if it would break my ribs. I saw her on the following Sunday, and the next Sunday, and every Sunday. I took her to Bougival, Saint-Germain, Maison Lafitte, Poissy, to every suburban resort of lovers. The little jade in turn pretended to love me, until at last I altogether lost my head, and 3 months later I married her. What can you expect, monsieur, when a man is a clerk living alone without any relations or anyone to advise him? One says to oneself, how sweet life would be with a wife. And so one gets married, and she calls you names from morning till night, understands nothing, knows nothing, chatters continually, sings a song of musette at the top of her voice. Oh, that song of musette, how tired one gets of it. Quarrels with the charcoal dealer, tells the janitor all her domestic details, confides all the secrets of her bedroom to the neighbour's servant, discusses her husband with the tradespeople, and has her head so stuffed with stupid stories, with idiotic superstitions, with extraordinary ideas and monstrous prejudices, that I, for what I have said applies more particularly to myself, shed tears of discouragement every time I talked to her. He stopped, as he was rather out of breath and very much moved, and I looked at him, for I felt pity for this poor artless devil, and I was just going to give him some sort of answer when the boat stopped. We were at St. Cloud. The little woman who had taken my fancy rose from her seat in order to land. She passed close to me and gave me a sidelong glance and a furtive smile, one of those smiles that drive you wild. Then she jumped on the landing stage. I sprang forward to follow her, but my neighbour laid hold of my arm. I shook myself loose, however, whereupon he seized the skirt of my coat and pulled me back, exclaiming, "You shall not go! You shall not go!" in such a loud voice that everybody turned round and laughed, and I remained standing motionless and furious, but without venturing to face scandal and ridicule, and the steamboat started. The little woman on the landing stage looked at me as I went off with an air of disappointment, while my persecutor rubbed his hands and whispered to me, "You must acknowledge that I have done you a great service." End of In the Spring by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
The Man with the Gift, from The Golden Bark and the Weaver's Grave by Seumas O'Kelly. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Man with the Gift. For 25 years the boss had gone up and down the worn cabin steps without a worry. His fists had grown accustomed to the feel of ropes, to the rolling up and down of barrels and the swinging of boxes at the loading and discharging of the Golden Bark. The motion of his limbs had come to be part of the ritual of the deck. He exhaled an odour of tar. His feet had flattened, his hands had rounded, His neck had developed a curve, throwing his face forward. His eyes were palely yellow, like the water of the canal. His vision had become concentrated, drilling through the landscape like canals. His temperament was placid. His emotions rose and fell as mechanically as if they were regulated by invisible locks. He was as tame as a duck. His name was Martin Coughlin, and he was known by stray words that followed his speech like a memory to have come from the north. That torch of democracy, organisation, one day reached the backwash of existence. It found by its strange devices of all people Martin Coughlin. Up to that, he had no sense of responsibility for the wrongs of the world, no brooding of the spirit in the problems of his day. His interests began at one harbour and ended at another. The things that he saw from the deck made up his world. They were good, and he was satisfied. But then they came to him and told him he had been elected on the committee. He beamed at the announcement, for he grasped, though vaguely, that he was a man chosen, one to whom honour was paying her respects. He walked into the shed where they held the committee meetings with his slow lurch, his mind a blank as to the purpose of the assembly. He made no inquiries. He sat down with the others and looked round him. A man at a table read something out of a book. Martin Coughlin laughed and felt the others staring at him. A deep voice with a note of admonition, if not tragedy, called out, "Order!" Martin Coughlin poked the ribs of a neighbour to show that he appreciated the humour of the situation. Then a man rose at the head of the table. He was a spare man with drooping mustachios, a penetrating eye, a voice that sounded high and sharp in the shed. Martin Coughlin stared at the speaker. Something rare and unsuspected had touched his life. He wondered where this spare man had got all the words. They came out in a steady flow. He was obviously aiming at something, but what it was Martin Coughlin did not know, and indeed did not care. It was sufficient for him that the words came on and on. He had never heard any mortal before keeping up such a sustained flood of speech. Martin Coughlin leaned back, delight on his face. Another man rose. He spoke even better. He gesticulated with energy. The others began to slap their limbs with their hands. Martin Coughlin slapped his limbs, feeling he was privileged. He had begun to live. A thick-set man followed. His voice wakened echoes all over the place. His eyes flashed around, seeking one face now, another again. Suddenly the eyes fell on Martin Coughlin. The man addressed him as if he were appealing to an intelligence. He argued with him, made gestures at him, deposited all his logic at his feet. Martin Coughlin's blood began to heat. He felt a tingle at the curve on the back of his neck. He coughed to relieve the tension. Then the speaker's gaze wandered to somebody else. The talk went on for some hours. Men grew excited. Several spoke at the same time for pregnant minutes. Martin Coughlin began to perspire. Once he shouted, "Hear, hear!" because the words had become to sound familiar. When the committee meeting broke up, he went back to the boat, his cheeks flaming, feeling that he had done it all himself. He passed Huyck on the way. The little driver looked up at him with respect. The dark-faced man was sitting on a box by the stern. "The meeting over?" he asked. "Yes," Martin Coughlin said. His voice sounded hoarse. His throat felt dry. He went on to the keg and drank a mug of water. Afterwards, Martin Coughlin paced the deck with a new air. He became preoccupied. Once they saw him gesticulating at a bush on the bank. He took a new tone to the lock-keepers. He was always clearing his throat. A few times at the meals they thought he was about to make a speech, but something always overcame him. When they sounded him as to the committee proceedings, his face beamed. "There was speech-making," he would say. "What did they say?" Martin Coughlin rose. He caught the lapel of his coat, struck an attitude. An inspired look came into his face, but no words followed. Instead, he took up a bucket and went on deck. "He's a great man for the committee," they said. "He won't give the show away. Aye, man, but that fellow is knowing. He could hold a cabinet secret." One day the dark-faced man loaned a paper at a village. "They don't give the speeches," he said, "but there's the name right enough. Martin Coughlin." Martin Coughlin took the paper. His eyes swam as he spelled out his name. He pored over the sheet for long spells throughout the rest of the evening. When the men were turning in, he said, "Boys, but she's a brave wee paper." He got a candle and sat over it, spelling everything out, including the advertisements. Then he sat up, delight on his face, the look in his eyes of a man who knew he had achieved something. "Men," he said, "I've overhauled her, beam and aft, stem to stern." But the only answer was a chorus of heavy snores. He turned in with a grumble. There was another committee meeting soon after. The speeches fell on his head like dew from the heavens. Language! Why, the world had never yet heard the like. Moreover, he became conscious that the other men were deferring to him in their views. He sat there as solemn as a judge, the greatest listener who had ever arrived in the shed. The speakers felt that they had at last got hold of an audience, a man of appreciation. Now and then he nodded his head in approval. It was worth a yard of debate. When he shook his head in disapproval, it excited the speakers. They went on and on, fighting, arguing, playing for his opinion, but Martin Coughlin held to his silent views with wonderful pugnacity. He was not to be cajoled. "What were they at last night, Martin?" one of the men asked afterwards. "That," said Martin after a pause, "is a secret." "He's too close-minded," they said. "He keeps it all in for the committee. It must be something to hear him when the cork is off." The dark-faced man was fond of the paper. He got it regularly in the village. "Here we are," he said with satisfaction. "They give us the speeches this time. Now we'll know what Martin Coughlin had to say for himself." But there was no speech from Martin Coughlin. Everybody had said something except the representative from the Golden Bark. The dark-faced man made a complaint. "Don't mind the paper," Martin Coughlin said. "She's no good. I knew from the first she had sprung a leak." But he felt that the men were dissatisfied. He struck an attitude on the deck and said, "Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, I venture to think—" He paused. "To my mind," he added. There was another pause. "I say, standing here tonight—" He looked vaguely over the landscape. "I beg to propose—" But then he took a little run up and down the deck, rubbing his hands with delight. "He's too clever," one of the men said. "He thinks to put us off by play-acting. It won't do." Before the proceedings of the next committee meeting began, Martin Coughlin took the secretary aside. The secretary was a shrewd person. There was a motion on the agenda to give him a salary. "John," said Martin Coughlin with familiarity, "I want you to tell me how it is done." "How is what done?" "The speeches, you know, the language, the words, the talk they do have." John was puzzled. Then a light broke upon him. "Well," he said, "a man must have it in him." "Have what in him?" John hesitated, thought, and said, "The gift." Martin Coughlin was crestfallen. He felt there was something in life he had let slip. "Where would there be likelihood of getting the gift?" he asked at last. "I don't know," the other replied. "It comes from within." "Oh, I see," Martin Coughlin said more cheerfully. Then he confided, "John, I have it. Within, in the inside of me. Language, great language, but I can't get it out." "Have courage," the other said. "Take your chance. Get up on your legs. Face them. When you do that, the words will flow out of you." "Do you think they will, John?" "Sure." John was a man persuasive, one who carried conviction, inspired hope, and drew salaries. Then there is that wee paper, John. If I'd come out with them words, they would be there, of course. They'd be reading her, looking out for what a man might say. Oh, that's it, is it, Martin? John asked, then patted the other on the back. That will be all right, old man. Leave that to me. Vote straight on the salary question, and the goods will be delivered to you on the paper. Thanks, John. I will. At a critical moment in the debate, Martin Coughlin rose. He went over to the table, rapped his knuckles upon it to command attention, jerked the collar of his coat about his neck. He struck the attitude he had rehearsed abroad. It was reminiscent of various statues erected to the memory of great orators. He looked up and down the shed. A hush fell upon the assembly. Men leaned back to hear what the silent man, the audience, the one man of reticence among them, had to say at this crisis. "Mr. Chairman and Mr. Gentleman," Martin Coughlin began, blundering through nervousness. There was a laugh. Martin Coughlin moistened his lips with his tongue, for they were dry and inclined to stick. One of his knees struck against the other. Then he had to clear a lump from his throat. "John, our secretary," he said at last, "told me that if I stood up on me legs, the words would flow out of me, from within the inside of me." He hesitated, looking about him, in a panic, a queer feeling of collapse in his brain. He smiled a ghastly smile. "Go on," said the chairman. He said, Martin Coughlin resumed, his voice falling to an echo, "that if I faced you, they would flow out of me. But by heavens, they won't." He sat down. There was a burst of laughter and applause. The men stared at Martin Coughlin. There was that mixture of scepticism, enjoyment, malicious delight in their glances that fasten upon all fallen gods. They were taking their fun out of an exposure, the showing up of an emptiness that wore a mask, the betrayal of that discretion which is only a dullness. Martin Coughlin was too heated, too full of confusion to notice their crude levity. By the time he had recovered himself, they had dropped him. They no longer deferred to him. He was no longer appealed to as an intelligence. He drew back instinctively to the shadows, and he sat there until the meeting broke up. When he reached his boat, the men greeted him with deference. He muttered something and went down to the cabin. He stayed there for the rest of the night. "The committee," he said to the dark-faced man next day, "is a rotten committee." "I thought that all along," the other replied, "but I didn't like to say it, seeing you were a great one on it." "And an ignorant committee," Martin Coughlin added. "It is that." By the end of the week the paper was out. The dark-faced man, after reading it, looked at Martin Coughlin and then went up to him. "Look here, boss," he said, putting out his hand. "Shake hands." They shook hands, Martin Coughlin nervously. "It was a great speech," the dark-faced man said. "You're wasting your time on this boat." Martin Coughlin blushed. His gaze was uncertain. The other left him the paper. He sat on a barrel and opened the sheet. There was his name in print again. He spelled it out slowly. Mr. Martin Coughlin, who was received with loud applause, said, and there followed over a column of type, of words, of language, of a speech. He read it over with a thumping heart. It was dotted with "hear, hear," applause and cheers. When he finished, he stood up and walked the deck, his thick limbs outspread, his flat feet solid on the planks, his chest out. "Is it a good report, boss?" they asked. "It is very fair, men," he said with toleration. "Man, but I'd like to hear it coming out. No doubt you would. We'll hear you sometime. You will. Why not? To be sure." He ran his fingers through his hair. He drilled spaces, vague spaces through the familiar landscape with his gaze. His blood rose gradually, eventually flooding his face until it grew purple in colour, rising as steadily as if someone had lifted the sluice of a floodgate. "God, the language of it," he repeated to himself over and over again throughout the day. For the first time in his life, he refused to go into the haven when they made the journey across the bog. Instead, he went into the cabin and alone spelt the speech over and over again. Gradually, his mind got over the habit of thinking of it as something apart, something outside his own life. He no longer said, "God, the language of it." Instead, he muttered, "Great language, splendid talk, just the thing. That's it. That's what I'd say. That's the very word I'd say. I declare I think it was the word I said. It was going through my head at the time. I must have said that word. If I did not, I intended it, but I forget what I said. Maybe I said it. To be sure I said it. Of course I said it. Why not? The very word. No, but the very words. If I said one word, I must have said another. I could not help following up one word with another. What was to stop me? Nothing. I went on that very way. One word borrowed another. What else could it do? To be sure I said it. In fact, it's all what I said, word for word. He went on persuading himself until the others came back from the haven. He went up to the dark-faced man. "I tell you what it is. It's a very fine report, a very good report, a tip-top report. Word for word there it is, in black and in white." He struck one fist in the other. "Boss," the other said, something almost approaching reverence in his long, narrow face, "you're a great one, a gifted one, for to turn around and say the like of what you said. A man must have the gift." "To be sure he must," Martin Coughlin agreed, taking some steps along by the cargo covered with great oilcloths. "I told John, the secretary, I had it within in the inside of me, and what had I within in the inside of me, I ask you men, the gift." "Thank God we'll all hear you soon," the dark-faced man said. "There's a public meeting coming up." Martin Coughlin drew a long breath. "You don't tell me so." "I do. We had word of it in the haven. There's to be speech-making, and great speech-making. We'll expect you that day to show the great gift that's in you." "You will, to be sure," Martin Coughlin said, but without enthusiasm. He ran his fingers through his hair. Then he walked away from the others, standing at the prow of the boat, his sturdy figure solid against the water. "A great one he is for the gab," the grotesque-looking man said irreverently. "Look at the two powerful limbs he has holding him up from the ground." After that Martin Coughlin grew very subdued, silent, avoiding the topic of the coming meeting. The men said he was bottling himself up for the big occasion. They noted that he still pored over the paper that contained his speech. He would lie back in his bunk at night, a candle fixed by his side, drilling through the speech. Once or twice the men heard him muttering to himself like a boy grappling with a lesson. In these days it was noted that some of the colour left his face. A certain pensiveness crept into his expression. "Boss," one of the men asked him, "are you in pain?" "I am," Martin Coughlin answered, and walked sadly away. Once the men wakened to hear him pacing the deck in the middle of the night. The dark-faced man went up the ladder and popped his vignette over the hold. He came back after a time. "He's on deck in his shirt," he said. "The moon is shining on him. His legs are like two white pillars under the tiller. He has that paper with him. I heard him giving out a few words. He was losing them, trying to catch them up again, stumbling and staggering over them like a man that would be raving. Then he would run his hands through his hair, and the wind blowing the shirt about the white pillars." "Be the powers," said the grotesque man, turning over in his bunk. "It's a chilly sort of a night, and I'm glad I have not the gift." As the day of the meeting approached, and it became more and more a topic of conversation, Martin Coughlin's depression increased. Something seemed to weigh him down. He took the dark-faced man aside. "You know this meeting is got up by the committee," he said. "And you call to mind that I told you that committee a long while ago. I said it was a rotten committee." "You did, I remember that. And I said it was an ignorant committee." "You did, right enough. You agreed with me. We were at one as regards this committee. Very well, I'm not going to give that committee the satisfaction of making a speech for them." Now that would be a pity, and you haven't the gift. There you are. That's what makes me do it. How can a man of gift speak for a rotten, ignorant committee? To the dark-faced man this was a poser. Perhaps in that moment of expediency, of pressure, Martin Coughlin showed that he had, after all, some talent for politics. He walked down the deck with a stride. "Never!" he exclaimed with decision, waving his arms. The meeting came off without Martin Coughlin. He did not even attend. He sent word to strike his name off the committee. "We will indeed," one of the men said. "Little good any such tame ducks is to anyone." The men from the Golden Bark were disappointed that Martin Coughlin did not pour forth his eloquence at the assembly. They somehow regarded him as in some way wronged, but he became more cheerful himself. He began to whistle again as he moved round the boat. His flat feet became more than ever a part of the ritual of the deck. The curve at the back of his neck threw out his head another degree. His eyes became more palely yellow. They were digging imaginary canals in the landscape. He was as happy as a duck in the water. Once the dark-faced man asked, "Boss, what became of the paper with your speech in it?" "Oh, yon rag," Martin Coughlin made answer. "I rolled her up in a stone, and she's at the bottom a wheen of weeks." The End. The Man with the Gift by Seumas O'Kelly, read by Mary Cunningham.
The Puzzle by Anonymous. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Puzzle. Part 1. Pew came into my room holding something wrapped in a piece of brown paper. "Tress, I have brought you something on which you may exercise your ingenuity." He began with exasperating deliberation to untie the string which bound his parcel. He is one of those persons who would not cut a knot to save their lives. The process occupied him the better part of a quarter of an hour. Then he held out the contents of the paper. "What do you think of that?" he asked. I thought nothing of it, and I told him so. I was prepared for that confession. I have noticed, Tress, that you generally do think nothing of an article which really deserves the attention of a truly thoughtful mind. Possibly, as you think so little of it, you will be able to solve the puzzle. I took what he held out to me. It was an oblong box, perhaps 7 inches long by 3 inches broad. "Where's the puzzle?" I asked. "If you will examine the lid of the box, you will see." I turned it over and over. It was difficult to see which was the lid. Then I perceived that on one side were printed these words: "Puzzle, to open the box." The words were so faintly printed that it was not surprising that I had not noticed them at first. Pew explained. "I observed that box on a tray outside a second-hand furniture shop. It struck my eye. I took it up. I examined it. I inquired of the proprietor of the shop in what the puzzle lay. He replied that that was more than he could tell me. He himself had made several attempts to open the box, and all of them had failed. I purchased it. I took it home. I have tried, and I have failed. I am aware, Tress, of how you pride yourself upon your ingenuity. I cannot doubt that, if you try, you will not fail." While Pew was prosing, I was examining the box. It was at least well made. It weighed certainly under 2 ounces. I struck it with my knuckles. It sounded hollow. There was no hinge, nothing of any kind to show that it had ever been opened, or, for the matter of that it ever could be opened. The more I examined the thing, the more it whetted my curiosity. That it could be opened, and in some ingenious manner, I made no doubt. But how? The box was not a new one. At a rough guess, I should say that it had been a box for a good half-century. There were certain signs of age about it which could not escape a practised eye. Had it remained unopened all that time? When opened, what would be found inside? It sounded hollow. Probably nothing at all. Who could tell? It was formed of small pieces of inlaid wood. Several woods had been used. Some of them were strange to me. They were of different colours. It was pretty obvious that they must all of them have been hardwoods. The pieces were of various shapes. hexagonal, octagonal, triangular, square, oblong, and even circular. The process of inlaying them had been beautifully done. So nicely had the parts been joined that the lines of meeting were difficult to discover with the naked eye. They had been joined solid, so to speak. It was an excellent example of marquetry. I had been over hasty in my deprecation. I owed as much to Pew. "This box of yours is better worth looking at than I first supposed. Is it to be sold?" "No, it is not to be sold, nor—" He fixed me with his spectacles. "Is it to be given away? I have brought it to you for the simple purpose of ascertaining if you have ingenuity enough to open it." "I will engage to open it in 2 seconds, with a hammer." "I dare say. I will open it with a hammer. The thing is to open it without." "Let me see," I began, with the aid of a microscope, to examine the box more closely. "I will give you one piece of information, Pew. Unless I am mistaken, the secret lies in one of these little pieces of inlaid wood. You push it or press it or something, and the whole affair flies open." Such was my own first conviction. I am not so sure of it now. I have pressed every separate piece of wood. I have tried to move each piece in every direction. No result has followed. My theory was a hidden spring. But there must be a hidden spring of some sort, unless you are to open it by a mere exercise of force. I suppose the box is empty. I thought it was at first, but now I am not so sure of that either. It all depends on the position in which you hold it. Hold it in this position, like this, close to your ear. Have you a small hammer?" I took a small hammer. "Tap it softly with the hammer. Don't you notice a sort of reverberation within?" Pew was right. There certainly was something within, something which seemed to echo back my tapping, almost as if it were a living thing. I mentioned this to Pew. "But you don't think that there is something alive inside the box? There can't be. A box must be airtight, probably as much airtight as an exhausted receiver." "How do we know that? How can we tell that no minute interstices have been left for the express purpose of ventilation?" I continued tapping with the hammer. I noticed one peculiarity, that it was only when I held the box in a particular position and tapped at a certain spot, there came the answering taps from within. I tell you what it is, Pew. What I hear is the reverberations of some machinery." "You think so? I'm sure of it. Give the box to me." Pew put the box to his ear. He tapped. "It sounds to me like the echoing tick-tick of some great beetle, like the sort of noise which a death watch makes, you know." Trust Pew to find a remarkable explanation for a simple fact. If the explanation leads towards the supernatural, so much the more satisfactory to Pew. I knew better. "The sound which you hear is merely the throbbing or the trembling of the mechanism with which it is intended that the box should be opened. The mechanism is placed just where you are tapping it with the hammer. Every tap causes it to jar. It sounds to me like the ticking of a death watch. However, on such subjects, Tress, I know what you are. My dear Pew, give it an extra hard tap and you will see." He gave it an extra hard tap. The moment he had done so, he started. "I've done it now." "What have you done?" "Broken something, I fancy." He listened intently, with his ear to the box. "No, it seems all right. And yet I could have sworn I had damaged something. I heard it smash." "Give me the box." He gave it me. In my turn, I listened. I shook the box. Pew must have been mistaken. Nothing rattled. There was not a sound. The box was as empty as before. I gave a smart tap with the hammer, as Pew had done. Then there certainly was a curious sound. To my ear it sounded like the smashing of glass. I wonder if there's anything fragile inside your precious puzzle, Pew, and if so, if we are shivering it by degrees. Part 2. What is that noise? I lay in bed in that curious condition which is between sleep and waking. When at last I knew that I was awake, I asked myself what it was that had woke me. Suddenly I became conscious that something was making itself audible in the silence of the night. For some seconds I lay and listened. Then I sat up in bed. What is that noise? It was like the tick-tick of some large and unusually clear-toned clock. It might have been a clock, had it not been that the sound was varied, every half-dozen ticks or so, by a sort of stifled screech, such as might have been uttered by some small creature in an extremity of anguish. I got out of bed. It was ridiculous to think of sleep during the continuation of that uncanny shrieking. I struck a light. The sound seemed to come from the neighbourhood of my dressing-table. I went to the dressing-table, the lighted match in my hand, and, as I did so, my eyes fell on Pugh's mysterious box. That same instant there issued from the bowels of the box a more uncomfortable screech than any I had previously heard. It took me so completely by surprise that I let the match fall from my hand to the floor. The room was in darkness. I stood, I will not say trembling, listening, considering their volume, to the eeriest shrieks I ever heard. All at once they ceased. Then came the tick, tick, tick again. I struck another match and lit the gas. Pugh had left his puzzle box behind him. We had done all we could together to solve the puzzle. He had left it behind to see what I could do with it alone. So much had it engrossed my attention that I had even brought it into my bedroom, in order that I might, before retiring to rest, make a final attempt at the solution of the mystery. Now, what possessed the thing? As I stood and looked and listened, one thing began to be clear to me, that some sort of machinery had been set in motion inside the box. How it had been set in motion was another matter, but the box had been subjected to so much handling, to such pressing and such hammering, that it was not strange if, after all, Pugh or I had unconsciously hit upon the spring which set the whole thing going. Possibly the mechanism had got so rusty that it had refused to act at once. It had hung fire, and only after some hours had something or other set the imprisoned motive power free. But what about the screeching? Could there be some living creature concealed within the box? Was I listening to the cries of some small animal in agony? Momentary reflection suggested that the explanation of the one thing was the explanation of the other. Rust. There was the mystery. The same rust which had prevented the mechanism from acting at once was causing the screeching now. The uncanny sounds were caused by nothing more nor less than the want of a drop or two of oil. Such an explanation would not have satisfied Pugh. It satisfied me. Picking up the box, I placed it to my ear. I wonder how long this little performance is going to continue, and what is going to happen when it is good enough to cease. I hope, an uncomfortable thought occurred to me, I hope Pugh hasn't picked up some pleasant little novelty in the way of an infernal machine. It would be a first-rate joke if he and I had been endeavouring to solve the puzzle of how to set it going. I don't mind owning that as this reflection crossed my mind, I replaced Pugh's puzzle on the dressing-table. The idea did not commend itself to me at all. The box evidently contained some curious mechanism. It might be more curious than comfortable. Possibly some agreeable little device in clockwork. The tick, tick, tick suggested clockwork, which had been planned to go at a certain time and then, for all I knew, ignite an explosive and blow up. It would be a charming solution to the puzzle if it were to explode while I stood there in my nightshirt looking on. It is true that the box weighed very little. Probably, as I have said, the whole affair would not have turned the scale at a couple of ounces. But then, its very lightness might have been part of the ingenious inventor's little game. There are explosives with which one can work a very satisfactory amount of damage with considerably less than a couple of ounces. While I was hesitating, I own it, whether I had not better immerse Pugh's puzzle in a can of water, or throw it out of the window, or call down Bob with a request to at once remove it to his apartment. Both the tick, tick, tick and the screeching ceased, and all within the box was still. If it was going to explode, it was now or never. Instinctively I moved in the direction of the door. I waited with a certain sense of anxiety. I waited in vain. Nothing happened, not even a renewal of the sound. I wish Pew had kept his precious puzzle at home. This sort of thing tries one's nerves. When I thought that I perceived that nothing seemed likely to happen, I returned to the neighbourhood of the table. I looked at the box askance. I took it up gingerly. Something might go off at any moment for all I knew. It would be too much of a joke if Pew's precious puzzle exploded in my hand. I shook it doubtfully. Nothing rattled. I held it to my ear. There was not a sound. What had taken place? Had the clockwork run down? And was the machine arranged with such a diabolical ingenuity that a certain interval was required after the clockwork had run down before an explosion could occur? Or had rust caused the mechanism to again hang fire? After making all that commotion, the thing might at least come open. I banged the box viciously against the corner of the table. I felt that I would almost rather that an explosion should take place than that nothing should occur. One does not care to be disturbed from one's sound slumber in the small hours of the morning for a trifle. I've half a mind to get a hammer and try, as they say in the cookery books, another way. Unfortunately, I had promised Pew to abstain from using force. I might have shivered the box open with my hammer and then explained that it had fallen, or got trod upon, or sat upon, or something, and so got shattered, only I was afraid that Pew would not believe me. The man is himself such an untruthful man that he is in a chronic state of suspicion about the truthfulness of others. Well, if you're not going to blow up or open or something, I'll say good night. I gave the box a final rap with my knuckles and a final shake, replaced it on the table, put out the gas and returned to bed. I was just sinking again into slumber when that box began again. It was true that Pew had purchased the puzzle, but it was evident that the whole enjoyment of the purchase was destined to be mine. It was useless to think of sleep while that performance was going on. I sat up in bed once more. It strikes me that the puzzle consists in finding out how it is possible to go to sleep with Pew's purchase in your bedroom. This is far better than the old-fashioned prescription of cats on the tiles. It struck me the noise was distinctly louder than before. This applied both to the tick, tick, tick and the screeching. Possibly, I told myself as I relighted the gas, the explosion is to come off this time. I turned to look at the box. There could be no doubt about it, the noise was louder. And if I could trust my eyes, the box was moving, giving a series of little jumps. This might have been an optical delusion, but it seemed to me that at each tick the box gave a little bound. During the screeches, which sounded more like the cries of an animal in an agony of pain even than before, if it did not tilt itself first on one end and then on another, I shall never be willing to trust the evidence of my own eyes again. And surely the box had increased in size. I could have sworn not only that it had increased, but that it was increasing, even as I stood there looking on. It had grown, and was still growing, both broader and longer and deeper. Pew, of course, would have attributed it to supernatural agency. There never was a man with such a nose for a ghost. I could picture him occupying my position, shivering in his nightshirt, as he beheld that miracle taking place before his eyes. The solution which at once suggested itself to me, and which would never have suggested itself to Pew, was that the box was fashioned, as it were, in layers, and that the ingenious mechanism it contained was forcing the size at once both upward and outward. I took it in my hand. I could feel something striking against the bottom of the box, like the tap, tap, tapping of a tiny hammer. This is a pretty puzzle of Pew's. He would say that that is the tapping of a death watch. For my part, I have not much faith in death watches, et hoc genus omni. But it certainly is a curious tapping. I wonder what is going to happen next. Apparently nothing, except a continuation of those mysterious sounds. That the box had increased in size I had, and have, no doubt whatever. I should say that it had increased a good inch in every direction, at least half an inch while I had been looking on. But while I stood looking, its growth was suddenly and perceptibly stayed. It ceased to move. only the noise continued. I wonder how long it will be before anything worth happening does happen. I suppose something is going to happen. There can't be all this to-do for nothing. If it is anything in the infernal machine line, and there is going to be an explosion, I might as well be here to see it. I think I'll have a pipe. I put on my dressing gown. I lit my pipe. I sat and stared at the box. I dare say I sat there for quite 20 minutes when, as before, without any sort of warning, the sound was stilled. Its sudden cessation rather startled me. Has the mechanism again hung fire? Or this time is the explosion coming off? It did not come off. Nothing came off. Isn't the box even going to open? It did not open. There was simply silence all at once, and that was all. I sat there in expectation for some moments longer, but I sat for nothing. I rose. I took the box in my hand. I shook it. This puzzle is a puzzle. I held the box first to one ear, then to the other. I gave it several sharp raps with my knuckles. There was not an answering sound, not even the sort of reverberation which Pew and I had noticed at first. It seemed hollower than ever. It was as though the soul of the box was dead. I suppose if I put you down and extinguish the gas and return to bed, in about half an hour or so, just as I am dropping off to sleep, the performance will be recommenced. Perhaps the third time will be lucky. But I was mistaken. There was no third time. When I returned to bed that time, I returned to sleep, and I was allowed to sleep. There was no continuation of the performance, at least so far as I know. For no sooner was I once more between the sheets than I was seized by an irresistible drowsiness, a drowsiness which so mastered me that I imagine it must have been instantly, sank into a slumber which lasted till long after day had dawned. Whether or not any more mysterious sounds issued from the bowels of Pew's puzzle is more than I can tell. If they did not succeed in rousing me. And yet when at last I did awake, I had a sort of consciousness that my waking had been caused by something strange. What it was I could not surmise. My own impression was that I had been awakened by the touch of a person's hand. But that impression must have been a mistaken one, because, as I could easily see by looking round the room, there was no one in the room to touch me. It was broad daylight. I looked at my watch. It was nearly 11 o'clock. I'm a pretty late sleeper as a rule, but I do not usually sleep as late as that. That scoundrel Bob would let me sleep all day without thinking it necessary to call me. I was just about to spring out of bed with the intention of ringing the bell, so that I might give Bob a piece of my mind for allowing me to sleep so late, when my glance fell on the dressing-table on which, the night before, I had placed Pew's puzzle. It had gone. Its absence so took me by surprise that I ran to the table. It had gone, but it had not gone far. It had gone to pieces. There were pieces lying where the box had been. The puzzle had solved itself. The box was open with a vengeance, one might say, like that unfortunate Humpty Dumpty who, so the chroniclers tell us, sat on a wall. Surely all the king's horses and all the king's men never could put Pew's puzzle together again. The marquetry had resolved itself into its component parts. How those parts had ever been joined was a mystery. They had been laid upon no foundation, as is the case with ordinary inlaid work. The several pieces of wood were not only of different shapes and sizes, but they were as thin as the thinnest veneer. Yet the box had been formed by simply joining them together. The man who had made that box must have been possessed of ingenuity worthy of a better cause. I perceived how the puzzle had been worked. The box had contained an arrangement of springs which, on being released, had expanded themselves in different directions until their mere expansion had rent the box to pieces. There were the springs lying amid the ruin they had caused. There was something else amid that ruin besides those springs. There was a small piece of writing paper. I took it up. On the reverse side of it was written in a minute, crabbed hand, "A present for you." What was a present for me? I looked. and not for the first time since I had caught sight of Pugh's precious puzzle, could scarcely believe my eyes. There, poised between two upright wires, the bent ends of which held it aloft in the air, was either a piece of glass or a crystal. The scrap of writing paper had exactly covered it. I understood what it was, when Pugh and I had tapped with the hammer, had caused the answering taps to proceed from within. Our taps caused the wires to oscillate, and in these oscillations the crystal, which they held suspended, had touched the side of the box. I looked again at the piece of paper. A present for you. Was this the present, this crystal? I regarded it intently. It can't be a diamond. The idea was ridiculous, absurd. No man in his senses would place a diamond inside a tuppenny-halfpenny puzzle box. The thing was as big as a walnut, and yet I am a pretty good judge of precious stones. If it was not an uncut diamond, it was the best imitation I had seen. I took it up. I examined it closely. The more closely I examined it, the more my wonder grew. It is a diamond. And yet the idea was too preposterous for credence. Who would present a diamond as big as a walnut with a trumpery puzzle? Besides, all the diamonds which the world contains of that size are almost as well known as the Koh-i-Noor. If it is a diamond, it is worth... Heaven only knows what it isn't worth if it's a diamond. I regarded it through a strong pocket lens. As I did so, I could not restrain an exclamation. The world to a china orange, it is a diamond. The words had scarcely escaped my lips than there came a tapping at the door. Come in, I cried, supposing it was Bob. It was not Bob, it was Pugh. Instinctively I put the lens and the crystal behind my back. At sight of me in my nightshirt, Pugh began to shake his head. What hours, Tress, what hours? Why, my dear Tress, I've breakfasted, read the papers and my letters, came all the way from my house here, and you're not up. Don't I look as though I were up? Tress. He approached the dressing-table. His eye fell upon the ruins. What's this? That's the solution to the puzzle. Have you solved it fairly, Tress? It has solved itself. Our handling and tapping and hammering must have freed the springs which the box contained, and during the night, while I slept, they have caused it to come open. While you slept? Dear me, how strange. And what are these? He had discovered the two upright wires on which the crystal had been poised. I suppose they're part of the puzzle. And was there anything in the box? What's this? He picked up the scrap of paper. I had left it on the table. He read what was written on it. A present for you. What's it mean? What was in the box? Tress, was this in the box? It was. What's it mean about a present? Was there anything in the box besides? Pugh, if you will leave the room, I shall be able to dress. I'm not in the habit of receiving quite such early calls, or I should have been prepared to receive you. If you will wait in the next room, I will be with you as soon as I'm dressed. There is a little subject in connection with the box which I wish to discuss with you. A subject in connection with the box? What is the subject? I will tell you, Pugh, when I have performed my toilet. Why can't you tell me now? Do you propose, then, that I should stand here shivering in my shirt while you are prosing at your ease? Thank you, I am obliged, but I decline. May I ask you once more, Pugh, to wait for me in the adjoining apartment? He moved toward the door. When he had taken a couple of steps, he halted. I hope, Tress, that you're going to play no tricks on me. Tricks on you? Is it likely that I'm going to play tricks upon my oldest friend? When he had gone, he vanished, it seemed to me, with a somewhat doubtful visage. I took the crystal for the window. I drew the blind. I let the sunshine fall on it. I examined it again, closely and minutely, with the aid of my pocket lens. It was a diamond. There could not be a doubt of it. If, with my knowledge of stones, I was deceived, then I was deceived as never man had been deceived before. My heart beat faster as I recognized the fact that I was holding in my hand what was, in all probability, a fortune for a man of moderate desires. Of course, Pugh knew nothing of what I had discovered, and there was no reason why he should know, not the least. The only difficulty was that if I kept my own counsel, and sold the stone, and utilised the proceeds of the sale, I should have to invent a story which would account for my sudden accession to fortune. Pew knows almost as much of my affairs as I do myself. That is the worst of these old friends. When I joined Pew, I found him dancing up and down the floor, like a bear upon hot plates. He scarcely allowed me to put my nose inside the door before attacking me. "Tress, give me what was in the box." "My dear Pew, how do you know that there was something in the box to give you?" "I know there was." "Indeed, if you know that there was something in the box, perhaps you will tell me what that something was." He eyed me doubtfully. Then advancing, he laid upon my arm a hand which positively trembled. "Tress, you wouldn't play tricks on an old friend?" "You are right, Pew, I wouldn't, though I believe there have been occasions on which you have had doubts upon the subject. By the way, Pew, I believe that I am the oldest friend you have." I don't know about that. There's Brasher." "Brasher? Who's Brasher? You wouldn't compare my friendship to the friendship of such a man as Brasher. Think of the tastes we have in common, you and I. We're both collectors." "Yes, we're both collectors. I make my interests yours, and you make your interests mine. Isn't that so, Pew?" "Tress, what was in the box?" "I will be frank with you, Pew. If there had been something in the box, would you have been willing to go halves with me in my discovery?" "Go halves? In your discovery, Tress? Give me what is mine." "With pleasure, Pew, if you will tell me what is yours." If you don't give me what was in the box, I'll send for the police." "Do. Then I shall be able to hand to them what was in the box in order that it may be restored to its proper owner." "Its proper owner? I'm its proper owner." "Excuse me, but I don't understand how that can be, at least until the police have made inquiries. I should say that the proper owner was the person from whom you purchased the box, or more probably the person from whom he purchased it, and by whom, doubtless, it was sold in ignorance or by mistake. Thus, Pew, if you will only send for the police, we shall earn the gratitude of a person of whom we never heard in our lives, I for discovering the contents of the box, and you for returning them." As I said this, Pew's face was a study. He gasped for breath. He actually took out his handkerchief to wipe his brow. "Tress, I don't think you need to use a tone like that to me. It isn't friendly. What was in the box?" "Let us understand each other, Pew. If you don't hand over what was in the box to the police, I go halves." Pew began to dance about the floor. "What a fool I was to trust you with the box. I knew I couldn't trust you." I said nothing. I turned and rang the bell. "What's that for?" "That, my dear Pew, is for breakfast, and if you desire it, for the police. You know, although you have breakfasted, I haven't. Perhaps while I am breaking my fast, you would like to summon the representatives of law and order." Bob came in. I ordered breakfast, then I turned to Pew. "Is there anything you would like?" "No, I've breakfasted." "It wasn't of breakfast I was thinking. It was something else. Bob is at your service if, for instance, you wish to send him on an errand." "No, I want nothing. Bob can go." Bob went. Directly he was gone, Pew turned to me. "You shall have half, but what was in the box?" "I shall have half?" "You shall." "I don't think it is necessary that the terms of our little understanding should be expressly embodied in black and white. I fancy that, under the circumstances, I can trust you, Pew. I believe that I am capable of seeing that, in this matter, you don't do me. That was in the box." I held out the crystal between my finger and thumb. "What is it?" "That is what I desire to learn. Let me look at it." "You are welcome to look at it where it is. Look at it as long as you like, and as closely." Pew leaned over my hand. His eyes began to gleam. He is himself not a bad judge of precious stones, is Pew. Tress, is it a diamond?" "That question I have already asked myself. Let me look at it. It will be safe with me. It's mine." I immediately put the thing behind my back. "Pardon me. It belongs neither to you nor to me. It belongs in all probability to the person who sold that puzzle to the man from whom you bought it. Perhaps some weeping widow, Pew, or hopeless orphan. Think of it. Let us have no further misunderstanding upon that point, my dear old friend. Still, because you are my dear old friend, I am willing to trust you with this discovery of mine, on condition that you don't attempt to remove it from my sight, and that you return it to me the moment I require you. You're very hard on me. I made a movement toward my waistcoat pocket. I'll return it to you. I handed him the crystal, and with it I handed him my pocket lens. With the aid of that glass, I imagine that you will be able to subject it to a more acute examination, Pew. He began to examine it through the lens. Directly he did so, he gave an exclamation. In a few moments he looked up at me. His eyes were glistening behind his spectacles. I could see he trembled. Tress, it's a diamond, a Brazil diamond. It's worth a fortune. I'm glad you think so. Glad I think so? Don't you think it's a diamond? It appears to be a diamond. Under ordinary conditions, I should say, without hesitation, that it was a diamond. But when I consider the circumstances of its discovery, I am driven to doubts. How much did you give for that puzzle, Pew? 9p. The fellow wanted a shilling, but I gave him 9p. He seemed content. 9p. Does it seem reasonable that we should find a diamond, which, if it is a diamond, is the finest stone I ever saw and handled, in a 9p puzzle? It is not as though it had got into the thing by accident. It had evidently been placed there to be found, and apparently by anyone who chanced to solve the puzzle. Witness the writing on the scrap of paper. Pew re-examined the crystal. It is a diamond. I'll stake my life that it's a diamond. Still, though it be a diamond, I smell a rat. What do you mean? I strongly suspect that the person who placed that diamond inside that puzzle intended to have a joke at the expense of the person who discovered it. What was to be the nature of the joke is more than I can say at present, but I should like to have a bet with you that the man who compounded that puzzle was an ingenious practical joker. I may be wrong, Pew. We shall see. But until I have proved the contrary, I don't believe that the maddest man that ever lived would throw away a diamond worth, apparently, shall we say, £1,000? £1,000? This diamond is worth a good deal more than £1,000. Well, that only makes my case the stronger. I don't believe that the maddest man that ever lived would throw away a diamond worth more than £1,000 with such utter wantonness as seems to have characterized the action of the original owner of the stone which I found in your 9p puzzle, Pew. There have been some eccentric characters in the world, some very eccentric characters. However, as you say, we shall see. I fancy that I know somebody who will be quite willing to have such a diamond as this, and who, moreover, would be willing to pay a fair price for its possession. I will take it to him and see what he says. Pew, hand me back that diamond. My dear Tress, I was only going— Bob came in with the breakfast tray. Pew, you will either hand me that at once, or Bob shall summon the representatives of law and order. He handed me the diamond. I sat down to breakfast with a hearty appetite. Pew stood and scowled at me. Joseph Tress, it is my solemn conviction, and I have no hesitation in saying so in plain English, that you're a thief. My dear Pew, it seems to me that we show every promise of becoming a couple of thieves. Don't bracket me with you. Not at all. You are worse than I. It is you who decline to return the contents of the box to its proper owner. Put it to yourself. You have some common sense, my dear old friend. Do you suppose that a diamond worth more than £1,000 is to be honestly bought for 9p? He resumed his old trick of dancing about the room. I was a fool ever to let you have the box. I ought to have known better than to have trusted you. Goodness knows you have given me sufficient cause to mistrust you, over and over again. Your character is only too notorious. You have plundered friend and foe alike. Friend and foe alike. As for the rubbish which you call your collection, 9/10 of it, I know as a positive fact, you have stolen out and out. Who stole my Sir Walter Raleigh pipe? Wasn't it a man named Pew? Look here, Joseph Tress. I'm looking. Oh, it's no good talking to you, not the least. You're dead to all the promptings of conscience. May I inquire, Mr. Tress, what it is you propose to do? I propose to do nothing except summon the representatives of law and order. Failing that, my dear Pugh, I had some faint, vague, very vague idea of taking the contents of your ninepenny puzzle to a certain firm in Hatton Garden, who are dealers in precious stones, and to learn from them if they are disposed to give anything for it, and if so, what. I shall come with you. With pleasure, on condition that you pay the cab. I pay the cab? I will pay half. Not at all. You will either pay the whole fare, or else I will have one cab and you shall have another. It is a 3-shilling cab fare from here to Hatton Garden. If you propose to share my cab, you will be so good as to hand over that 3 shillings before we start. He gasped, but he handed over the 3 shillings. There are few things I enjoy so much as getting money out of Pugh. On the road to Hatton Garden we wrangled nearly all the way. I own that I feel a certain satisfaction in irritating Pugh. He is such an irritable man. He wanted to know what I thought we should get for the diamond. You can't expect to get much for the contents of a ninepenny puzzle, not even the price of a cab fare, Pugh. He eyed me, but for some minutes he was silent. Then he began again. Tress, I don't think we ought to let it go for less than £5,000. Seriously, Pugh, I doubt whether, when the whole affair is ended, we shall get 5,000 pence for it, or, for the matter of fact, 5,000 farthings. But why not? Why not? It's a magnificent stone, magnificent. I'll stake my life on it. I tapped my breast with the tips of my fingers. There's a warning voice within my breast that ought to be in yours, Pugh. Something tells me, perhaps it is the unusually strong vein of common sense which I possess, that the contents of your ninepenny puzzle will be found to be a magnificent an ingenious practical joke, my friend. I don't believe it. But I think he did. At any rate, I had unsettled the foundations of his faith. We entered the Hatton Garden office side by side. In his anxiety not to let me get before him, Pugh actually clung to my arm. The office was divided into 2 parts by a counter which ran from wall to wall. I advanced to a man who stood on the other side of this counter. I want to sell you a diamond. We want to sell you a diamond, interpolated Pugh. I turned to Pugh. I fixed him with my glance. I want to sell you a diamond. Here it is. What will you give me for it? Taking the crystal from my waistcoat pocket, I handed it to the man on the other side of the counter. Directly he got it between his fingers and saw that it was that he got, I noticed a sudden gleam come into his eyes. This is rather a fine stone. Pugh nudged my arm. I told you so. I paid no attention to Pugh. What will you give me for it? Do you mean, what will I give you for it cash down upon the nail? Just so. What will you give me for it cash down upon the nail? The man turned the crystal over and over in his fingers. Well, that's rather a large order. We don't often get a chance of buying such a stone as this across the counter. What do you say to £10,000? £10,000? It was beyond my wildest imaginings. Pugh gasped. He lurched against the counter. £10,000? He echoed. The man on the other side glanced at him, I thought, a little curiously. If you can give me references or satisfy me in any way as to your bona fides, I am prepared to give you for this diamond an open cheque for £10,000, or, if you prefer it, the cash instead. I stared. I was not accustomed to see business transacted on quite such lines as those. We'll take it, murmured Pugh. I believe he was too much overcome by his feelings to do more than murmur. I interposed. My dear sir, you will excuse my saying that you arrive very rapidly at your conclusions. In the first place, how can you make sure that it is a diamond? The man behind the counter smiled. I should be very ill-fated for the position which I hold if I could not tell a diamond directly I get a sight of it, especially such a stone as this. But have you no tests you can apply? We have tests which we apply in cases in which doubt exists, but in this case there is no doubt whatever. I am as sure that this is a diamond as I am sure that it is air I breathe. However, here is a test." There was a wheel close by the speaker. It was worked by a treadle. It was more like a superior sort of travelling tinker's grindstone than anything else. The man behind the counter put his foot upon the treadle. The wheel began to revolve. He brought the crystal into contact with the swiftly revolving wheel. There was a "shh," and in an instant his hand was empty. The crystal had vanished into air. "Good heavens!" he gasped. I never saw such a look of amazement on a human countenance before. "It's splintered!" Postscript. It was a diamond, although it had splintered. In that fact lay the point of the joke. The man behind the counter had not been wrong. Examination of such dust as could be collected proved the fact beyond a doubt. It was declared by experts that the diamond, at some point of its history, had been subjected to intense and continuing heat. The result had been to make it as brittle as glass. There could be no doubt that its original owner had been an expert too. He knew where he had got it from, and he probably knew what it had endured. He was aware that, from a mercantile point of view, it was worthless. It could never have been cut, so having a turn of humour for a peculiar kind, he had devoted days and weeks, and possibly months, to the construction of that puzzle. He had placed the diamond inside, and he had enjoyed in anticipation and in imagination the Alnaschar visions of the lucky finder. Pew blamed me for the catastrophe. He said, and still says, that if I had not, in a measure, and quite gratuitously, insisted on a test, the man behind the counter would have been satisfied with the evidence of his organs of vision, and we should have been richer by £10,000. But I satisfy my conscience with the reflection that what I did at any rate was honest, though at the same time I am perfectly well aware that such a reflection gives Pew no sort of satisfaction. End of The Puzzle by Anonymous.
The Real Princess by Hans Christian Andersen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by phone. There was once a prince who wished to marry a princess, but then she must be a real princess. He traveled all over the world in hopes of finding such a lady, but there was always something wrong. Princesses he found in plenty, but whether they were real princesses it was impossible for him to decide, for now one thing, now another, seemed to him not quite right about the ladies. At last he returned to his palace quite cast down, because he wished so much to have a real princess for his wife. One evening a fearful tempest arose, it thundered and lightened, and the rain poured down from the sky in torrents. Besides, it was as dark as pitch. All at once there was heard a violent knocking at the door, and the old king, the prince's father, went out himself to open it. It was a princess who was standing outside the door. What with the rain and the wind, she was in a sad condition. The water trickled down from her hair, and her clothes clung to her body. She said she was a real princess. "Ah, we shall soon see that," thought the old queen mother. However, she said not a word of what she was going to do, but went quietly into the bedroom, took all the bedclothes off the bed, and put 3 little peas on the bedstead. She then laid 20 mattresses one upon another over the 3 peas, and put 20 feather beds over the mattresses. Upon this bed the princess was to pass the night. The next morning she was asked how she had slept. "Oh, very badly indeed," she replied. "I have scarcely closed my eyes the whole night through. I do not know what was in my bed, but I had something hard under me, and am all over black and blue. It has hurt me so much." Now it was plain that the lady must be a real princess, since she had been able to feel the 3 little peas through the 20 mattresses and 20 feather beds. None but a real princess could have had such a delicate sense of feeling. The prince accordingly made her his wife, being now convinced that he had found a real princess. The 3 Ps were however put into the cabinet of curiosities, where they are still to be seen, provided they are not lost. Wasn't this a lady of real delicacy? End of The Real Princess by Hans Christian Andersen. Recording by phone.
The Rhubarb-Pie from Bill Nye's Sparks by Edgar Wilson Nye. Bill Nye. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Rhubarb-Pie by Bill Nye. In June, the medicated tropical fruit known as rhubarb-pie is in full bloom. The farmer goes forth into his garden to find out where the coy old setting hen is hiding from the vulgar gaze, and he discovers that his pie plant is ripe. Then he forms a syndicate with his wife for the purpose of publishing the seditious and rebellious pie. It is singular that the War Department has never looked into a scheme for fighting the Indians with rhubarb-pie, instead of the regular army. One half of the army could then put in its time court-martialing the other half, and all would be well. Rhubarb undoubtedly has its place in the Matria Medica, but when it sneaks into the pie of commerce, it is out of place. Castor oil and capsicum and dynamite and chloroform and porous plasters and arsenic all have their uses one way or another, but they would not presume to enter into the composition of a pie. They know it would not be tolerated, but rhubarb, elated with its success as a drug, forgets its humble origins and aspires to become an article of diet. Now the pumpkin knows its place. You never knew of a pumpkin trying to monkey with science. Pumpkin knows that it was born to bury itself in the bosom of a pumpkin pie. It does not, therefore, go about the country claiming to be a remedy for spavin. Supposing that the gory yet toothsome steak that grows on the back of a 21-year-old steer's neck should claim for itself that it could go into a drugstore and cure rheumatism and heartburn. Wouldn't everyone say that it was out of place and uncalled for? Certainly. The back of the tough old steer's neck knows that it is destined for mince pie, and nature did not intend otherwise. So also with the vulcanized gristle and Arctic overshoe heel, and the shoestring, and the white button, and all those elements that go to make up a mince pie. They do not try to be medicines and cordials and anecdotes of themselves. Rhubarb is the only thing that successfully holds its place with the apothecary, and yet draws a salary in the pie business. I do not know how others may look at this matter, but I do not think it is right. Still, you may find this medicated pie in the social circles everywhere. We guard our homes with the strictest surveillance in other matters, and yet we allow the low, vulgar, pie plant pie to creep into our homes and into our hearts. That is, it creeps into our hearts figuratively speaking. The heart is not, as a matter of fact, one of the digestive organs, but I use the term just as all poets do under like circumstances. Many, however, will always continue to use the rhubarb pie, and for those I give below a recipe which has stood the test of time, one which results in a pie that frosts and sudden atmospheric changes cannot injure. None but the youngest rhubarb should be used in making pies. Go out and kill your rhubarb with a club, taking care not to kill the old and tough variety. Give it a chance to repent. Remove the skin carefully and take out the digestive economy of the plant. Be specifically careful to get off the fuzzy coating, as rhubarb pies with hair on are not in such favor as they were when the country was new. Now put in the basement of cement and throw on your rhubarb. Flavor with linseed oil and hammer out the top crust until it is moderately thin. Then solder on the cover and drill holes for the copper rivets. Having headed the rivets in place, nail on zinc monogram and kiln dry the pies slowly. When it is cooled, put on 2 coats of metallic paint, and adjust the time lock. After you find that the pie is impervious to the action of chilled steel or acids, remove and feed it to the man who cheerfully pays for his whiskey and steals his newspaper. The end of The Rhubarb-Pie by Bill Nye.
The Soul of the Violin by Margaret Mantel Merrill. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. The Soul of the Violin. Scene: a dingy attic room in a wretched tenement. A bit of candle stuck in an old bottle gives a faint, gloomy light. Uncanny shadows move about the room. A rickety chair, a table, a pile of straw that serves for a bed. The man stands by the table, lifting a violin from its case. He touches it as men touch the things they love best. He holds it against his hunger-wasted face and talks to it as if it lived and understood all he said. It has come at last, old comrade. It has come at last. The time when you and I must say goodbye. God knows I wish I could sell myself instead of you. But I am worthless, while you... Do you know, my beauty? A Shylock down the street, the man who has all else I own save you, has offered me $500 if I will give you to him. $500 to a man who has not a coat to his back, a roof to cover him, or a crumb of bread to eat. Why do I hesitate? You are only some bits of wood and a few trumpery strings, not much for a man to starve for. I have only to run down the stairs with you, a few steps more, hand you over the counter, the thing is done. And I have $500. I can leave this wretched rat-ridden hole. I can have food to eat such as I have not tasted for a year. I can mingle again with the men I used to know. I can be one of them. $500. Why, that is wealth, wondrous wealth. And all for you, you thing without a stomach. You cannot know hunger, you body without a soul. Stay. Am I sure of that? The man passes his fingers over the strings and bends his head to listen. The soft vibrations follow each other like sweet, half-forgotten thoughts. Your E string is a trifle flat, says the man. Well, it doesn't matter. He rises hastily, possessed by a sudden determination, opens the case and is about to thrust the violin inside, when he stops. A faint tremor of sound is still audible. It seems almost like a whisper of pain. The man lifts the violin again in his arms and lays his cheek upon it. What, old comrade? Does it hurt you too? Ah, I have wronged you. You have a heart. You can feel. I almost believe you can remember. Let me see. How long has it been? 20, 30, 35 years. Think of that, old comrade. 35 years, the average lifetime of man, we have been together. And I knew you long before that. You were in a funny old shop, kept by a man who had owned you longer than I have. He would show you to the people who came and allowed them to read your inscription. Cremona, 1731. But he would not sell you. It is not probable that he was ever hungry. I loved you then, you inanimate thing of wood. I loved to hold you and to hear you sing. I longed for you as I had never longed for anything else. One day the old man sent for me. "Bring me your old violin," he said, "and you shall have the Cremona." "To keep?" I exclaimed. "Yes," said the old man, to keep, for I am sure you will keep it. I am old. Someone else will soon take possession here, and the Cremona might be sold into strange hands. I should not like that. I would rather give it to you. So I took you home with me and sat up half the night drawing the bow softly over your strings. I was the happiest boy in the world, I think. I laid you where, if I waked in the night, I could reach out and touch you. I would not have taken a kingdom in exchange for you then. Ah, but then I was not hungry. What animals we are, after all. The man still held the violin against his cheek, passing his hands gently along the strings, and talking on in a dreamy way, as if he scarcely knew that he spoke at all. 35 years, and we have seen the world together. We have tasted its sweets and its bitterness. Kings and beggars have listened to you, and both have loved you. Do you remember the night in Berlin when we played The Dream, and the beautiful woman in the box at the right threw a great red rose? It caught upon one of your strings, caught and hung by a thorn, and when I tried to release it, the blood-red petals fell in a shower at my feet. Then we played The Last Rose of Summer. I am sure you had a heart that night. I could feel it vibrate with the quivering of your strings. There were tears in many eyes when we had finished, and she, I think the music had taken possession of her, for she rose, crying out, "No, no, it is not the last. The world is full of roses, see!" And she threw a great armful of white and red blossoms. I wonder if she loved me best or you. It was in the time of roses, when she, the rose of all the world, lay dead. You must remember that, old comrade. When it was dark, when all the rest had gone and left her, we went to say goodbye. The world was full of roses then, and I heaped them over her. Then you sang, oh, how you sang. I always believed that her soul was borne away on the wings of your song, carrying the perfume of the roses with it. The next time we played, someone threw a rose, and I set my heel upon it. What right had roses to bloom when she was dead? We have done badly since then, you and I. Some way things ceased to seem worth striving for. And you have been dearer because you were the only one who knew and understood. And yet I said you had no soul. Forgive me, O comrade. A man is not to be blamed for what he says when he's hungry. Ah, what a fool I am, wandering away to an old fiddle when I might be filling my empty stomach. The man sprang up, thrust the violin rudely into its case, closed the lid with a bang, seized it, and stopped, listening. The strings were quivering from its rough handling. He heard a sigh, faint as the farewell breath from the lips of a loved one dying. The man set his feet hard, took another step, stopped again. Then suddenly he clasped the violin in his arms. No, no, I cannot, I will not. It may be folly, it is madness. No matter, I will not do it. I'm not hungry now. The man opens the case, lifts the violin again, and holds it in his arms as if it were a child. To think that I ever dreamed of selling you my treasure. But a devil prompted me, the demon of hunger. It is gone now. I am quite content, quite satisfied. Come, Sing to me, and I shall be altogether happy. The man raises the violin and draws the bow. Ah, that E string. There. So, that is better. Now we are all right, and we are happy, are we not? Sing to me of the rose and of her. See, she is in the box yonder, all among her blossoms. She is smiling and throwing us handfuls, red and white. We must do our best, our very best, when she listens. The man's eyes kindle and burn, his pale cheeks flush. Starvation and rags are far away and forgotten things. He is again the master of music. The foul attic room has widened and brightened into a great glittering amphitheater, wherein thousands sit, breathless under the spell of that divine melody. The man's soul is breathing itself upon the strings, and how they respond. They shiver with sobs, they vibrate with laughter, they shout in exultation. Here, here, my comrade, cries the man. Bravos, encores. Ah, we have conquered the world tonight. How the lights glitter. This is ecstasy. This is heaven. Wilder and wilder goes the music. Faster and faster flies the bow. Snap! A string breaks. Snap! Another. The weird strains sink into a wailing minor key. The arm that holds the bow grows unsteady. The wild eyes cease their feverish shifting and fasten themselves upon one spot at the right. The tense features relax into a smile. The voice is very low and very tender. One more rose, my beauty, my queen of all the world. The lights are growing dim. My sight is failing. I can see only you, only you. Snap. The last string breaks. Scene, the same as at first. The candle, the chair, the table, the straw. Yes, and the man too. But he lies prone upon his face, and under him is a handful of wooden fragments, upon one of which is the inscription, Cremona, 1731. End The Soul of the Violin by Margaret Mantel Merrill.
Three Guesses by David Goodis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. It was one of those white stone places up in the East 70s. Plenty of class, Fry thought as he walked up the steps. He turned and looked at the guy waiting in the car. He shrugged, and the guy shrugged back. Fry was in his early 30s. He was 5'8", and he weighed 170, and was packed in like steel. He was a private dick, and he was reckless. It showed in his gray eyes, and the glint in his carelessly combed light brown hair, and the set of his jawline. It showed in the thin grin of his lips. His lips grinned like that as the door opened. A servant, a Jap. Yes, please? I'd like to see Miss Roulette. She busy. Not too busy to see me, Fry said. I'm coming in. Japs are either very tough, or they are very timid, and the servant was of the latter stamp. He stepped aside, and Fry walked through a pale orange room, then through a burnt orange room, and then into another pale orange room. Nice place you've got here, Miss Roulette, Fry said. She was small and slim, and even in the frock of a sculptress, she looked delicate and graceful. In one hand she held a chisel, in the other she held a mallet. She was working on a chunk of marble, and she had the forehead and general scalp contours almost completed. When she turned around, she showed a good-looking set of features. She had dark brown hair coming in bangs to the eyebrows, and her eyes were gold hazel. Her mouth was a little too wide, but still she was a good-looking girl. She was in her late 20s. "Just who are you, and what is the meaning of this?" she said. "My name is Fry, and I'm a friend of Harry Duggan." "Is that so?" she said. "How is Harry?" "He's dead." She blinked a few times, then she said, "What happened, and when?" Fry said, "He was murdered, this morning, knifed." She blinked a few more times, and then she looked at the floor for a few seconds. Fry was watching her, and then he was glancing sideways to a little jade box that held cigarettes. He took one up, eased a stray safety match from his vest pocket, flicked it with his fingernail, and lit up. He took a few deep drags, and said, "I've got an idea that you know something, Miss Rillette." Her face showed no emotion as she said, "I thought you said you were a friend of Harry's. You sound more like a detective." "That's right. Harry was a good friend of mine. We went to law school together. He became a successful corporation lawyer, and I starved for a while, and then I became a private detective. I lost touch with Harry for a year or so, and then last week he called me up and asked me to do a favor for him. He asked me to follow you." She said, "Indeed?" "That's right. He must have been looking around for a private dick. And then he found out I was in the business, and he asked me to follow you. He said that in return for the favor, he would give me $150. So you see, Miss Rillette, I have nothing against you personally. I just have to make a living, that's all." "Why did he want you to follow me?" "You don't have to ask me that, Miss Rillette. You know the answer. In fact, you know all the answers. I found that out through 7 days of following you." She blinked some more, and then she reached out to the little jade box and took a cigarette. Fry flicked one of his safety matches with his fingernail and gave her a light. "What am I supposed to say?" she murmured. He knew he was going to have trouble with this girl. "You don't have to say anything. I'll write out a confession outline and you sign it. If you want to, you can fill in all the gaps. But what I want most is a signed confession." "What did you say you were?" she murmured. "A private detective. Beginner, aren't you?" That made him sort of sore, but he swallowed it and said, "Maybe, but I'm not an amateur. I make a living out of this." She blinked and dragged half-heartedly at the cigarette, and then she turned and looked at the marble she was doing. She looked back at Fry, and her eyes were tired as she said, "How close did you follow me?" "Here's what you did," Fry said. "On Sunday you attended an exhibition at the Y Galleries up on 57th Street. From there you went to Larry's in the village, where you had a dinner engagement with a man named Lucero. From there this guy took you to a party at the Vanderbilt. He went home. You stayed at the Vanderbilt. You stayed there for 5 days with your very good friend, Daisy Hennifer, the jewelry designer. You had a few luncheon and dinner engagements with Lucero. You went to a few shops with Daisy. Then early last night you left the Vanderbilt, and I lost you in Fifth Avenue traffic. I went back to tell Harry about it and to get your home address, because in all the days I'd been following you, well, you didn't once touch home. When I got to Harry's apartment, his valet informed me that Harry was out for the evening." "That's as far as you got?" "Hardly. I went to Harry's apartment again this morning. The valet came to the door and told me that Mr. Duggan was sleeping. I explained that it was certainly most important, and I went in. But I couldn't wake Harry up because he was dead. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. You know it already. How did you get my home address?" She was still blinking a lot, but she wasn't excited. "The valet gave it to me." "You told him?" "I didn't tell him anything. I came out of the bedroom and told him that Mr. Duggan was still sleeping. Then I asked him for your address. Maybe he still thinks that Harry is asleep, or maybe he's found out already and the police are on the case." She looked at the ceiling, and then she looked at the floor, and then she looked at Fry and said, "Now let me understand this. You say that I murdered Harry. You want me to sign a confession." "That's all there is to it," he said. "You're going to place yourself in a lot of difficulty, Mr. Fry," she murmured. "I advise that you give this matter a little more thought before you accuse anyone else." "I'm not accusing anyone else," Fry said. "What are you going to do?" She blinked, and then she looked at her wristwatch, and then she looked at the marble. I have a lot of work to finish before 3:30 this afternoon, she said. Please go now. She turned, took up her mallet and chisel, and started to work on the marble. She acted as if Fry had already walked out of the pale orange room. He shrugged and walked out. The Jap servant followed him to the door. He said to the Jap, "Tell Miss Roulette that I'll be back after 3:30. He walked down the steps and stepped into the parked coupe. He turned the key in the ignition lock and said, "No go." "What happened?" this other guy said. The other guy was Mogan. He was about as tall as Fry, and he weighed a little over 200 pounds. He had close-cropped blonde hair and pretty blue eyes, and he was a very tough boy. "She don't know from nothing," Fry said. He took the car around the corner and stepped on the gas. "What do we do now?" Mogan said. "Well, we could go to a double feature and kill the afternoon that way, or we could go up and visit this Lucero." Mogan shrugged. It was a new apartment house near Morningside Heights. It was elegant and smooth and important. "Do I wait?" Mogan said. "Maybe you better come in with me." They went in and rang Lucero's number, and he must have been expecting somebody because he buzzed an answer right away and the door opened. When Fry and Mogan stepped out of the elevator, Lucero was standing at the door of his apartment, and when he saw them he expected them to walk right by, but they came up to him. He was a man of medium height, and he had a good build for a man of 45. He had a square, rigid-boned face and deep-set, dark gray eyes, and a good head of black hair threaded with silver. He was wearing a long collared silk shirt and an expensive cravat and an expensive silk lounging robe. "Hello, Lucero," Fry said. "I beg your pardon?" "You don't have to beg anybody's pardon," Fry said. "All you have to do is answer a few questions. If you don't mind, we won't waste time out here in the hall. We'll go into your room and talk." "I presume you are thieves?" Lucero said. He wasn't excited. "No, we ain't thieves, and we don't like funny boys," Mogan said. Lucero walked into the apartment, and Fry and Mogan followed. "Now, gentlemen, my name is Fry. This is my associate, Mr. Mogan." Lucero ignored Mogan. He said, "What do you want with me?" Fry began to talk. He didn't look at Lucero. He looked out the window and talked slowly, taking his time. He said, "You got a nice business, Mr. Lucero. You are an expert appraiser of art, and you take good fees from various dealers. Sometimes you hit healthy money. You check up on a Rembrandt, and you give your okay to a buyer, and the dealer gives you a sweet kickback. It is all very legitimate and lucrative." "What are you, a census taker?" Lucero said. "Quiet," Mogan toned. "A short time ago you figured out a few new angles," Fry said. "You weren't doing so good on this old stuff, and you reasoned that you might be able to make up for the deficiency by a few transactions with the modern boys and girls." "Just what do you mean by quiet?" Morgan toned. "So here's what you did," Fry said. "You rounded up several of the more snooty painters and sculptors, the artistic boys or girls who have a lot of dough because their parents or some uncle or somebody had a lot of dough. You told the suckers that you'd boost their work in return for tribute. Then you went to the dealers and told them that you had several sensational new artists whose work would bring high prices. You'd give that work a big build-up in return for the kickbacks. It worked. Now, just a moment." "Quiet," Morgan toned. "Everybody was happy," Fry said, "because nobody really lost out. The artists made dough, and the dealers made dough, and the customers thought they were getting high-class stuff. One of these customers was Harry Duggan, the successful corporation lawyer." Lucero opened his mouth to say something, then he closed it, and looked at Fry, and looked at Mogan, and looked at Fry again. "You sold Duggan a few pieces of sculpture done by a girl named Tess Roulette," Fry said. "Duggan liked the sculpture, and he wanted to meet the girl. You introduced him to Tess, and he went crazy. He worshipped her. He asked her to marry him. She thought it was funny, and she told you about it. You didn't think it was funny. You saw a new dodge. Now, damn you." "Quiet," Mogan toned. "Duggan was out of his head because of Tess Roulette, and, of course, he bought up every piece of sculpture that Tess turned out. This sort of thing went on for more than a year, and Harry didn't know the sculpture takes a long time, and a high-class artist can turn out so many pieces and no more in a certain period. In other words, Harry didn't stop to figure that you were selling him stuff that Tess Roulette had nothing to do with. That is, he didn't stop to figure about it until he found out that Tess had fallen for you. Now you look here. Quiet, Mogan toned. Harry could be clever when he wanted to be, and he was always clever when he was good and burned up. He checked up on that stuff you sold him, found out that it was phony. He got in touch with you, told you that you were slated for jail, but that you could snake your way out of it by giving up those happy little plans for yourself and Tess Roulette. By that time you were serious about Tess, and you wouldn't give her up for anything. So you went and murdered Harry Duggan. What? I said you murdered Harry Duggan. Lucero stared at the lavender rug. He raised his eyes and said, Is Harry dead? Fry reached in his pocket and pulled out a safety match and flicked it with his fingernail. Then he remembered he had no cigarette in his mouth and reached out, and Mogan took a pack and gave him one. He lit the cigarette and said, I'm a detective, Lucero. I'd like you to tell me how you did it. I didn't do it. No. Fry looked at Mogan. Mogan shrugged. No, I didn't do it, Lucero said. Let me see your badge. I don't have a badge. I'm a private detective. Lucero said, I've a good mind to call the police. You don't have to call them, Fry said. They'll be here soon anyway. He walked to the door. Mogan followed. Lucero stood there in the center of the lavender rug. He said, You gentlemen have wasted your time. Quiet, Mogan toned. In the elevator, Fry said, Maybe we can still make that double feature. I'm getting hungry, Mogan said. How about some lunch? Fry parted his lips, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. He stepped on the stub and said, We'll have lunch, and then we'll visit another party. No double feature, Mogan said. No double feature. We'll visit this third party, and if we strike out, we'd better leave town for a few days to avoid a lot of aggravation. See what I mean? I see what you mean, Mogan said. Who do we see now? We see Daisy Hennifer, the jewelry designer, Fry said. We go to the Vanderbilt Hotel. They faked a story that they were representatives of a big Manhattan lapidary. That got them up to Daisy Hennifer's suite. It was topaz yellow, ceiling, walls, rugs, and furniture, all topaz yellow. Daisy had on a topaz yellow gown, and she had topaz yellow hair. You won't be able to stay long, gentlemen, she said. I have a cocktail engagement at 3:30. What's that again? Mogan said. Skip it, Fry said. Daisy was frowning. What did you do last night, Miss Hennifer? Fry said. Her topaz eyes started to glow, and she said, Just what do you mean by coming up here and... Don't get excited, Miss Hennifer. We're just doing our job, that's all. But you said you were... No, we don't represent a lapidary. We're just up here to ask you a few questions, that's all. You're not police. She was wearing 4 rings, and she was twisting them about her fingers. They were all big yellow topaz stones. Not exactly, Fry said. Well then, do you know Harry Duggan? Fry said. Why, yes. In fact, I was to see him this afternoon. You won't see him, Miss Hennifer, Fry said. He was murdered this morning. Oh. He was a fine sort, Miss Hennifer. You shouldn't have done it. Done what? Killed him. She was twisting the topaz rings. They circled fast about her long fingers, the nails of which held topaz yellow polish. You've been friends with Harry for a long time, Miss Hennifer, Fry said. As far as you were concerned, it was more than friendship. You went for Harry, but he wasn't serious, and he finally gave you up altogether because he was getting big ideas concerning Tess Roulette. You hated Tess. You had known her for some time, and you had paid no particular attention to her except to laugh behind her back. You looked upon her as a girl with a lot of money and no brains and no real ability as a sculptress. When you saw her at teas and parties, you just saw her, that was all. But when Harry fell for her, you had to pay attention, and he hated her. You... How do you know this? Who are you? What? Please be quiet and listen, Mogan droned. It was sort of natural that you should begin to cultivate this Tess Roulette's friendship. You wanted to talk to her about Harry. You wanted to find out just how much she cared for the guy. And then you found out she didn't go for him at all. She adored another man. That made you hate Harry. But at the same time, you still weren't giving up hope. You went to Harry, told him that Tess Roulette was after another man. You begged him to marry you, but instead of helping the situation, your visit made things worse. Harry began to look into the matter. He found out about Tess and this man Lucero. He wanted to make doubly sure. He was worried about a lot of things. He had a private investigator follow Tess around during this past week. Mogan threw a cigarette. Fry caught it and flicked a safety match with his fingernail. Daisy Hennifer was saying, "All this, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything," Fry said. "Just write me a confession note, that's all. Just write out the confession and sign it, and you won't have to say anything." But... It was convenient for you, Miss Hennifer. Lucero had a good motive for killing Duggan. So did Tess Roulette. At first she was indifferent to Harry, and after he threatened to have Lucero jailed, she hated him. But your feelings were even stronger. It was your kind of hate that turned to murder. "You're wrong," she said. She was excited. "I didn't do it." "A confession will get you off easy." "I'm not signing any confession," she said. "I didn't do it. I had nothing to do with it. I adored Harry. You'll save yourself a lot of misery." She started to sob. "I didn't do it. Fry looked at Mogan. The short, heavy guy shrugged. "Is that all, Miss Hennifer?" Fry asked. "That's all I've got to say." She stopped sobbing. Her topaz eyes were dull now. "Are you going to take me away?" Fry shook his head. "We can't take you away. We're not cops." She stared. "Then what are you?" Fry shrugged. "Maybe we're just a couple of damn fools." He looked at Mogan. They went out of Daisy Hennifer's suite. They were walking toward the coop. Mogan was saying, "It's about 3. "We'll have something to eat and we'll go back and sit in the coop and wait for a while," Fry said. He put his hand in his change pocket and took out 2 half-dollars, 3 quarters, 6 dimes, 4 nickels. "We'll eat a classy lunch on this," he said. "Then we'll wait around a little while, and we'll see where Daisy Hennifer goes." "It's all right with me," Mogan said. "Anything's all right with me, as long as we eat." They lunched at the hotel, and then they walked out to the lobby and sat down and smoked. At 3:20, Daisy Hennifer walked through the lobby, and Fry and Mogan took their time and followed her. A cab was waiting at the curb, and Daisy got in. The coupe followed. Up 4th Avenue in 2 turns to blade through heavy uptown traffic and then down the street where Tess Roulette lived. The cab stopped outside the white stone house, and Daisy got out. The coupe went once around the block, and then Fry parked it at the corner. "This looks good," he said. Mogan nodded. Fry said, "Maybe you better wait here. If I'm not out in 30 minutes, maybe you better come in and see what's happened to me." Mogan said, "Maybe you better take this." He reached in his coat pocket and pulled out a little pistol. Fry looked at it and made a face. "I hate to use those things." He took the pistol and put it in his pocket and walked up the white stone steps. The Jap came to the door, and Fry said, "Well, it's past 3:30. Miss Roulette is expecting me, isn't she?" The Jap shook his head. "Miss Roulette is busy. You must call later." "Tell Miss Roulette that I—" He braked his tongue and said, "No. Don't tell Miss Roulette anything. In fact, maybe you better take a walk around the block." The Jap started to get excited. He said, "You were not among those invited." "Take a walk around the block," Fry said. "Look, I'll help you down the steps." He grabbed hold of the Jap and hustled him down the steps. Mogan saw the deal and opened the door of the coupe. Fry pushed the Jap inside. "What's this?" Mogan said. "A glimpse of the Far East," Fry murmured. "Take him to a show. Take him to a dance. I don't care what you do with him, only keep him away from the house for a while. He'll get in my way otherwise." The Jap started to yell. "Tag him," Fry said. He looked up and down the street, and he saw that it was all right. Then he heard a click, and he saw Mogan's fist bouncing away from the Jap's chin. The Jap went to sleep. "I'll drive around the block a few times," Mogan said. Fry went up the steps again and took his time, going through the pale orange room, the burnt orange room. Then he was moving slowly and very quietly as he heard voices coming from the other pale orange room. The orange door was closed, but Fry managed to get a look through the side windows of the studio. The windows were slits of glass running from the floor to the ceiling, and through them Fry saw Tess Roulette and Lucero and Daisy Hennifer. They were all talking at once, and at first their voices were low, but then they started to argue, and Fry got in on it. "Clever, weren't you, Daisy?" Tess Roulette was saying. "You asked me to be your guest at the hotel, and I thought it was hospitality. What you really wanted was to keep me away from here. You didn't want Harry to get in touch with me." "That's a lie," Daisy said. "I asked you to stay at the hotel purely for business reasons. I wanted you to work on those inlaid ivories." "That's what I thought, at first," Tess Rillette said. "But I know the truth now. You wanted to keep me away from Harry. You thought maybe you had one last chance of winning him back, and when you found out it was futile, you killed him." "She's right, Daisy," Lucero said. "You killed Harry Duggan. You worshipped him and hated him." He got out of the chair and pointed at her, and a few glasses on a cocktail tray tipped over. Daisy was shouting, "You're both lying. You're trying to place the blame on me and switch things around so that I'll be put out of the way. You're trying to commit double murder." "Just what do you mean by that?" Lucero said. Daisy's voice was lowered as she stared at the art appraiser and said, "You killed him. You had every reason to kill him, and you did it. And now you're trying to get me out of the way. I know the truth about you, Lucero. I know how you've been swindling art patrons, charging them exorbitant prices for cheap junk, such as Tess puts out." Tess Rillette wasn't taking this sitting down. She started to call Daisy a lot of nasty names. It was all very unpleasant. And then Lucero said, "You've got a lot of influence around this town, haven't you, Daisy?" She liked that. She nodded, and there was a mean smile on her lips. Lucero was moving slowly toward her, and his face was pale. There was a light in the man's eyes that told Fry a lot of things. Fry reached into his coat pocket and touched the revolver to make sure it was still there. "You've got a lot of mouth, too," Lucero was saying. "Just what do you mean by that?" Daisy looked at him straight. "You may turn out to be quite an annoyance," Lucero said. He kept moving toward her. Tess Rillette was grabbing Lucero's arm, saying, "Please, enough has already happened." But Lucero was excited, and he was pushing Tess Rillette away, and then he was making a grab for Daisy. She fell backward, and he went over with her, and he got his fingers around her throat. She managed to scream once, and then she started to gurgle. Fry opened the door and took out his revolver and pointed it at Lucero's spine. "All right," he said, "let's stop playing." But Lucero was out of control now, and he was choking the life out of Daisy Hennifer. He didn't seem to hear Fry, and he increased the pressure of his fingers around Daisy's windpipe. Tess Rillette was screaming and putting herself between Fry and Lucero in an ungraceful try at the old martyr act. Fry knew that he couldn't stand on ceremony. He had to break it up and break it up fast. He pushed Tess Rillette, and she didn't like being pushed. She was screaming now, and she threw fingernails at his face. He let her have a slow right to the jaw, and it sent her across the room, spinning. Then he had a try at Lucero. He tried to pull Lucero away from Daisy Hennifer, who was by now in a very bad way, but Lucero was a maniac now, and he wanted to take the life away from the jewelry designer. Fry knew that he would have to use the revolver. He lifted it, and then allowed the butt to come down and make contact with Lucero's skull. Lucero went to sleep. "We'll take them all down to Harry's apartment," Fry said. "If the cops aren't there already, it'd be a good idea to finish the case right on the spot where it started." "That's a very good idea," Mogan said. "I have a hunch that this will put us on the map." Fry nodded. He prodded Lucero with the revolver and said, "You and Miss Rillette will sit in the opera seats with me. Miss Hennifer will ride in front." He touched the shivering Jap on the elbow and said, "The studio is in quite a bad state. Better go in there and rearrange things. If you have any questions to ask Miss Rillette, maybe you better call the police station. That'll be her temporary address before she goes away on a long trip." He stepped into the coupe and closed the door. Lucero was manacled to him, and Miss Rillette was manacled to Lucero. Daisy was still groaning as Mogan put the car in first and sent it whizzing down the street. "You're making a big mistake," Lucero said. "I wouldn't talk about making mistakes if I were you," Fry said lightly. He felt very good. All a private investigator needed was one good break like this, and he was made. The cases would come in thick and fast, and so would the dough. Fry smiled. Tess Rillette was saying, "I told you, Mr. Fry, you were letting yourself in for a lot of difficulty, and—" "Do I turn here?" Mogan was saying. There were a few police cars in front of the high-class apartment where Harry Duggan had lived and where he had died. The coupe parked across the street, and Fry saw the crowd and the reporters. He said, "All right, here we go." Everyone was looking and murmuring as the five of them went into the apartment house. A cop walked over and said, "What's this?" "It's the Harry Duggan case," Fry said. They stepped into the elevator and went up 7 floors to the apartment. There were a lot of cops up there, a lot of plain-clothes men and lads from the Homicide Bureau. reporters and photographers, and a doctor. "What's this?" a plainclothesman said. "It's the Harry Duggan case," Fry said. The mob crowded around. This little deal was taking place in the living room of the apartment. The Dick was saying, "Carvin is in the bedroom. He's talking to Duggan's valet." He frowned at Fry and said, "What have you got?" "Enough," Fry said. He pointed to Lucero. "Here's your baby. I'm going in and talk to Carvin." As he started for the bedroom door, he heard Lucero saying, "You're making a big mistake." Fry smiled. He went into the bedroom and he saw Carvin, the big-shot detective. He saw the two cops in there and he saw the valet, and then the corpse of Harry Duggan. Carvin had the valet by the back of the neck. Carvin was a big man. He was forcing the valet to look down at Harry Duggan's dead face. Carvin was saying, "Look at him, he's dead. Do you get that? He's dead. You called us in here, and you figured that would automatically put you out of the picture. And you told us that a guy by the name of Fry came in here this morning and killed him. But Fry's an old friend of mine. Fry's a private dick, a lousy one, reckless and careless, but still he's a dick, and your story didn't go. You killed Duggan. Why? Why?" Not only was Carvin big, he was plenty tough. He gave the valet a short left and a mean right to the ribs. The valet broke. I killed him," he said, and it turned to a sob. "I wanted something that he owned." "What was it?" Carvin said. He raised his head, clipped to one of the cops. "Take this down." The valet was sobbing, saying he had a fortune in little marble statues. He was always talking about those marble statues, telling me how priceless they were. He kept talking about those statues all the time, telling me that the greatest sculptress in the world made them, and that money couldn't buy them. That's all he talked about, the statues made by Tess Roulette. He drove it into me, made me crazy with a desire to own them. I put a knife into him." Carvin grinned. He looked at the cops and said, "Pretty fast, wasn't it? We came in on this case exactly 2.5 hours ago." "I can well imagine what happened to that wise guy Fry. He came in here this morning, he saw Duggan lying dead in bed, and he figured he'd go out with his stooge Mogan and do big things. I'd like to see his face when he finds out." Then he turned and saw Fry's face. Mogan was talking loud and fast. He was saying, "What are you crying the blues about? It was just a bad break, that's all. And at least we pinned something on somebody. We got that smart bird Lucero locked up for fake art manipulations, and—" They were walking toward the coop. Fry was shaking his head, and his head was hanging low. He said, "Can we make a late double feature?" "Sure," Mogan said. He put his heavy hand on Fry's shoulder and said, "It's a good idea. We'll go to the movies and get it off our minds. Don't worry, pal. Better days are coming. Hey, where are you going?" Fry was walking away from the coop toward a corner drugstore. "I'll be right back," he said. "I just want to go in here and take an aspirin. It'll help me wait for the better days." End of 3 Guesses by David Goodis.
The Two Farmers by Carolyn Wells. From The Wit and Humor of America in 10 volumes. Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Two Farmers by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were 2 farmers who wished to sell their farms. To one came a buyer who offered a fair price, but the farmer refused to sell, saying he had heard rumors of a railroad which was to be built in his vicinity, and he hoped the corporation could buy his farm at a large figure. The buyer therefore went away, and as the railroad never materialized, the farmer sorely regretted that he had lost a good chance. The other farmer sold his farm to the first customer who came along, although he received but a small price for it. Soon afterward, a railroad was built right through the same farm, and the railroad company paid an enormous sum for the land. Morals. This fable teaches that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and the patient waiter is no loser. The end of The Two Farmers by Carolyn Wells.
The Vision of the Fountain by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wayne Cook. At age 15, I became a resident in a country village more than 100 miles from home. The morning after my arrival, a September morning, but warm and bright as any in July, I rambled into a wood of oaks, with a few walnut trees intermixed, forming the closest shade above my head. The ground was rocky, uneven, overgrown with bushes and clumps of young saplings, and traversed only by cattle paths. The track which I chanced to follow led me to a crystal spring, with a border of grass as freshly green as on May morning, and overshadowed by the limb of a great oak. One solitary sunbeam found its way down, and played like a goldfish in the water. From my childhood, I have loved to gaze into a spring. The water filled a circular basin, small but deep, and set round with stones, some of which were covered with slimy moss, the others naked, and of variegated hue, reddish, white, and brown. The bottom was covered with coarse sand, which sparkled in the lonely sunbeam, and seemed to illuminate the spring with an unborrowed light. In one spot, the gush of the water violently agitated the sand, but without obscuring the fountain or breaking the glassiness of its surface. It appeared as if some living creature were about to emerge, the naiad of the spring perhaps, in the shape of a beautiful young woman, with a gown of filmy water moss, a belt of rainbow drops, and a cold, pure, passionless countenance. How would the beholder shiver, pleasantly yet fearfully, to see her sitting on one of the stones, paddling her white feet in the ripples and throwing up water to sparkle in the sun. Wherever she laid her hands on grass and flowers, they would immediately be moist, as with morning dew. Then would she set about her labors, like a careful housewife, to clear the fountain of withered leaves and bits of slimy wood, and old acorns from the oaks above, and grains of corn left by cattle in drinking, till the bright sand in the bright water were like a treasury of diamonds. But should the intruder approach too near, he would find only the drops of a summer shower glistening about the spot where he had seen her. Reclining on the border of grass, where the dewy goddess should have been, I bent forward, and a pair of eyes met mine within the watery mirror. They were the reflection of my own. I looked again, and lo, another face, deeper in the fountain than my own image, more distinct in all the features, yet faint as thought. The vision had the aspect of a fair young girl with locks of pale gold. A mirthful expression laughed in the eyes and dimpled over the whole shadowy countenance, till it seemed just what a fountain would be if, while dancing merrily into the sunshine, it should assume the shape of a woman. Through the dim rosiness of the cheeks, I could see the brown leaves, the slimy twigs, the acorns, and the sparkling sand. The solitary sunbeam was diffused among the golden hair, which melted into its faint brightness, and became a glory round that head, so beautiful. My description can give no idea how suddenly the fountain was thus tenanted, and how soon it was left desolate. I breathed, and there was the face. I held my breath, and it was gone. Had it passed away, or faded into nothing? I doubted whether it had ever been. My sweet readers, what a dreamy and delicious hour did I spend where that vision found and left me. For a long time I sat perfectly still, waiting till it should reappear, and fearful that the slightest motion or even the flutter of my breath might frighten it away. Thus have I often started from a pleasant dream, and then kept quiet in hopes to while it back. Deep were my musings as to the race and attributes of that ethereal being. Had I created her? Was she the daughter of my fancy, akin to those strange shapes which peep under the lids of children's eyes? And did her beauty gladden me for that one moment, then die? Or was she a water nymph within the fountain, or fairy, or woodland goddess peeping over my shoulder, or the ghost of some forsaken maid who had drowned herself for love? Or, in good truth, had a lovely girl with a warm heart and lips that would bear pressure stolen softly behind me and thrown her image into the spring? I watched and waited, but no vision came again. I departed but with a spell upon me, which drew me back that same afternoon to the haunted spring. There was the water gushing, the sand sparkling, and the sunbeam glimmering. There the vision was not, but only a great frog, the hermit of that solitude, who immediately withdrew his speckled snout and made himself invisible, all except for a pair of long legs beneath a stone. Methought he had a devilish look. I could have slain him. Thus did the vision leave me, and many a doleful day succeeded to the parting moment. By the spring, and in the wood, and on the hill, and through the village, at dewy sunrise, burning noon, and at that magic hour of sunset when she had vanished from my sight, I sought her, but in vain. Weeks came and went, months rolled away, and she appeared not in them. I imparted my misery to none, but wandered to and fro, or sat in solitude, like one that had caught a glimpse of heaven, and could take no more joy on earth. I withdrew into an inner world, where my thoughts lived and breathed, and the vision in the midst of them. Without intending it, I became at once the author and hero of a romance, conjuring up rivals, imagining events, the actions of others and my own, and experiencing every change of passion, till jealousy and despair had their end in bliss. Oh, had I the burning fancy of my early youth, with manhood's colder gift, the power of expression, your hearts, sweet ladies, should flutter at my tale. In the middle of January I was summoned home, the day before my departure. Visiting the spots which had been hallowed by the vision, I found that the spring had a frozen bosom, and nothing but the snow and a glare of white sunshine on the hill of the rainbow. Let me hope, I thought, or my heart will be as icy as the fountain, and the whole world as desolate as this snowy hill. Most of the day was spent in preparing for the journey, which was to commence at 4 o'clock the next morning. About an hour after supper, when all was in readiness, I descended from my chamber to the sitting-room to take leave of the old clergyman and his family, with whom I had been an inmate. A gust of wind blew out my lamp as I passed through the entry. According to their invariable custom, so pleasant a one when the fire blazes cheerfully, the family was sitting in the parlor, with no other light than that which came from the hearth. As the good clergyman's stipend compelled him to use all sorts of economy, the foundation of his fires was always a large heap of tan or ground bark, which would smoulder away from morning till night with a dull warmth and no flame. This evening the heap of tan was newly put on, and surmounted with 3 sticks of red oak, full of moisture, and a few pieces of dry pine that had not yet kindled. There was no light except the little that came sullenly from 2 half-burned brands, without even glimmering on the andirons. But I knew the position of the old minister's armchair, and also where his wife sat with her knitting work, and how to avoid his 2 daughters, one a stout country lass, and the other a consumptive girl. Groping through the gloom, I found my own place next to that of the son, a learned collegian, who had come home to keep school in the village during the winter vacation. I noticed that there was less room than usual tonight between the collegian's chair and mine. As people are always taciturn in the dark, not a word was said for some time after my entrance. Nothing broke the stillness but the regular click of the matron's knitting needles. At times the fire threw out a brief and dusky gleam, which twinkled on the old man's glasses and hovered doubtfully round our circle, but was far too faint to portray the individuals who composed it. Were we not like ghosts? Dreamy as the scene was, might it not be a type of the mode in which departed people who had known and loved each other here would hold communion in eternity? We were aware of each other's presence not by sight, nor sound, nor touch, but by an inward consciousness. Would it not be so among the dead? The silence was interrupted by the consumptive daughter, addressing a remark to someone in the circle whom she called Rachel. Her tremulous and decayed accents were answered by a single word, but in a voice that made me start and bend towards the spot whence it had proceeded. Had I ever heard that sweet, low tone? If not, why did it rouse up so many old recollections, or mockeries of such, the shadows of things familiar yet unknown, and fill my mind with confused images of her features who had spoken, though buried in the gloom of the parlor? Whom had my heart recognized that it throbbed so? I listened to catch her gentle breathing, and strove by the intensity of my gaze to picture forth a shape where none was visible. Suddenly the dry pine caught, the fire blazed up with a ruddy glow, and where the darkness had been, there was she, the vision of the fountain. A spirit of radiance only, she had vanished with the rainbow, and appeared again in the firelight, perhaps to flicker with the blaze and be gone. Yet her cheek was rosy and lifelike, and her features, in the bright warmth of the room, were even sweeter and tenderer than my recollection of them. She knew me. The mirthful expression that had laughed in her eyes and dimpled over her countenance when I beheld her faint beauty in the fountain was laughing and dimpling there now. One moment our glance mingled, and next rolled down the heap of tan upon the kindled wood, and darkness snatched away that daughter of the light, and gave her back to me no more. Fair ladies, there is nothing more to tell. Must the simple mystery be revealed, then, that Rachel was the daughter of the village squire, and had left home for a boarding school the morning after I arrived, and returned the day before my departure? If I transformed her to an angel, it is what every youthful lover does for his mistress. Therein consists the essence of my story. But slight the change, sweet maids, to make angels of yourselves. End of The Vision by the Fountain by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Waiter, a Bock by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Why did I go into that beer hall on that particular evening? I do not know. It was cold. A fine rain of flying mist veiled the gas lamps with a transparent fog, made the sidewalks reflect the light that streamed from the shop windows, lighting up the soft slush and the muddy feet of the passers-by. I was going nowhere in particular, was simply having a short walk after dinner. I had passed the Crédit Lyonnais, the Rue Vivienne, and several other streets. I suddenly descried a large beer hall, which was more than half full. I walked inside with no object in view. I was not the least thirsty. I glanced round to find a place that was not too crowded, and went and sat down by the side of a man who seemed to me to be old, and who was smoking a 2-sou clay pipe, which was as black as coal. From 6 to 8 glasses piled up on the table in front of him indicated the number of bocks he had already absorbed. At a glance I recognized a regular, one of those frequenters of beer-houses who come in the morning when the place opens and do not leave till evening when it is about to close. He was dirty, bald on top of his head, with a fringe of iron-grey hair falling on the collar of his frock coat. His clothes, much too large for him, appeared to have been made for him at a time when he was corpulent. One could guess that he did not wear suspenders, for he could not take 10 steps without having to stop to pull up his trousers. Did he wear a vest? The mere thought of his boots, and of that which they covered, filled me with horror. The frayed cuffs were perfectly black at the edges, as were his nails. As soon as I seated myself beside him, this individual said to me in a quiet tone of voice, "How goes it?" I turned sharply round and closely scanned his features, whereupon he continued, "I see you do not recognize me." "No, I do not." "De Barre." I was stupefied. It was Count Jean de Barre, my old college chum. I seized him by the hand, and was so dumbfounded that I could find nothing to say. At length I managed to stammer out, "And you, how goes it with you?" He responded placidly, "I get along as I can." "What are you doing now?" I asked. "You see what I am doing," he answered, quite resignedly. I felt my face getting red. I insisted, "But every day?" "Every day is the same thing," was his reply, accompanied with a thick puff of tobacco smoke. He then tapped with a sou on the top of the marble table to attract the attention of the waiter, and called out, "Waiter, 2 bocks." A voice in the distance repeated, "2 bocks for the 4th table." Another voice, more distant still, shouted out, "Here they are." Immediately a man with a white apron appeared carrying 2 bocks, which he set down, foaming on the table, spilling some of the yellow liquid on the sandy floor in his haste. De Barre emptied his glass at a single draught and replaced it on the table, while he sucked in the foam that had been left on his moustache. He next asked, "What is there new?" I really had nothing new to tell him, I stammered. "Nothing, old man, I'm a businessman." In his monotonous tone of voice he said, "Indeed, does it amuse you?" "No, but what can I do? One must do something." "Why should one?" "So as to have occupation." "What's the use of an occupation? For my part, I do nothing at all, as you see, never anything. When one has not a sou, I can understand why one should work, but when one has enough to live on, what's the use? What is the good of working? Do you work for yourself or for others? If you work for yourself, you do it for your own amusement, which is all right. If you work for others, you are a fool." Then laying his pipe on the marble table, he called out anew, "Waiter, a bock," and continued, It makes me thirsty to keep calling so. I am not accustomed to that sort of thing. Yes, I do nothing. I let things slide, and I am growing old. In dying I shall have nothing to regret. My only remembrance will be this beer hall. No wife, no children, no cares, no sorrows, nothing. That is best. Then he emptied the glass which had been brought him, passed his tongue over his lips, and resumed his pipe. I looked at him in astonishment and said, "But you have not always been like that." "Pardon me, ever since I left college." "That is not a proper life to lead, my dear fellow. It is simply horrible. Come, you must have something to do. You must love something. You must have friends." "No, I get up at noon. I come here. I have my breakfast. I drink my beer. I remain until the evening. I have my dinner. I drink beer. Then, about 1:30 in the morning, I go home to bed, because the place closes up. That annoys me more than anything. In the last 10 years I have passed fully 6 years on this bench, in my corner, and the other 4 in my bed, nowhere else. I sometimes chat with the regular customers." "But when you came to Paris, what did you do at first?" "I paid my devoir to the Café de Medicis." "What next?" "Next I crossed the water and came here." "Why did you take that trouble?" "What do you mean? One cannot remain all one's life in the Latin Quarter. The students make too much noise. Now I shall not move again. Waiter, a bock!" I began to think that he was making fun of me, and I continued, "Come now, be frank. You have been the victim of some great sorrow, some disappointment in love, no doubt. It is easy to see that you are a man who has had some trouble. What age are you?" "I am 30, but I look 45 at least." I looked at him straight in the face. His wrinkled, ill-shaven face gave one the impression that he was an old man. On the top of his head a few long hairs waved over a skin of doubtful cleanliness. He had enormous eyelashes, a heavy moustache, and a thick beard. Suddenly I had a kind of vision, I know not why, of a basin filled with dirty water in which all that hair had been washed. I said to him, "You certainly look older than your age. You surely must have experienced some great sorrow." He replied, "I tell you that I have not. I am old because I never go out into the air. Nothing makes a man deteriorate more than the life of a café." I still could not believe him. "You must surely also have been married. One could not get as bald-headed as you are without having been in love." He shook his head, shaking dandruff down on his coat as he did so. "No, I've always been virtuous." And raising his eyes towards the chandelier which heated our heads, he said, "If I am bald, it is the fault of the gas. It destroys the hair. Waiter, a bock! Are you not thirsty?" "No, thank you, but you really interest me. Since when have you been so morbid? Your life is not normal. It is not natural. There is something beneath it all." "Yes, and it dates from my infancy. I received a great shock when I was very young, and that turned my life into darkness which will last to the end." "What was it?" "You wish to know about it? Well then, listen. You recall, of course, the castle in which I was brought up, for you used to spend 5 or 6 months there during vacation. You remember that large grey building in the middle of a great park, and the long avenues of oaks which opened to the 4 points of the compass. You remember my father and mother, both of whom were ceremonious, solemn, and severe. I worshipped my mother. I was afraid of my father, but I respected both, accustomed always as I was to see every one bow before them. They were Monsieur le Comte and Madame la Comtesse to all the country around, and our neighbours, the Tannersmere, the Ravelais, the Brenneville, showed them the utmost consideration. I was then 13 years old. I was happy, pleased with everything, as one is at that age, full of the joy of life. Well, towards the end of September, a few days before returning to college, as I was playing about in the shrubbery of the park among the branches and leaves, as I was crossing a path, I saw my father and mother, who were walking along. I recall it as though it were yesterday. It was a very windy day. The whole line of trees swayed beneath the gusts of wind, groaning and seeming to utter cries, those dull, deep cries that forests give out during a tempest. The falling leaves, turning yellow, flew away like birds, circling and falling, and then running along the path like swift animals. Evening came on. It was dark in the thickets. The motion of the wind and of the branches excited me, made me tear about as if I were crazy, and howl in imitation of the wolves. As soon as I perceived my parents, I crept furtively towards them, under the branches, in order to surprise them, as though I had been a veritable prowler. But I stopped in fear a few paces from them. My father, who was in a terrible passion, cried, "Your mother is a fool. Moreover, it is not a question of your mother. It is you. I tell you that I need this money, and I want you to sign this." My mother replied in a firm voice, "I will not sign it. It is Jean's fortune. I shall guard it for him, and I will not allow you to squander it with strange women, as you have your own heritage." Then my father, trembling with rage, wheeled round and, seizing his wife by the throat, began to slap her with all his might, full in the face, with his disengaged hand. My mother's hat fell off, her hair became loosened, and fell over her shoulders. She tried to parry the blows, but she could not do so, and my father, like a madman, kept on striking her. My mother rolled over on the ground, covering her face with her hands. Then he turned her over on her back in order to slap her still more, pulling away her hands which were covering her face. As for me, my friend, it seemed as though the world was coming to an end, that the eternal laws had changed. I experienced the overwhelming dread that one has in presence of things supernatural, in presence of irreparable disasters. My childish mind was bewildered, distracted. I began to cry with all my might, without knowing why, a prey to a fearful dread, sorrow and astonishment. My father heard me, turned round, and on seeing me, started toward me. I believed that he wanted to kill me, and I fled like a hunted animal, running straight ahead into the thicket. I ran perhaps for an hour, perhaps for 2, I know not. Darkness set in. I sank on the grass exhausted, and lay there dismayed, frantic with fear, and devoured by a sorrow capable of breaking forever the heart of a poor child. I was cold, hungry perhaps. At length day broke. I was afraid to get up, to walk, to return home, to run farther, fearing to encounter my father, whom I did not wish to see again. I should probably have died of misery and of hunger at the foot of a tree if the park guard had not discovered me and led me home by force. I found my parents looking as usual. My mother alone spoke to me. "How you frightened me, you naughty boy. I lay awake the whole night." I did not answer, but began to weep. My father did not utter a single word. 8 days later I returned to school. Well, my friend, it was all over with me. I had witnessed the other side of things, the bad side. I have not been able to perceive the good side since that day. What has taken place in my mind, what strange phenomenon has warped my ideas, I do not know. But I no longer had a taste for anything, a wish for anything, a love for anybody, a desire for anything whatever, any ambition or any hope. And I always see my poor mother on the ground in the park, my father beating her. My mother died some years later. My father still lives. I have not seen him since. "Waiter, a bock." A waiter brought him his bock, which he swallowed at a gulp. But in taking up his pipe again, trembling as he was, he broke it. "Confound it," he said, with a gesture of annoyance. "That is a real sorrow. It would take me a month to colour another." and he called out across the vast hall, now reeking with smoke and full of men drinking, his everlasting "Garçon, un bock!" and a new pipe. End of Waiter, a Bock. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. The Wrong House by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Quartermaster Varajou had obtained a week's leave to go and visit his sister, Madame Padoy. Varajou, who was in garrison at Rennes and was leading a pretty gay life, finding himself high and dry, wrote to his sister saying that he would devote a week to her. It was not that he cared particularly for Madame Padoy, a little moralist, a devotee, and always cross, but he needed money, needed it very badly, and he remembered that, of all his relations, the Padoys were the only ones whom he had never approached on the subject. Pierre Varajou, formerly a horticulturist at Angers, but now retired from business, had closed his purse strings to his scapegrace son, and had hardly seen him for 2 years. His daughter had married Padoy, a former treasury clerk, who had just been appointed tax collector at Vannes. Varajou, on leaving the train, had someone direct him to the house of his brother-in-law, whom he found in his office arguing with the Breton peasants of the neighbourhood. Padoy rose from his seat, held out his hand across the table littered with papers, murmured, "Take a chair, I will be at liberty in a moment," sat down again and resumed his discussion. The peasants did not understand his explanations. The collector did not understand their line of argument. He spoke French, they spoke Breton, and the clerk, who acted as interpreter, appeared not to understand either. It lasted a long time, a very long time. Varajou looked at his brother-in-law and thought, "What a fool!" Padoy must have been almost 50. He was tall, thin, bony, slow, hairy, with heavy arched eyebrows. He wore a velvet skull-cap with a gold cord Van Dyck design round it. His look was gentle, like his actions. His speech, his gestures, his thoughts, all were soft. Varajou said to himself, "What a fool!" He himself was one of those noisy roisterers for whom the greatest pleasure in life are the café and abandoned women. He understood nothing outside of these conditions of existence. A boisterous braggart, filled with contempt for the rest of the world, he despised the entire universe from the height of his ignorance. When he said, "Nom d'un chien," what a spree, he expressed the highest degree of admiration of which his mind was capable. Having finally got rid of his peasants, Padoy inquired, "How are you?" "Pretty well, as you see, and how are you?" "Quite well, thank you. It is very kind of you to have thought of coming to see us." "Oh, I've been thinking of it for some time, but, you know, in the military profession one has not much freedom." "Oh, I know. All the same, it is very kind of you." "And Josephine, is she well?" Yes, thank you. You will see her presently." "Where is she?" "She is making some calls. We have a great many friends here. It is a very nice town." "I thought so." The door opened and Madame Padoy appeared. She went over to her brother without any eagerness, held a cheek for him to kiss, and asked, "Have you been here long?" "No, hardly half an hour." "Oh, I thought the train would be late. Will you come into the parlour?" They went into the adjoining room, leaving Padoy to his accounts and his taxpayers. As soon as they were alone, she said, "I've heard nice things about you." "What have you heard?" "It seems that you are behaving like a blackguard, getting drunk and contracting debts." He appeared very much astonished. "I? Never in the world." "Oh, do not deny it. I know it." He attempted to defend himself, but she gave him such a lecture that he could say nothing more. She then resumed, "We dine at 6 o'clock, and you can amuse yourself until then. I cannot entertain you, as I have so many things to do." When he was alone, he hesitated as to whether he should sleep or take a walk. He looked first at the door leading to his room, and then at the hall door, and decided to go out. He sauntered slowly through the quiet Breton town, so sleepy, so calm, so dead, on the shores of its inland bay that is called Le Morbihan. He looked at the little grey houses, the occasional pedestrians, the empty stores, and he murmured, "Vannes is certainly not gay, not lively. It was a sad idea, my coming here." He reached the harbour, the desolate harbour, walked back along a lonely, deserted boulevard, and got home before 5 o'clock. Then he threw himself on his bed to sleep till dinner time. The maid woke him, knocking at the door. "Dinner is ready, sir." He went downstairs. In the damp dining-room, with the paper peeling from the walls near the floor, he saw a soup tureen on a round table without any tablecloth, on which there were also 3 melancholy soup plates. Monsieur and Madame Padoy entered the room at the same time as Varajou. They all sat down to table, and the husband and wife crossed themselves over the pit of their stomachs, after which Padoy helped the soup, a meat soup. It was the day for pot roast. After the soup they had the beef, which was done to rags, melted, greasy, like pap. The officer ate slowly, with disgust, weariness, and rage. Madame Padoy said to her husband, "Are you going to the judge's house this evening?" "Yes, dear." "Do not stay late. You always get so tired when you go out. You are not made for society, with your poor health." She then talked about society in Vannes, of the excellent social circle in which the Padoys moved, thanks to their religious sentiments. A puree of potatoes and a dish of pork were next served, in honour of the guest. Then some cheese, and that was all. No coffee. When Varajou saw that he would have to spend the evening tête-à-tête with his sister, endure her reproaches, listen to her sermons, without even a glass of liquor to help him to swallow these remonstrances, he felt that he could not stand the torture, and declared that he was obliged to go to the police station to have something attended to regarding his leave of absence. And he made his escape at 7 o'clock. He had scarcely reached the street before he gave himself a shake like a dog coming out of the water. He muttered, "Heavens, heavens, heavens, what a galley slave's life!" and he set out to look for a café, the best in the town. He found it on a public square, behind 2 gas lamps. Inside the café 5 or 6 men, semi-gentlemen, and not noisy, were drinking and chatting quietly, leaning their elbows on the small tables, while 2 billiard players walked round the green baize, where the balls were hitting each other as they rolled. One heard them counting. 18, 19. No luck. Oh, that's a good stroke. Well played. 11. You should have played on the red. 20. Froze. 12. Ha-ha. Wasn't I right? Varajou ordered a demi-tasse and a small decanter of brandy, the best. Then he sat down and waited for it. He was accustomed to spending his evenings off duty with his companions, amid noise and the smoke of pipes. This silence, this quiet, exasperated him. He began to drink, first the coffee, then the brandy, and asked for another decanter. He now wanted to laugh, to shout, to sing, to fight someone. He said to himself, "Gee, I am half full. I must go and have a good time." And he thought he would go back and look for some girls to amuse him. He called the waiter. "Hey, waiter." "Yes, sir." "Tell me, where does one amuse oneself here?" The man looked stupid and replied, "I do not know, sir. Here, I suppose." "How do you mean here? What do you call amusing oneself, yourself?" "I do not know, sir. Drinking good beer or good wine." "Ah, go away, dummy. How about the girls?" "The girls? Ah. Yes, the girls. Where can one find any here?" "Girls? Why, yes, girls." The boy approached and, lowering his voice, said, "You want to know where they live?" "Why, yes, the devil. You take the second street to the left, and then the first to the right. It is number 15. "Thank you, old man. There is something for you." "Thank you, sir." And Vallejoux went out of the café, repeating, "Second to the left, first to the right, number 15. But at the end of a few seconds he thought, "Second to the left, yes, but on leaving the café must I walk to the right or the left? Bah, it cannot be helped. We shall see." And he walked on, turned down the second street to the left, and then the first to the right, and looked for number 15. It was a nice-looking house, and one could see behind the closed blinds that the windows were lighted up on the first floor. The hall door was left partly open, and a lamp was burning in the vestibule. The non-commissioned officer thought to himself, "This looks all right." He went in, and, as no one appeared, he called out, "Hello there, hello." A little maid appeared and looked astonished at seeing a soldier. He said, "Good morning, my child. Are the ladies upstairs?" "Yes, sir." "In the parlour?" "Yes, sir." "May I go up?" "Yes, sir." "The door opposite the stairs?" "Yes, sir." He ascended the stairs, opened the door, and saw sitting in a room well lighted up by 2 lamps, a chandelier and 2 candelabra with candles in them, 4 ladies in evening dress, apparently expecting someone. 3 of them, the younger ones, remained seated, with rather a formal air, on some crimson velvet chairs, while the 4th, who was about 45, was arranging some flowers in a vase. She was very stout and wore a green silk dress with low neck and short sleeves, allowing her red neck, covered with powder, to escape as a huge flower might from its corolla. The officer saluted them, saying, "Good day, ladies." The older woman turned round, appeared surprised, but bowed. "Good morning, sir." He sat down, but seeing that they did not welcome him eagerly, he thought that possibly only commissioned officers were admitted to the house, and this made him uneasy. But he said, "Bah, if one comes in, we can soon tell." He then remarked, "Are you all well?" The large lady, no doubt the mistress of the house, replied, "Very well, thank you." He could think of nothing else to say, and they were all silent. But at last, being ashamed of his bashfulness, and with an awkward laugh, he said, "Do not people have any amusement in this country? I will pay for a bottle of wine." He had not finished his sentence when the door opened, and in walked Padoy, dressed in a black suit. Vallejoux gave a shout of joy, and rising from his seat, he rushed at his brother-in-law, put his arms round him, and walked him round the room, shouting, "Here is Padoy! Here is Padoy! Here is Padoy!" Then, letting go of the tax collector, he exclaimed as he looked him in the face, "Oh, oh, oh, you scamp, you scamp! You're out for a good time too. Oh, you scamp! And my sister, are you tired of her, say?" As he thought of all that he might gain through this unexpected situation, the forced loan, the inevitable blackmail, he flung himself on the lounge and laughed so heartily that the piece of furniture creaked all over. The three young ladies, rising simultaneously, made their escape, while the older woman retreated to the door, looking as though she were about to faint. And then two gentlemen appeared in evening dress, and wearing the ribbon of an order. Padoy rushed up to them. "Oh, Judge, he is crazy, he is crazy. He was sent to us as a convalescent. You can see that he is crazy." Verridew was sitting up now, and not being able to understand it all, he guessed that he had committed some monstrous folly. Then he rose, and turning to his brother-in-law, said, "What house is this?" But Padoy, becoming suddenly furious, stammered out, "What house? What house is this? Wretch, scoundrel, villain, what house indeed?" "The house of the judge of the Supreme Court, of the Supreme Court, of the Supreme Court. Oh, rascal, rascal, rascal." End of The Wrong House. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
A Young Man in a Hurry by Robert W. Chambers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. A Young Man in a Hurry. Soyez tranquilles, mesdames. Je suis un jeune homme pressé, mais modeste. La Biche. At 10 minutes before 5 in the evening, the office doors of the Florida and Key West Railway Company flew open, and a young man emerged in a hurry. Suitcase in one hand, umbrella in the other, he sped along the corridor to the elevator shaft, arriving in time to catch a glimpse of the lighted roof of the cage sliding into depths below. "Down!" he shouted, but the glimmering cage disappeared, descending until darkness enveloped it. Then the young man jammed his hat on his head, seized the suitcase and umbrella, and galloped down the steps. The spiral marble staircase echoed his clattering flight. Scrub women heard him coming and fled. He leapt a pail of water and a mop. Several old gentlemen flattened themselves against the wall to give him room, and a blonde young person with pencils in her hair lisped, "Gee!" as he whizzed past and plunged through the storm doors, which swung back, closing behind him with a hollow thwack. Outside in the darkness, gray with whirling snowflakes, he saw the wet lamps of cabs shining, and he darted along the line of hansoms and coupes in frantic search for his own. "Oh, there you are," he panted, flinging his suitcase up to a snow-covered driver. "Do your best now, we're late." And he leapt into the dark coupe, slammed the door, and sank back on the cushions, turning up the collar of his heavy overcoat. There was a young lady in the farther corner of the cab, buried to her nose in a fur coat. At intervals she shivered and pressed a fluffy muff against her face. A glimmer from the sleet-smeared lamps fell across her knees. Downtown flew the cab, swaying around icy corners, bumping over car tracks, lurching, rattling, jouncing, while its silent occupants, huddled in separate corners, brooded moodily at their respective windows. Snow blotted the glass, melting and running down, and over the watery panes yellow light from shop windows played fantastically, distorting vision. Presently the young man pulled out his watch, fumbled for a matchbox, struck a light, and groaned as he read the time. At the sound of the match striking, the young lady turned her head. Then, as the bright flame illuminated the young man's face, she sat bolt upright, dropping the muff to her lap with a cry of dismay. He looked up at her. The match burnt his fingers. He dropped it and hurriedly lighted another, and the flickering radiance brightened upon the face of a girl whom he had never before laid eyes on. "Good heavens," he said, "where's my sister?" The young lady was startled but resolute. "You have made a dreadful mistake," she said. "You're in the wrong cab." The match went out. There came a brief moment of darkness. Then the cab turned a corner, and the ghostly light of electric lamps played over them in quivering succession. "Will you please stop this cab?" she said unsteadily. You have mistaken my cab for yours. I was expecting my brother." Stunned, he made no movement to obey. A sudden thrill of fear passed through her. "I must ask you to stop this cab," she faltered. The idiotic blankness of his expression changed to acute alarm. "Stop this cab?" he cried. "Nothing on earth can induce me to stop this cab." "You must," she insisted, controlling her voice. "You must stop it at once." "How can I?" he asked excitedly. "I'm late now. I haven't 1 second to spare." "Do you refuse to leave this cab? I beg that you will compose yourself. Will you go?" she insisted. A jounce sent them flying towards each other. They collided and recoiled, regarding one another in breathless indignation. "This is simply hideous," said the young lady, seizing the door handle. "Please, don't open that door," he said. She tried to wrench it open. The handle stuck, or perhaps the strength had left her wrist. But it was not courage that failed, for she faced him, head held high, and, "You coward," she said. Over his face a deep flush burned. And it was a good face, too, youthfully willful perhaps, with a firm, clean-cut chin and pleasant eyes. "If I were a coward," he said, "I'd stop this cab and get out. I never faced anything that frightened me half as much as you do." She looked him straight in the eyes, one hand twisting at the knob. "Don't you suppose that this mistake of mine is as humiliating and unwelcome to me as it is to you?" he said. "If you stop this cab, it will ruin somebody's life, not mine. If it were my own life, I wouldn't hesitate." Her hand, still clasping the silver knob, suddenly fell limp. "You say that you are in a hurry?" she asked, with dry lips. "A desperate hurry," he replied. "So am I," she said bitterly, "and thanks to your stupidity, I must make the journey without my brother." There was a silence, then she turned towards him again. "Where do you imagine this cab is going?" "It's going to Cortlandt Street, isn't it?" Suddenly the recollection came to him that it was her cab, and that he had only told the driver to drive fast. The colour left his face as he pressed it to the sleet-shot window. Fitful flickers of light, snow, darkness, that was all he could see. He turned a haggard countenance on her. He was at her mercy. But there was nothing vindictive in her. "I also am going to Cortlandt Street. You needn't be alarmed," she said. The colour came back to his cheeks. "I suppose," he ventured, "that you are trying to catch the Eden Limited as I am." "Yes," she said coldly. "My brother—" An expression of utter horror came into her face. "What on earth shall I do?" she cried. "My brother has my ticket and my purse." A lunge and a bounce sent them into momentary collision. A flare of light from a ferry lantern flashed in their faces. The cab stopped, and a porter jerked open the door, crying, "Eden Limited? You'd better hurry, lady. They're closing the gates now." They sprang out into the storm, she refusing his guiding arm. "What am I to do?" she said desperately. "I must go on that train, and I haven't a penny." "It's all right. You'll take my sister's ticket," he said, hurriedly paying the cabman. A porter seized their 2 valises from the box and dashed towards the ferry house. They followed to the turnstile, where the tickets were clipped. "Now we've got to run," he said, and off they sped, slipped through the closing gates, and ran for the gangplank, where their porter stood, making frantic signs for them to hasten. It was a close connection, but they made it, to the unfeigned amusement of the passengers on deck. "Say," drawled a ferry hand, giving an extra twist to the wheel as the chains came clanking in, "she puts the bunch on the blink for a looker, eh?" "Plenty," said his comrade, adding, after a moment's weary deliberation, "She's his Tootsie Wootsie, sure. B&G. The 2 young people who had caught the boat at the last second stood together, muffled to the eyes, breathing rapidly. She was casting tragic glances astern, where, somewhere behind the smother of snow, New York City lay. He, certain at last of his train, stood beside her, attempting to collect his thoughts and arrange them in some sort of logical sequence. But the harder he thought, the more illogical the entire episode appeared. How on earth had he ever come to enter a stranger's cab, and drive with a stranger 1/2 a mile before either discovered the situation? And what blind luck had sent the cab to the destination he also was bound for, and not a second to spare either? He looked at her furtively. She stood by the rail, her fur coat white with snow. "The poor little thing," he thought, and he said, "You need not worry about your section, you know. I have my sister's ticket for you." After a moment's gloomy retrospection, he added, "When your brother arrives to knock my head off, I'm going to let him do it." She made no comment. "I don't suppose," he said, "that you ever could pardon what I've done." "No," she said, "I never could." A brief interval passed, disturbed by the hooting of a siren. "If you had stopped the cab when I'd asked you to," she began. "If I had," he said, "neither you nor I could have caught this train." "If you had not entered my cab, I should have been here at this moment with my brother," she said. "Now I am here with you, penniless." He looked at her miserably, but she was relentless. "It's the cold selfishness of the incident that shocks me," she said. "It is not the blunder that offended me." She stopped short to give him a chance to defend himself, but he did not. "And now," she added, "you have reduced me to the necessity of borrowing money." "Only a ticket," he muttered. But she was not appeased, and her silence was no solace to him. After a few minutes he said, "It's horribly cold out here. Would you not care to go into the cabin?" She shook her head, and her cheeks grew hot, for she had heard the observations of the ferrymen as the boat left. She would freeze in obscurity rather than face a lighted cabin full of people. She looked at the porter who was carrying their valises, and the dreadful idea seized her that he, too, thought them bride and groom. Furious, half-frightened, utterly wretched, she dared not even look at the man whose unheard-of stupidity had inflicted such humiliation upon her. Tears were close to her eyes. She swallowed, set her head high, and turned her burning cheeks to the pelting snow. Oh, he should rue it some day. When, how, where, she did not trouble to think. But he should rue it, and his punishment should leave a memory ineffaceable. Pondering on his future tribulation, sternly immersed in visions of justice, his voice startled her. "The boat is in. Please keep close to me." Bump! Creak! Creak! Bump! Then came the clank of the wheel and the chain, and the crowded cabin and pressing throngs which crushed her close to his shoulder. And, "Please, take my arm," he said. "I can protect you better so." A long covered way, swarming with people, a glimpse of a street and whirling snowflakes, an iron fence pierced by gates where gilt and blue officials stood, saying monotonously, "Tickets! Please show your tickets. This way for the Palmetto Special, the Eden Limited on track number 3. "Would you mind holding my umbrella a moment?" he asked. She took it. He produced the 2 tickets, and they passed the gate, following a porter who carried their luggage. Presently their porter climbed the steps of a sleeping car. She followed, and sat down beside her valise, resting her elbow on the polished window-sill, and her flushed cheek on her hand. He passed her, and continued on towards the end of the car, where she saw him engage in animated conversation with several officials. The officials shook their heads, and after a while he came slowly back to where she sat. "I tried to exchange into another car," he said. "It cannot be done." "Why do you wish to?" she asked calmly. "I suppose you would rather I did," he said. "I'll stay in the smoker all I can." She made no comment. He stood staring gloomily at the floor. "I'm awfully sorry," he said at last. "I'm not quite as selfish as you think. My younger brother is in a lot of trouble down at St. Augustine. I couldn't have saved him if I hadn't caught this train. I know you can't forgive me, so I'll ask permission to say goodbye." Please don't go," she said faintly. He wheeled towards her again. "How on earth am I to dine if you go away?" she asked. "I've 1,000 miles to go, and I've simply got to dine." "Oh, what a stupid brute I am," he said between his teeth. "I try to be decent, but I can't. I'll do anything in the world to spare you. Indeed I will. Tell me, would you prefer to dine alone?" "Hush, people are listening," she said in a low voice. "It's bad enough to be taken for bride and groom, but if people in this car think we've quarreled, I simply cannot endure it." "Who took us for that?" he whispered fiercely. "Those people behind you. Don't look. I heard that horrid little boy say B&G, and the others heard it. I think you'd better sit down here a moment." He sat down. "The question is," she said with heightened color, "whether it is less embarrassing for us to be civil to each other or to avoid each other. Everybody has seen the porter bring in our luggage. Everybody supposes we are at least on friendly terms. If I go alone to the dining car, and you go alone, gossip will begin. I'm miserable enough now. My position is false enough now. I cannot stand being stared at for 36 hours. If you say so, I'll spread the rumor that you're my sister, he suggested anxiously. Shall I? Even she perceived the fatal futility of that suggestion. But when you take off your glove, everybody will know we're not B and G, he insisted. She hesitated. A delicate flush crept over her face, then she nervously stripped the glove from her left hand and extended it. A plain gold ring encircled the third finger. What shall I do? She whispered. I can't get it off. I've tried, but I can't. Does it belong there? He asked seriously. You mean, am I married? No, she said impatiently. It's my grandmother's wedding ring. I was just trying it on this morning. This morning of all mornings. Think of it. She looked anxiously at her white fingers, then at him. What do you think? She asked naively. I've tried soap and cold cream, but it won't come off. Well, he said with a forced laugh, fate appears to be personally conducting this tour, and it's probably all right. He hesitated. Perhaps it's better than to wear no ring. Why? She asked innocently. Oh, perhaps it is better, after all, to be mistaken for B and G than for a pair of unchaperoned creatures. Is that what you mean? Yes, he said vaguely. There came a gentle jolt, a faint grinding sound, a vibration increasing. Lighted lanterns, red and green, glided past their window. We've started, he said. Then a Negro porter came jauntily down the aisle, saying something in a low voice to everybody as he passed. And when he came to them, he smiled encouragement and made an extra bow, murmuring, First call for dinner, if you please, madam. They were the center of discreet attention in the dining car, and neither the ring on her wedding finger nor their bearing and attitude towards each other were needed to confirm the general conviction. He tried to do all he could to make it easy for her, but he didn't know how, or he never would have ordered rice pudding with a confidence that set their own Negro waiter grinning from ear to ear. She bit her red lips and looked out of the window. But the window, blackened by night and quicksilvered by the snow, was only a mirror for a very lovely and distressed face. Indeed, she was charming in her supposed role. Their fellow passengers' criticisms were exceedingly favorable. Even the young imp who had pronounced them B and G with infantile unreserve appeared to be impressed by her fresh young beauty, and an old clergyman across the aisle beamed on them at intervals, and every beam was a benediction. As for them, embarrassment and depression were at first masked under a polite gaiety, but the excitement of the drama gained on them. Appearances were to be kept up in the roles of a comedy absolutely forced upon them, and that brought exhilaration. From mental self-absolution they ventured on mentally absolving each other. Fate had done it. Their consciences were free. Their situation was a challenge in itself, and to accept it must mean to conquer. Stirring 2 lumps of sugar into his cup of coffee, he looked up suddenly to find her gray eyes meeting his across the table. They smiled like friends. "Of what are you thinking?" she asked. "I was thinking that perhaps you had forgiven me," he said hopefully. "I have." She frowned a little. "I think I have." "And you do not think me a coward?" "No," she said, watching him, chin propped on her linked fingers. He laughed gratefully. "As a matter of cold fact," he observed, "if we had met anywhere in town under other circumstances, there's no reason that I can see why we shouldn't have become excellent friends." "No reason at all," she said thoughtfully. "And that reminds me," he went on, dropping his voice and leaning across the table. "I'm going to send back a telegram to my sister, and I fancy you may wish to send one to your wandering brother." "I suppose I'd better," she said. An involuntary shiver passed over her. "He's probably frantic," she added. "Probably," he admitted. "My father and mother are in Europe," she observed. "I hope my brother hasn't cabled them." "I think we'd better get those telegrams off," he said, motioning the waiter to bring the blanks and find pen and ink. They waited, gazing meditatively at each other. Presently, he said, "I'd like to tell you what it is that sends me flying down to Florida at an hour's notice. I think some explanation is due you, if it wouldn't bore you." "Tell me," she said quietly. "Why, then, it's that headlong idiot of a brother of mine," he explained. "He's going to try to marry a girl he's only known 24 hours, a girl we never heard of. And I'm on my way to stop it, the young fool. And I'll stop it if I have to drag him home by the heels. Here's the telegram we got, late this afternoon. A regular bombshell." He drew the yellow bit of paper from his breast pocket, unfolded it, and read, "St. Augustine, Florida. I'm going to marry tomorrow the loveliest girl in the United States. Only met her yesterday. Love at first sight. You'll all worship her. She's 18, a New Yorker, and her name is Marie Heatherford. Jim. He looked up angrily. What do you think of that? He demanded. Think, she stammered. Think. She dropped her hands helplessly, staring at him. Marie Heatherford is my sister, she said. Your sister? He repeated after a long pause. Your sister. She pressed a white hand to her forehead, clearing her eyes with a gesture. Isn't it too absurd? She said dreamily. My sister sent us a telegram like yours. Our parents are abroad, so my brother and I threw some things into a trunk and started. Oh, did you ever hear of anything like this? Your sister, he repeated, dazed. My brother and your sister. And I am on my way to stop it. And you are on your way to stop it. She began to laugh, not hysterically, but it was not a natural laugh. And, he went on, I've lost another sister in the shuffle, and you've lost another brother in the shuffle, and now there's a double shuffle danced by you and me. Don't, she said, faint from laughter. Yes, I will, he said, and I'll say more. I'll say that destiny is taking exclusive charge of our two families, and it would not surprise me if your brother and my sister were driving around New York together at this moment looking for us. Their laughter infected the entire dining car. Every waiter snickered. The enfant terrible grinned. The aged minister of the Church of England beamed a rapid fire of benedictions on them. But they had forgotten everybody except each other. From what I hear, and from what I know personally of your family, she said, it seems to me that they never waste much time about anything. We are rather in that way, he admitted. I've been in a hurry from the time you first met me, and you see what my brother's going to do. Going to do? Are you going to let him? Let him? He looked steadily at her, and she returned the gaze as steadily. Yes, he said, I'm going to let him. And if I tried to stop him, I'd get my deserts. I think I know my brother Jim, and I fancy it would take more than his brother to drag him away from your sister. He hesitated a moment. Is she like you? A year younger. Yes, we are alike. And you say that you are going to let him marry her? Yes, if you don't mind. The challenge was in his eyes, and she accepted it. Is your brother Jim like you? A year younger, yes. May he marry her? She strove to speak easily, but to her consternation she choked, and the bright color dyed her face from neck to hair. This must not be. She must answer him. To flinch now would be impossible, giving a double meaning and double understanding to a badinage light as air. Alas, il ne faut pas badiner avec l'amour. Then she answered, saying too much in an effort to say a little, with careless and becoming courage. If he is like you, he may marry her. I'm glad he's your brother. The answering fire burned in his face. She met his eyes, and twice her own fell before their message. He leaned forward, elbows on the table, hot face between his hands. A careless attitude for others to observe, but a swift glance warned her what was coming in a low, casual voice, checked at intervals, as though he were swallowing. You are the most splendid girl I ever knew. He dropped one hand and picked up a flower that had slipped from her finger bowl. You are the only person in the world who will not think me crazy for saying this. We're a headlong race. Will you marry me? She bent her head thoughtfully, pressing her mouth to her clasped fingers. Her attitude was repose itself. Are you offended? He asked, looking out of the window. There was a slight negative motion of her head. A party of assorted travelers rose from their table and passed them, smiling discreetly. The old minister across the aisle mused in his coffee cup, caressing his shaven face with wrinkled fingers. The dining car grew very still. It's in the blood, he said, under his breath. My grandparents eloped. My father's courtship lasted 3 days from the time he first met my mother. You see what my brother has done in 24 hours. We do things more quickly in these days. Please don't look so unhappy. I'm not unhappy. I am willing to hear you. You were saying something about love. I think so. Wait until these people pass. He waited, apparently hypnotized by the beauty of the car ceiling. Then, Of course, if you were not going to be my sister-in-law tomorrow, I'd not go into family matters. No, of course not, she murmured. So he gave her a brief outline of his own affairs, and she listened with bent head until there came the pause which was her own cue. Why do you tell me this? She asked innocently. Why, because I love you. On common ground once more, she prepared for battle, but to her consternation she found the battle already ended and an enemy calmly preparing for her surrender. But when do you propose to do this? She asked in an unsteady voice. Now, he said firmly. Now? Marry me at once? I love you enough to wait 1,000,000 years, but I won't. I always expected to fall in love. I rather fancied it would come like this when it came, and I swore I'd never let the chance slip by. We're a headlong family, but a singularly loyal one. We love but once in our lifetime, and when we love, we know it. Do you think that this is that one time? There's no doubt left in me. Then she covered her face with her hands, leaning heavily on the table. Then what on earth are we to do? Promise each other to love. Do you promise? Yes, I do promise, forever. Do you? She looked up, pale as a ghost. Yes, she said. Then please say it, he whispered. Some people rose and left the car. She sat, apparently buried in colorless reverie. Twice her voice failed her. He bent nearer and, I love you, she said. End of A Young Man in a Hurry by Robert W. Chambers. Recording by Colleen McMahon.